Light shone down through the canopy of leaves. Host, her wish will be granted. The wind blew through, tossing the braids of Liliana, who was looking up at a woman with her face covered, sitting in the tree. The person looked down at her to confirm one last time. But there is one thing I want to ask you. She looked up at her in confusion. Are you sure? Then she smiled at her question. That this is what you want? At a certain castle when the sun was high in the sky, elegant princesses sat quietly around a refined table, enjoying their breakfast. Suddenly, someone spoke up, interrupting the meal, causing Zayli to look up slightly. Please excuse me, your highnesses. She and the others at the table turned their heads in unison to look at the butler standing at the door. What is it? This is not something I should say during a meal, but His Majesty told me to pass on a message to you. Upon hearing his tense words, they were startled and covered their mouths in fear. That our army has surrendered to the Kalo Empire. He hesitated, nervously glancing at someone. And tomorrow afternoon, the Emperor of the Kalo Empire will arrive here. Hearing this, Bristol slammed the table and shouted indignantly as soon as he finished speaking. And all 5 princesses are required to attend the welcoming ceremony. All of us. Liliana, while enjoying her steak, looked up in doubt. After a few short seconds of silence, Zayli calmly spoke up. We, the princesses of a defeated nation, have no right to refuse. Tell father that we understand. But sister, seeing this, Bristol immediately jumped up restlessly and shouted at her. Haven't you heard the rumors? The Emperor of the Kalo Empire is a ruthless tyrant and a bloodthirsty king. He is the one who dethroned his own brother to seize the throne. She frowned in panic when thinking of the rumors about the Emperor of the Kalo Empire. Do you think someone like that would be merciful to our weak, defeated country? I also heard rumors that he plans to choose one of us as a hostage and to become his empress. Her words made the others pale with fear as they looked at Zayli, who was leisurely drinking wine. I'd rather die than marry someone like him. Sister Zayli, say something. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and stood up, interrupting them. Sisters. Liliana bowed deeply without saying a word under the gazes of the people around her. Then she stood up straight and looked at them. Since the meal is over, I will excuse myself first. Saying that, she turned and walked away, making Bristol frown and gasp, huh? Then she frowned, pressed her lips tightly together, and firmly closed the dining room door to block out her angry shouts. So you mean this is none of your business? It's not my business. Suddenly, someone approached and bowed slightly to greet her. Princess Liliana. She was slightly startled and nervously looked at that person. His Majesty wishes to speak to you privately, Princess. I will escort you to his office. We're here. Then she thoughtfully pondered about her sisters while following behind him. Right now, the person being sold as a hostage is not my beloved sister, Zayli, nor the other sisters. Suddenly, she stiffened and stopped walking at his questioning call. Princess. She tightly gripped the sides of her dress and looked up with absolute certainty, because the hostage is me. A while later, Liliana sat in front of the vanity mirror, sighing unconsciously when thinking about her status, making the maid standing beside her worriedly try to console her. Where should I begin the story? This place is actually the world inside the novel. The pink-haired princess won't be abandoned. So, am I the pink-haired princess now? Princess, please don't be sad. She forced a smile when she saw her holding her hands tightly, trying to calmly comfort her. Becoming the empress of an empire is a path to a higher status, right? The situation will be much better there than here right now. Thank you, Sophia. Despite saying that, deep down she sighed even more heavily. If I were the female lead, I wouldn't have to worry. The pink-haired princess. Oh wait, this is a fantasy romance novel. The adorable pink-haired female lead. She melts the heart of her arrogant emperor father and is loved by everyone. And my position in this novel is here. I am the short-lived mother of the female lead who dies after giving birth. A little bit about the plot of that romance novel. In childcare novels, the female lead's mother usually dies early and only appears in memories. Thinking about the plot of this story, she could only smile helplessly at herself in the mirror. Instead of improving the situation, my future is already set. I will be taken away as a hostage, unable to receive love from the arrogant emperor, the female lead's father, and die after giving birth. It all started like this. The small kingdom of Nieta, the producer of high-grade magic stones on the continent. For some reason, during a trade with the Empire, the price of magic stones suddenly skyrocketed. The Kalo Empire issued many warnings, but when the situation did not change, they finally waited waged war. The outcome of the war between a powerful empire and a small nation was all too obvious. Listen here, King of Nieta. The Emperor of Kalo will show mercy. I will not hold the defeated country responsible for the war and will take one of your daughters as my empress. Consider this an honor and obey. Then, the king of Nieta, driven by immense greed, offered one of his daughters as a hostage to the empire. And earlier, after the meal, my father, the king, called me privately and told me that I would go to the Kalo Empire. The king has 5 daughters. So why does it have to be me? Because I was born to a commoner maid. I'm the forgotten princess who receives neither attention nor love. After a long time organizing everything in her head, Liliana tiredly collapsed onto the bed to think of a countermeasure. If I stay here, I will still just be a forgotten princess confined to the palace. And if I'm taken away, I will die after giving birth. Thinking of that, she frowned and sat up abruptly. No, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say I only have 2 choices. She leaned over, resting her hand on the bed, and called her maid. The emperor is arriving tomorrow afternoon, right, Sophia? She frowned and cautiously made a request to her. If there are any unused curtains or tablecloths in the palace right now, could you gather them for me? When darkness covered the entire imperial palace, leaving only solitary stars, a woman walked softly down the long corridor. Liliana covered her body tightly with a cloak and held the end of a rope made from pieces of fabric, turning her head cautiously to glance around. She pursed her lips, feeling somewhat relieved in her heart. Good. Then she hid behind a wall, silently observing some people talking in front of a door. She looked at them with high vigilance, while briefly drawing a map of the imperial palace in her mind. In the northern part of the palace, far away by the stables, there are very few passers-by. Then she observed carefully and only saw 3 people talking about something near the stables. As expected, there are only 3 people. But why is the butler there? She frowned, covering her mouth as she stared intently at the 3 of them. The 3 of them? He shouldn't be in a place like this at this hour. Besides the butler, there is only one other person, who is the stable keeper. Suddenly, she noticed a nobly dressed man standing with his arms crossed, questioning the butler in an impatient tone. And the 3rd person, has the king of Nieta already gone to sleep? The butler, sweating in fear, hesitated and tried to appease the man's irritation. It is quite late, but since the servant has passed on your message, you will be able to meet him soon. The man frowned and nodded slightly without saying anything more. When she saw his face, she was slightly startled and widened her eyes. That person is quite handsome. Is he a noble? Suddenly, she startled in panic, remembering the main thing she needed to do. This is not the time. As they were talking, she clenched her fists and nestled deeper behind the wall. I'm going to get out of here. The sparkling jewelry in the bag in her hand clinked together, making a few small sounds. Even though I am treated poorly here, I am still royalty. Selling jewelry to make money won't be difficult. She imagined herself happily riding a horse away from this place. As long as I can ride a horse and cross the border without being caught, I won't have to die from childbirth like in the original story. At the same time, the butler spread his arms, wanting to invite the blonde man inside, but he brushed him off and turned to look to the side. Shall we go inside now? Wait. He calmly made a request regarding the care of the horse he brought. The horse I brought is quite valuable, so I would appreciate it if it received special care. Hearing that, the stable keeper nearby was startled and quickly replied to him, "Of course, you don't have to worry, Your Majesty." The butler smiled proudly at him, unaware that Liliana was slowly approaching the horse in the stable. In Nieta, we mix magic stones into the feed, so I promise it will be even healthier when you return. Liliana gently touched the reins on the horse's mouth while making a sign of silence to it. While the blonde man was instructing the stable keeper, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Also, it's quite sensitive, so please keep it in a comfortable place. Yes, I understand. At this moment, the horse in the stable had bloodshot eyes and was continuously resisting, scaring Liliana out of her wits, and she hastily let go. The 3 men, hearing the noise, were immediately stunned and looked in that direction together. Seeing their eyes directed at her, she panicked, turned to look, and screamed, "Wait, why isn't this horse listening to me at all?" The blonde man was silent for a moment, then spoke up in doubt, and the butler, standing beside him, shouted in fear, "Who is the girl trying to ride my horse?" Hearing the butler shout, she immediately stiffened in dismay. Princess Liliana, I've been discovered. Hearing that title, he was surprised and observed her. Princess? The butler hurriedly and unconsciously shouted at her. Where are you going at this hour? Suddenly realizing something, he immediately turned pale and froze, while the blond man suddenly dashed forward. Wait, are you trying to run away? Seeing her intentions exposed, Liliana turned without a word and climbed onto the horse's back. I'm sorry, butler, she frowned and shouted with determination. I hold no grudge against you, but please forgive me. Run, horsey. Hiya. Suddenly, she turned her head when she felt something and saw the blond man smiling, resting his hand on the horse's back, about to sit down. He smiled and teased her. I told you this horse is very valuable. She didn't answer him, but asked back in astonishment. Who are you? The bright moonlight shone on the smiling face of the man. Even if you were the princess of this country, you shouldn't recklessly steal the emperor's horse. The blond man sitting behind Liliana on the horse's back bowed his head slightly and teased her. You shouldn't recklessly take the emperor's horse. Hearing that, she blushed in daze. So, this person is the emperor? Then, looking at the smile still lingering on the man's lips, she startled in panic. Heliocolo. Right at that moment, the butler rushed over, shouting loudly as he saw Helio jump down from the horse's back. Princess, your majesty, are you two all right? Her face darkened as she glanced at the butler, who was anxiously bowing to apologize to him. Why did I have to run into the person I shouldn't meet the most? Heliocolo, the young emperor of the Kalo Empire and the father of the original female lead, and perhaps the one I will marry according to the plot. When she saw him glance at her, she was instantly terrified and flinched. Seeing that, he gave a faint smile. Then he reached out a hand towards her, to her astonishment. After a moment, she hesitantly looked at him. What is it? Are you getting down? He raised his hand and looked up at her, calmly uttering a meaningful, sarcastic remark. You don't plan to live up there for the rest of your life, do you? Hearing his words, her face immediately flushed with anger. No matter how strong the horse is, I don't think it can carry you for that long. Right, he accurately has a reputation for having a bad temper. Thinking so, she still leaned down and placed her hands on his shoulders while he gently supported her waist. She frowned, pursed her lips tightly, and stumbled a few steps. Then she bowed her head and hesitantly greeted him properly. It is an honor to meet your majesty, the Emperor of Kalo. He frowned slightly, thinking about something while staring at her awkward, apologetic expression. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness during our first meeting. Suddenly, he cut her off, making her eyes widen in shock. Were you planning to run away? Seeing this, the butler hurriedly gave a fake smile and interrupted, and she, sweating profusely, hesitantly played along. That's impossible, your majesty. She just wanted to take a night stroll because she couldn't sleep as usual. Isn't that right, princess? That's right. Hearing that, he just crossed his arms and calmly exposed their lie. By riding my horse? Then he smirked slightly, closed his eyes, and nodded as if he had realized something. Well, all right, since we met like this, it must be destiny. Saying that, he dropped his hands and ordered her without hesitation. Lead the way, princess. After all, I was planning to meet your father. A while later, all the princesses of the kingdom simultaneously clasped their hands in front of their chests, obediently bowing their heads and standing to one side in the splendid and brightly lit grand hall. Helio sat with his legs crossed on the emperor's throne, while Nate had to kneel prostrate below. Suddenly, his voice, full of amusement, rang out, causing him to nervously look up and tremble as he replied, I just saw an interesting scene and wanted to share it. What did you see, sire? He rested his chin on his hand and looked towards the princesses. No, we should settle this matter first. Hearing his question, Liliana flinched and stiffened. Have you chosen which princess will go to Kalo? His voice gradually became gloomy, echoing through the vast grand hall, making everyone around fall dead silent. We made a pact when the war ended between you and me that one of the princesses would come to be the emperor's wife. Hearing those words, Nate was terrified and hesitantly spoke up, trying to curry favor with him. Of course, our kingdom of Nieta considers this an honor, and we have planned to send our most beloved daughter there. Saying that, he pointed at her, making her startle and look up. It's Liliana. He pursed his lips in silence, saying nothing but continuing to listen to his stammering words. She is my child, but she is very beautiful and smart. Hearing that, he said a brief sentence recounting what he had just encountered, making him and the other princesses stare at her in astonishment. That princess was just about to run away and ran into me. Huh? Hearing what he said, Bristol immediately frowned in anger and glared at Liliana, who was feeling guilty and turning her head away. She surely wasn't trying to run away to avoid marrying me, was she? Nate panicked and tried to speak up to defend her. That's impossible. It's just a misunderstanding. Liliana is not the type to do that. Seeing him stammer like that, Helio leaned forward, resting his hands on the armrests, and asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" Then he stood up, walking up to Nate while speaking coldly. "I think I gave the king too many choices, so you could choose any princess." Hearing his sharp and cold words, his eyes widened, and he broke into a heavy sweat. But a princess who abandons her homeland and runs away because she doesn't want to become the wife of the Emperor of Kalo. By now, Helio was standing right in front of him, pressing the sharp blade of his sword against his neck. "It seems I have been too lenient with a defeated nation. From the beginning, there would have been no obstacles if I had chosen a wife myself." Hearing that, he hurriedly kowtowed at his feet, unconsciously raising his voice. "How could that be? Liliana is truly my most beloved daughter." His face remained dark as he confirmed it again, making him panicked and answer immediately. "Are you serious?" "Of course, sire." Then he sheathed his sword, making him breathe a sigh of relief. TSK if so. He didn't say anything more, but silently calculated in his head. "Actually, as long as it's a princess, I can choose anyone. I just need something to buy Nieta." He glanced briefly at Zayli, who was anxiously frowning. I had hoped to bring back the princess the king loves the most, but then he suddenly froze when he saw Liliana shrinking and trembling like a leaf nearby. When she looked up and saw him looking at her, she was slightly startled in surprise. He smiled and raised an eyebrow at her. Then he calmly continued speaking, making Nate nervously look up. "Then, let's do this." He looked down, adjusting his gloves, while casually making a demand as if it were nothing. "If Liliana is your most beloved princess, then grant the succession rights to the kingdom of Nieta to the child born to me and Liliana." Hearing his words, the people around immediately turned to murmur and discuss. "It doesn't have to be the first child. The third one is fine." Hearing that, Nate panicked and stammered this. Before he could find an excuse to refuse, Helio raised his voice sharply and coldly. "You can't?" He gritted his teeth, trying to endure it. Then, after a moment, he bowed low in compromise. "I will do so." Hearing the answer he wanted, he turned his head away, then proceed with the wedding as planned. He looked towards Liliana, who was clenching her hands in a daze from afar. 3 days should be enough to prepare, right? Princess Liliana. Time passed quickly, and on the morning of the 3rd day, Liliana, wearing a gorgeous dress, stood next to Sophia, both of them opening their eyes wide in surprise as they watched the servants loading luggage onto the carriage. The light from the golden patterns on the carriage seemed to illuminate their faces. I've never seen a carriage like this. It looks even better than the one the late queen used. Then Sophia supported her as she dazedly stepped onto the carriage. I think this is proof of the saying, better to be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake, right? Then she closed her eyes tiredly and slumped into the soft leather seat of the carriage. I will become the future empress, so the treatment is already better than before. The carriage, and this unnecessarily heavy dress too. Suddenly, Sophia sat down on the seat opposite her and blushed, raising an index finger. About that, her eyes lit up as she looked at her. "Could it be that the Emperor of Kalo fell in love with you at first sight?" Hearing her words, her face darkened as she shouted, "What?" Then she unconsciously raised her voice while hurriedly waving her hands repeatedly. "Impossible. The Emperor didn't say anything like that from the beginning." "What do you mean impossible?" Hearing a voice beside her, she startled and turned to look. "Are you talking about me?" Helio smiled brightly, nodded slightly as a greeting, and repeated his question more clearly, making her panic and sweat profusely. "Were you speaking ill of me right before the wedding?" "Since when?" Helio frowned, teasing her. "Or are you thinking about running away again?" Hearing that, Liliana panicked and hurriedly denied it. "Oh no, you have been watched." She frowned, feeling guilty, and turned her head away, not daring to look straight at him anymore. I thought I was fully prepared. Then she didn't finish her sentence, but panicked, hurriedly correcting herself and turning to justify herself. "Anyway, I won't run anymore. Even if I manage to escape, I don't have enough confidence to live on my own." She clenched her hands, nervously pouring out her heart. "I don't know what your majesty is thinking, but I have lived my whole life as a princess." He didn't mind much, calmly evaluating and simultaneously imagining the scenarios that could happen according to her words. "I can't sew or clean, so who would need me? Obviously, in the end, I would just pick fruits in the forest and drink rainwater until I starved to death." "You've thought about it quite thoroughly." Suddenly, she remembered something and hesitantly added, making both him and Sophia look at her with puzzled eyes. I can cook, but I need a gas stove. She didn't continue talking about her situation, but frowned and looked up at him. Anyway, Your Majesty. Suddenly, he leaned down closer to her. I am truly. When he heard her last words, he felt a bit surprised. Very useless. Then the atmosphere between the two froze for a moment. He closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. Princess, what nonsense are you suddenly saying? Seeing that, she hurriedly waved her hands and unconsciously raised her voice. No, I mean. As if realizing her voice was too loud, she explained her meaning again at a normal volume. I'm saying that I have no value as a hostage. She gripped her upper arms tightly, dejectedly looking down. Until we talked about marriage, my father, the king of Nieta, didn't even know my name properly. So whether you take me away or not. By this time, he had stood up straight, but still lingered to listen to her explanation. It won't be a huge threat to Nieta. He stared at her in astonishment without blinking. Then his eyes suddenly darkened without a word. He turned his head away in annoyance, making her look up in daze. In the end, I am the one who chooses who will be my empress, not you people. Suddenly, he leaned down closer to her once again. Furthermore, if you bear my child, that child will become the king of this country. His voice gradually became gloomy, and his shadow obscured the sunlight shining on her face. At that time, you will no longer be a useless princess. Then he closed his eyes and said the last sentence while conveniently closing the carriage door. You cannot know how the world might change, so do not self-criticize like that. She frowned, looking out the window anxiously. Then, he nodded slightly and smiled, looking at her in the sunlight. I will see you at the Empire, princess. A while later, the carriage began to roll. Sophia spoke up awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere in the carriage. Well, princess, it seems His Majesty does not hate you. Liliana did not answer her, but gripped her skirt tightly with both hands. No, Sophia. She turned pale with fear, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at her feet. It will be even worse if he takes an interest in me. According to the original story, Helio and Liliana had 2 children, and both times were for political reasons. The first child was miscarried due to an accident during pregnancy, and the second child was born. While she was recovering, she passed away. Thinking about what would happen in the plot, she tightly closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, making Sophia feel worried. I don't want to die a tragic death. Princess. She still did not answer her, firmly clenching her hands in front of her chest. I have to find a way so that the Emperor won't pay attention to me. Meanwhile, the carriage was slowly rolling along the road, escorted by a group of knights riding ahead. Helio, who was leading the way, suddenly turned his head to look back. Then he turned to ask the red-haired knight, riding beside him, a random question. Have you ever kept a squirrel as a pet? Hearing this, he asked back in confusion, but he ignored it, closing his eyes as if recalling the past, and continued speaking to himself. Well, when I was young, I saw a relative keep one. He remembered the image of a little squirrel with puffed cheeks, standing frozen and awkward, not knowing what to do with the cookie he offered. Out of curiosity, I fed it a lot of nuts and cookies, but it couldn't fit everything in its cheeks, so it just stood there motionless. Hearing this, the knight chuckled and praised. How cute. I think it was figuring out how to take them home. Goo. He glanced somewhere and let out a cold, sarcastic smile, the way it tried to think with its tiny head. After that, he fell silent and said nothing more, leaving him helpless, not knowing what to do. Helio didn't bother to care about him, looking straight ahead and making another silent remark. But it also has a brave side. Then he recalled Liliana's sullen face and firm words from earlier. I'm saying that I have no value as a hostage. I can't believe she would say such a thing. As he thought, he unconsciously smiled faintly. I guess it won't be too boring to watch. A short while later, Liliana rested with her eyes tightly closed, leaning her head against the carriage wall. Suddenly, murmurs of awe echoed into the carriage from nowhere, startling her awake. She anxiously leaned forward, looking out the window with Sophia. Sophia, what's wrong? She didn't answer her question directly, but stared out the window excitedly. Princess, look, outside the carriage. The citizens of the Kahlo Empire, from young to old, men and women, were crowding the streets and cheering happily. We have arrived at the Kahlo Empire. A moment later, when the carriage stopped, Liliana lifted her skirt and stepped down. Come to think of it, we stayed at many different places along the way. Suddenly, her foot stepped on something on the flat ground and twisted to the side. Helio appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her arm and holding her waist to support her. Then he leaned down and asked gently, are you okay? Flustered, she quickly turned away, escaping his grasp. Yes, when she accidentally looked up, she was slightly stunned. In front of her was a magnificent and majestic castle bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. She stood frozen in amazement, observing and unconsciously comparing it to her homeland. Compared to the Empire, Nieta is truly just a small nation. My father tried to raise the price of magic stones in an empire like this, and even led to a war. Suddenly, Helio, who was standing behind her, spoke up, making her turn her head to look back. The servants will lead you to the Emerald Palace, where you will live. He looked toward one side of the castle without bothering to glance at her even a bit. It's not very big, but you won't have any inconveniences living there. A moment later, Liliana blankly raised her head to look at the main hall of the palace and doubtfully recalled Helio's words from earlier. Not very big. Suddenly, the maid standing next to her spoke up. Your Majesty the Empress. She looked doubtfully at the letter on the tray she was carrying. What is this? This is a letter sent directly by His Majesty the Emperor. Hearing that, she picked up the letter and opened it to read. Upon reading the content of the letter, she immediately imagined Helio's hateful, smiling face. All you maids are guards, so don't even think about running away. She angrily crumpled the letter into a wrinkled ball of paper. This crazy emperor. Then she turned her head, clenching her fists with determination. Since I've come this far, there's only that way. After that, the door to the white bedroom was closed. Sophia eagerly pressed her face against the bedroom door when Liliana called her name. Sophia. She frowned anxiously at her. Could you possibly find me some medicine? Hearing this, she looked at her doubtfully. Medicine? Are you unwell? She didn't answer right away, but gripped her skirt and called her closer. No, can you come a little closer? She waved her hand, gesturing for her to bend down, and looked around cautiously. Then she covered her mouth and whispered softly into her ear. I'm talking about the medicine that can prevent pregnancy. A loud scream rang out, stopping her master's action. No way, princess. Panicked, Liliana tightly grabbed both of Sophia's hands. Please, Sophia, I really don't want to have a baby. Sophia did not compromise, leaning in close and grabbing both of her shoulders. Princess, this medicine is not only hard to find, but also if you secretly get it from the black market, do you know what's really in it? She stared at her anxiously. What if you catch a strange disease? Feeling guilty, she turned her head away, not daring to look straight at her. TSK, this place is not as modern as my time. She frowned in distress. I understand why Sophia is worried, but she closed her eyes tightly, sweating with fear. If I have to choose between dying after giving birth to the female lead and getting sick from taking a weird medicine, the latter is definitely better. Thinking so, her eyes sparkled like a puppy staring at Sophia, but she closed her eyes and turned her head away resolutely. Sophia, even if you look at me like that, the answer is still no. Then she looked at her and tried to persuade her. And, Princess, don't you think living alone in the palace is too lonely? At least if you have a child, you will be less lonely. Hearing her words, she widened her eyes, noticing something. Besides, didn't you agree to accept the succession rights to the Nieta throne? This way, there will be no war over succession, and you won't need to worry about the baby's future. At night, when a moon was hanging high in the sky, Liliana lay flat, resting her hands on her stomach, staring at the ceiling, and rethinking Sophia's words from the morning. The baby's future. How did the female lead live in the novel? She was not sent back to the Nieta kingdom. As the master of spirits, she stood out and caught the emperor's eye. Before that, Liliana was treated as a burden in the palace. Come to think of it, she reminded me of myself when I was young. Thinking of that, she gripped the blanket tightly and shook her head vigorously. No, I need to focus on myself first. She blushed slightly, burning with determination. I need to find that medicine myself while avoiding the emperor's attention. I definitely cannot die early after giving birth like in the original story. The next morning, sunlight shone into the room through the balcony doors. I made that decision yesterday. Liliana held her spoon and asked doubtfully, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager wants to see me? The servant who came to deliver the message confirmed it again and further explained the information she had just conveyed. Yes, because yesterday you had a rest from the long journey. Today the Empress Dowager will officially meet you. Hearing this, She frowned and asked anxiously, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, his mother, my mother-in-law. I don't have to visit her every day, right?" "No, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager doesn't like to overdo things like that, so you only need to go and summon." Afterwards, she stood straight in front of the mirror, letting the maids help her with makeup and preparations. She said it's just a greeting, but why am I so worried? When she was ready, she followed behind a maid, constantly looking around. "Please follow me." Suddenly, she was startled when she saw something outside the door. She looked doubtfully at the lush foliage ahead. "Shouldn't we be going to the Empress Dowager's palace? Why are we going into a forest?" "This is not a forest, just a small garden. The Empress Dowager likes plants, so she had this garden built in the palace." She continued to follow the maid and looked up at a pair of blue birds on a tree branch. "I thought it was a forest, but it turns out to be a garden. The Kalo Empire really does everything on a grand scale." After walking a long way, the two finally stopped in front of a door. When the door opened, the first thing that caught Liliana's eyes was the image of an elegant woman sitting in front of a tea table, looking out the window. Princess Liliana of the Nieta Kingdom. Hearing the announcement, the Empress Dowager turned her head toward the door and smiled faintly. "Please come in." She approached, lifted her skirt, and bowed to her. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager." Then she slightly raised her head to look at her. "So, you are Princess Liliana?" "Yes, please have a seat." Then she pulled out a chair, sat down, and silently watched her lifting her cup to enjoy the tea. "So this is the Empress Dowager." The light from the window softly shone on her blonde hair. "Now that I meet her, I see she looks very much like Helio." Suddenly, she spoke, interrupting her train of thought. "It must have been very difficult for you to come here from another distant country." Hearing this, she replied awkwardly, "No, not at all. His Majesty the Emperor is very good to me. Although we lost the war, I consider this an honor. Thanks to His Majesty's tolerance, we were able to keep our homeland." The Empress Dowager smiled faintly and repeated her last words. "Your homeland, huh?" Then she spoke up, expressing her understanding. "I understand how you feel. I also came to the Kalo Empire as a bride from another country." Hearing this, she was stunned speechless. Come to think of it, the Empress Dowager also came here as a hostage and became the Empress. Beside her, the Empress Dowager, still smiling faintly, continued talking about herself. "I also came here when I was very young, and I always miss my homeland." Her deep blue eyes gradually became tinged with sadness. It was a peaceful place, full of warm sunshine and trees. She recalled her younger self, always missing her hometown and ignoring her little son. "Even though my body was in the Kalo Empire, my mind always turned toward my homeland. I was always melancholic. Mother, I won the sword fighting match today. I didn't even care about the Emperor after giving birth to him because the Emperor grew up knowing nothing of a mother's love." Hearing her story, Liliana could only remain silent, her lips slightly parted but unable to make sound. Suddenly, she frowned and gave a slight, self-deprecating smile. "I apologize. I've talked too much about myself, haven't I?" Liliana lifted her teacup, replying absent-mindedly as she sank into her own thoughts. "What I want to say is, if the Emperor is too cold, please be understanding of him. He is not as bad as he seems." Yes, in the original story, the relationship between the Empress Dowager and Helio was not good at all. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is regretting her past actions? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. She hurriedly turned to answer her more properly. "His Majesty has been very kind to me. I heard that the two of you spoke normally." Hearing this, her face darkened. "Normally? Who started such a ridiculous rumor?" Anyone looking could tell it was like a prey meeting a hunter. Seeing her not reply, the Empress Dowager smiled gently and continued speaking. "If you're all right with it, let us have tea together from time to time. From now on, I want to chat with my daughter-in-law about happy things." She hesitated, but smiled in agreement. "Yes, I would love to." People always say it's best not to see your mother-in-law too often. As the two were talking, the Empress Dowager suddenly noticed something. "It would be wonderful if you could also share some stories about His Majesty." A man approached them. Helio, wearing a white shirt and a blue cape, entered the room amidst the servant announcement. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." He frowned in silence, looking at the two women enjoying tea and pastries in front of him. While the Empress Dowager continued to calmly sip her tea without bothering to look up, Liliana turned to look in fear. He ignored her and looked at his mother. speaking coldly. I came to pay my respects. But why is Princess Liliana here? I summoned her. I thought she should pay her respects. Seeing the bizarre conversation between Helio and his mother, she continuously looked up and down, observing their expressions. I didn't expect you to be interested in the future Empress, Mother. Is that so? After that, she forced a smile and hesitantly spoke up. It's so cold. I didn't think a conversation between mother and son would be this cold. Untum, she awkwardly pushed against the table and stood up. I shall take my leave now. Please continue your conversation naturally. Saying that, she hurriedly left under their gazes. After a few seconds of silence, Helio continued speaking to the Empress Dowager. What do you want? You've never shown any interest in domestic affairs or my work before. She kept her head down, not looking at him. I think perhaps it is time to start paying attention. Hearing this, he let out a cold laugh. You say it's time to start? The atmosphere around the two grew even colder. You don't sympathize with Princess Liliana just because she is a hostage, do you? At that accusation, she remained silent, not saying a word, her facial expression not changing in the slightest. Seeing that, Helio turned his head away. No matter what you do now. He closed his eyes, swallowed his anger, dropped a final warning, and left. You still won't be able to return to your homeland. Only upon hearing that did she slightly frown and look up at him. At the same time, in the long corridor, the maids were hurriedly running after Liliana. Princess, please walk slowly in the palace. But she ignored them, still running away with her eyes closed in fear. That was truly a brutal exchange between mother and son. Thank God I got out of there quickly. Princess, look ahead. Hearing the maid's warning, she doubtfully opened her eyes and saw a red-haired woman wearing a red dress standing right in front of her. HUH ahead. Then a loud thud echoed through the grand palace, and her vision shook, reflecting the image of the ceiling. When she regained her senses, she saw two maids anxiously kneeling down to support her. And a short distance away, a maid was helping the red-haired woman, who was also sitting on the ground just like her. She hurriedly raised her hand to rub the bridge of her nose and looked worriedly at the woman nearby. I'm sorry, I wasn't looking ahead. Are you all right? The person turned her head to look at her, her face darkening with anger as she shouted. How dare you? Who is this wench? How dare she push the Empress? Liliana's trembling voice rushed out. I am sorry. At this moment, the head maid beside her whispered to inform her. Princess, this is the daughter of Duke Gavian, the one who was promised to become the future Empress, Lady Visti Gavian. Hearing this took her slightly by surprise. Come to think of it, in the original story, there was only one person considered to be the Empress, Visti Gavian. She was the villain who constantly went against the female lead, and the culprit who caused Liliana to lose her first child. Anxiety clearly showed on her face. But she isn't officially the Empress yet, is she? She's already acting as if she's an important figure in the royal family. Visti angrily approached, using her fan to lift her chin. I asked, who is this insolent wench? The head maid beside them stammered an answer. This is Princess Liliana from the Nieta Kingdom. She is the one the Emperor is about to marry as Empress. Visti Gavian lowered her fan and let out a scornful smile. Did you say Nieta? The princess of that defeated nation? These words seemed meant to provoke Liliana. She told herself, no, don't fall for this petty provocation. If she's going to be the Empress, her status will be higher than mine. After a moment of silence, she quickly bowed her head and spoke softly. I sincerely apologize for what happened earlier, Lady Visti. It was my fault for not looking where I was going. My name is Liliana. Do you have business with His Majesty? His Majesty just went to the Empress Dowager's palace. Hearing that, she replied indifferently. No need, I just came to see the Emerald Palace. I thought it would be quite beautiful since it is a gift from His Majesty. Visti once again showed her disdain with that tone. But honestly, it's nothing special. It's so small, it's nothing compared to my family's estate. Liliana was a bit flustered. I'm grateful for everything His Majesty bestows upon me, whether big or small. She frowned, observing her. You look quite short-sighted and smug, don't you? But this is just one of the Empress's palaces. Even though Liliana's inner self wanted to scream, how ridiculous, when did I ever act high and mighty? However, she just smiled lightly and replied, this place is much better than where I lived in Nieta. Visti turned away and gave a faint, mocking smile. Of course, as if it could be compared to Nieta, even if it's just an empty gesture, His Majesty still welcomed a princess with nothing like you to be his Empress. Liliana tried to endure this humiliation. She thought to herself, I know what you're trying to say right now. You're unhappy that His Majesty brought me back act to be his empress, and you want to belittle me in front of everyone. But I have no intention of clashing with you anyway. Liliana let out a sigh and hesitantly spoke. Lady Visti, I plan to return to my room now. The sound of a slap echoed through the corridor, startling everyone. Liliana seemed unable to react in time, her hand holding her reddened, stinging cheek. Visti spoke in a terrifying tone. How dare you sigh in front of the future empress? Have you lost your mind? The maids hurriedly supported Liliana amidst her berating. You're nothing but a prisoner brought back here after the war. When I become empress, someone like you. At this point, Liliana became truly furious. She glared at her and raised her hand. Visti closed her eyes tightly in fear. However, Liliana stopped. She lowered her hand and calmly said, there was a bug. After saying that, she bowed her head, excused herself, and left with the maids. They left, leaving a furious Vistigavian standing there, screaming, I will let you off this time. After returning to her room, upon seeing her injury, Sophia was very worried. Oh my God, princess, what happened to your face? Quickly, bring more ointment and ice here. Your face is all red. What happened? Could it be the Empress Dowager? She applied ice to the injury while gently explaining. It's nothing like that, Sophia. I'm Fine. So could you take the maids outside and leave? I want to rest. Despite that, Sophia kept asking. It's really nothing serious, right? At this, she smiled lightly and replied, yes, I just accidentally bumped into something on the way. After she left, sitting alone in the room, Liliana pondered. I said that, but the place where I was slapped still hurts. She angrily gripped the ice pack. I should have hit her back. Then she thought about how she would cry to Helio. No, it's a good thing I didn't. What good would it do for me, a mere concubine, to lay a hand on the person who will become empress? Liliana tightly gripped the hem of her dress. I don't want to have children, but that doesn't mean I want to be kicked out of the palace empty-handed. She thought of her unhappy memories from the past, when her older sister slapped her and said to her, how dare she act so brazenly? Does she think she will be treated like me? And besides, I'm used to enduring it anyway. At this time, the emperor had also heard about the incident. Helio was a bit surprised. She was slapped? The head maid said, yes, it happened in the corridor of the Emerald Palace. I, along with a few maids, witnessed everything. After hearing the report, he became deep in thought. Now, as the sunlight shone on the bed where Liliana was sleeping, she sat up, looking around in a daze, and asked herself, since when did I sleep for so long? Sophia, is no one here? Recalling earlier, she had told her, call me if anything happens. Oh right, I said I wanted to rest and didn't want anyone to disturb me. Liliana examined her injury in the mirror and thought to herself, the treatment worked fast. It's no longer swollen, although it's still a little red. At this moment, a noise echoed from outside the door. She approached and opened the door, calling out, Sophia. The door opened. No, wait, His Majesty the Emperor. Helio asked gently, are you awake? I heard you haven't left your room since this morning. At this question, Liliana was a bit flustered. Oh, that's because I wasn't feeling well, but I'm fine now. He noticed the injury on her cheek, stayed silent for a moment, and then said, I see. This intense gaze made her feel shy. Why is he staring at me like that? Liliana hesitated. So, what brings you here at this hour? Helio casually walked in and sat down on her bed. He smiled and said, well, why would the emperor come to the empress's bedroom, if not for that obvious reason? Isn't there only one reason for the emperor to visit the empress's bedroom? Hearing that, Liliana thought in a daze. The only reason, one reason. Inside her mind right now, it was as if a trial was taking place. There, the judge was presiding. Order, order. What do the prosecution and the defense think about that recent statement? A hand was raised, and the defense spoke first. He came here simply to check the room because this is the room he bestowed. He came just to see if everything is all right. The prosecution also jumped up just as fiercely. Objection. What does that even mean? He came to a girl's bedroom at this hour. Isn't it obvious that it's for marital affairs? The scenario she imagined made the defense anxiously shout out. Hey, the two sides continued to argue, neither giving in. This person is so humiliating. She is just trying to escape. How will avoiding the issue solve anything in this situation? We need to find a way to avoid it right now. We don't even have the medicine yet. At this moment, Liliana's face flushed red, her head seemingly steaming. This appearance left Helio confused. What is she thinking about? Her face looks like it's about to explode. While anxiety appeared on her face, he reached out and gently touched it. This action made Liliana flinch and back away. "Why, your majesty?" Helio stood up and approached her, touching her wound and speaking gently. "Princess, who should I?" She awkwardly rejected his action. "Your majesty, we aren't married yet, right?" he exclaimed in slight surprise. "What?" and then burst into laughter. Helio poked her cheek, making her let out a sound, then patiently continued. "You let it show more than you think. I'm asking if someone did something to you, because your cheek looks swollen." Hearing that, Liliana shyly stammered. About that, I fell." He calmly asked, "Fell on your cheek?" She hurriedly explained, "I fell on the floor." "No, I bumped into the wall. I wasn't looking ahead while walking." Deep down, she silently justified. Half of that is true. At her words, Helio became thoughtful. His attitude made her anxious. "But I don't understand. I thought Lady Gavian would be the one making a fuss." After a long silence, he spoke. "I heard Lady Gavian visited today. Did she hit you? Did the servants tell you that the lady might become the empress?" At this moment, Liliana replied softly, "Yes, that is why I endured it. I will endure it in the future as well." This answer surprised him, and he asked, "Why? Do you really need to endure it when provoked?" At the question, she stiffened, her inner self becoming so angry it wanted to spit fire. "Is that something you should be saying, you crazy bastard?" Facing her anger, Helio continued, "Tisk, if you two start a war, you will be the one at a disadvantage. All right, then I will protect you this time. So don't endure it. I'm leaving now. Let's wait until after the Empress's coronation ceremony to discuss the matter you've been anticipating." Just a second ago, she was confused by his words, but now she blushed shyly and said loudly, Who said I was anticipating anything?" In the palace corridor, Helio thought to himself that she was truly a difficult girl to understand. Back then, she was the one who told him, "Whether you take me away or not, this is not a major threat to Nieta." Before, she recklessly spoke her mind right to my face, but now she is sulking because she got slapped by Lady Gavian. His steps slowed down and then stopped completely. No, it's not that she's sulking, but rather she doesn't expect me to protect her. Helio crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, feeling a bit down. I feel unhappy about this. It was already dusk when Liliana was having her meal. Her despondency made Sophia worried. "Princess, are you not hungry? Is the food not to your liking?" Her tone was a bit flustered. "No, that's not it." On the outside, she was trying to eat every spoonful, but inside she was screaming. But am I the only one hearing it? I keep hearing a woman crying in the dining hall corridor. Sophia seems fine. Am I hearing things because I'm too tired? Today has indeed been an exhausting day for me. Unable to bear it anymore, she jumped up and ran off. "No way." She turned back and told Sophia, "I'm going to the restroom for a moment." "Yes, right now." In the corridor, Liliana tried to reassure herself. "I must have misheard because I'm too tired. I should at least wash my face before going back." But that sound was still echoing, catching her attention. At a gloomy room, here, no matter how I look at it, the sound is coming from here. What is this? The ghost of a maid who died, working like a slave in the kitchen storage? Or maybe an enemy soldier sneaked in here and is crying over a perfume bottle. Liliana was now having ridiculous thoughts due to an indescribable sense of fear. Swallowing hard to suppress her fear. "All right, let's go." She decisively opened the old door. I have to see what it is. The dusty room obscured her vision. Liliana called out, "Is anyone here?" At this moment, a tiny voice rang out. "No way. You can hear my voice?" In front of her was a blue spirit with tears welling up in its eyes, asking. Joy was clearly visible on her face, replacing the tears from earlier. "You can see me?" Liliana was astonished, thinking to herself, it can't be. A spirit. The first condition to becoming a spirit master is being able to see spirits. In the original story, Lilith was an extraordinary spirit master who formed contracts with 2 spirit kings at a young age. Thinking about it now, Helio might not have any talent for spirit magic. If it's due to genetics, perhaps it comes from my side. She called out, interrupting her train of thought. "Hey, you can see me, right? Can you touch me? Try and see if you can touch me." "Hurry up." Liliana reached out and touched the little spirit approaching her. After they touched, she was overjoyed. "Oh my, you can really touch me. You truly have the talent to become a spirit master." Her joy made her fly all around, but she was stopped by something. The little spirit sulked and said, "This shackle prevents me from flying any further." Seeing this, Liliana spoke softly. "Should I find something to break it for you? I might be able to find something." Looking at the heavy shackle clinging to her, she said, "No, it cannot be broken by ordinary tools. I can feel the power of another spirit in it. She slumped down. Perhaps only a skilled spirit master or the spirit who created this shackle can break it. That despondency didn't last long before it was replaced by jubilation. Ah, I have a great idea. Do you want to learn spirit magic? Hearing this question, Liliana asked back in slight confusion. Huh? Me? She continued. That's right. I have a feeling that you can break it. She hesitated a bit and thought to herself, but I don't know anything about spirit masters other than what I've read. Then she spoke in confusion. Wouldn't it be better to find someone else? The spirit was determined. No way. It has to be you. Do you know how amazing spirit magic is? She eagerly explained. If you sign a contract with a spirit, you can freely borrow their power. However, Liliana just replied blankly. Oh, I see. She wasn't excited at all because she already knew everything from the novel. Seeing her attitude, the spirit became a bit anxious. And I am a wind spirit, so I can control the wind to your will. And if you're good enough, you can even fly. Hearing this, Liliana became curious. If that's true. Wait, if I learned spirit magic, I could do that too? This made the little spirit happier. Of course, do you want to learn? Liliana pondered. Then I can use that as a way to escape. Holding the shackle chaining her, she said, all right, I'll do it. Really? The two of them happily greeted each other under the moonlight. I am Liliana. What is your name? I am Choo Choo. Nice to meet you, Liliana. The next morning at the Emerald Palace, Sophia was bustling about. Princess, it's time to go. Liliana, wearing a beautiful wedding dress, stood up. I know. This appearance made Sophia praise her. Princess, you are so beautiful. Choo Choo, who was engrossed in eating a cake, also had to exclaim, Liliana, you're so beautiful. Where are you going now? She put a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence, and whispered, Choo Choo, don't talk to me when there are many people around. She wondered why. They can't see me anyway. Seeing this, Sophia turned back and asked with concern, Princess, are you feeling unwell? You've been very distracted lately. She smiled and replied, it's nothing. In her heart, she thought, why did they ask? Do they think I'm weird? Sophia quickly urged, then let's go quickly. Today is a big day. All right, off to the Empress's coronation ceremony. In the garden where the coronation ceremony was held, the Empress Dowager saw her arrive and said, there you are. At this moment, Liliana gently bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's servant approached and handed her a box. Princess, please accept this. It turned out to be a sparkling crown. The maids helped her put it on. She stood up and continued. It must be very dry to take on the position of someone's wife without a wedding. I heard you liked this garden when you visited my palace. The coronation ceremony is usually held elsewhere, but consider this a small token of my kindness. This action made her a bit touched. Ah, she's really thinking of me. Liliana awkwardly spoke. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, what brings you here? That voice accompanied the appearance of Helio. His appearance surprised her. Why, Your Majesty? He approached her and the Empress Dowager. It seems I'm a bit late. I was considering what gift to give you for your coronation. At this moment, Helio reached out his hand and continued. Here, take it. I will give myself to you as a gift. The ceremony took place amidst the brilliant sunlight. His Imperial Majesty Helio married Princess Liliana of the Nieta Kingdom as the Empress of the Kalo Empire and swore to cherish and protect her in all circumstances. Today's ceremony is a testament to that vow. After the ceremony ended, he took off his gloves and asked, so now that the ceremony is over, shall we return to the Emerald Palace? This intention surprised her. You will escort me? Helio sighed. Is it wrong for the Emperor to escort his Empress back to her palace? At this moment, she became flustered. No, that's not it. Liliana looked at him, thinking to herself, I heard that the Emperor is usually absent during this ceremony, let alone attending in person. Today's event at the coronation ceremony will soon spread throughout the capital via the nobles. And in a few days, everyone in the Kalo Empire will know. They will think the Emperor cherishes Empress Liliana very much. She recalled the words he had said that day. All right, then I will protect you this time. Liliana seemed to have realized something. Wait, is he actually planning to follow through with that vow? Seeing her standing in a daze in front of him, Helio leaned down and asked softly, what are you thinking about while standing in front of the Emperor, huh? Liliana said with a hint of nervousness. Oh, then I will let you escort me, Your Majesty. She recalled that day with Visti. After what happened when I got slapped, I have no reason to refuse when he wants to protect me. Helio gently held out his hand to support her. Liliana spoke up. Oh, right, wait a moment, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. She politely bowed in greeting. Thank you very much for today. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager smiled and replied, You must be very tired from this morning. Please rest. And before she could hear the rest of her words, she was angrily grabbed by the wrist and pulled away by Helio. Take care. Wait, I've already thanked you, Empress Dowager. His action only made her smile gently, nodding with a slightly sad expression. Helio just dragged her back. Your Majesty, please stop holding my hand. It hurts. Upon realizing it, Helio let go of her hand. Liliana quickly pulled her hand back and rubbed it. Seeing her pained expression, he spoke apologetically. I'm sorry. I didn't know holding a woman's hand like that would hurt. These words made her feel it was unbelievable. You don't need to lie to me. What do you think I'm lying about? About you not holding women's hands much. But it's the truth. Why do you think I've held the hands of many women? Anyway, I will try to fix this habit. This conversation made her understand Helio a little more. She thought to herself, are you telling the truth, man? I thought he was a playboy who met a lot of women and someone who didn't listen to others at all. He gently asked, how is the Emerald Palace? If you want, I can move you to another palace. She shook her head and replied, It's fine. You answered too quickly. The question made Liliana look away to avoid it. The Emerald Palace suits me very well. But as you saw earlier, Lady Gavian doesn't seem to like me very much, but I like the garden in the Emerald Palace. There's a lot of empty space to plant flowers, and there is even a swing. Later on, I will definitely plant an apple tree and pick apples to eat. Seeing her speak with a contented expression, Helio leaned down and asked softly, Will you give me some? Liliana was a bit flustered with. He continued, The apples you pick. Hearing that, Liliana burst into a radiant smile. All right, I'll give you some. This beauty left him in a daze. Poking her forehead lightly, she exclaimed, Why did you do that? I said I would give you some. He gave a slightly playful smile. Of course you should. Nothing from the Emerald Palace is truly yours, you know? Then I will return tonight, so please prepare. Liliana asked in confusion. Why? You ask why? Since the coronation ceremony is complete, it's time to fulfill our marital duties. At this point, her mind went blank. She hurriedly ran back to her room, panting, and said, Choo-choo, I must carry out the plan tonight. Dusk had fallen. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress, says she is ready. Helio, who was handling his work, stood up upon hearing that. All right, he walked on the way to the Emerald Palace. If I want to put pressure on the Nieta Kingdom, having an heir quickly is the best way. But then he thought of her attitude that day when she told him, We're still not married yet, right? So please wait, and I will wait. He sighed, his expression showing a bit of worry. Perhaps tonight I will just tease her a little. Arriving at Liliana's door, he knocked gently. Empress, I'm coming in. Helio opened the door, and before his eyes, she was standing in front of the balcony railing. Empress, what are you doing? It's very dangerous. He was worried when he saw her standing in the wind and jumping down. He ran over to catch her, but was too late and shouted loudly. Empress! After the fall, Liliana groggily opened her eyes, a crying sound echoing in her ears. I'm sorry. It's because I lack power. What should I do? I'm sorry. It turned out to be Choo-choo. She wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a single sentence. I'm fine, don't cry. Helio at this moment was also in a panic, shouting loudly, Wake up, Empress, hey, Empress. His attitude surprised her a bit. What's this, are you worried? And then she fell completely unconscious. Once upon a time, a princess was born in the Nieta Kingdom. She was very lovely with fluffy pink hair like cotton candy, but unfortunately, no one was happy when she was born. The only person happy when she was born was her mother. That was because her mother was just an ordinary maid, and the princess was a child born out of an accident. Therefore, the princess was forgotten by the emperor, eating simple meals and drinking tea as bland as plain water. But she wasn't sad at all. That was because the princess really liked her small world, and her mother was also very good, but that happiness didn't last long. At that time, she was treated poorly and couldn't fight back. Her half-sister slapped her and scolded. How dare a lowly thing like you speak up? How dare you behave so carelessly without knowing your own place? You disgusting, filthy thing, are you really a princess? Didn't your mother lie and get pregnant with some other bastard child? At this point, she couldn't hold back anymore and sprang up. Liliana raised her hand, intending to hit her. No, wait. Then, those trembling hands stopped. I shouldn't hit her. If I do, Mother will be in danger. When I was punished with a whip for threatening Prizo, I realized something. More than the whip hitting my calves, my mother's cries were even more painful. No, my child Lily, mother, don't cry. Next time I will be more patient. So I will survive. I definitely will. Those memories kept rushing back. She woke up upon hearing crying. Mother, no, mother's voice sounded a bit. The pain from the fall made her shiver. Seeing she was awake, Sophia anxiously said, Princess, you're awake. She worriedly wiped her sweat. Why are you sweating so much? Doctor. Liliana smiled gently and softly replied, I'm fine, Sophia. So what I heard was you're crying. She cried loudly and said aggrievedly, How could I not be worried when you fell from such a height? Liliana, exhausted, thought to herself, Thanks to the power of the wind, I can't even say that I'm fine. Sophia said through her tears, According to the doctor, considering the height you fell from, you're quite lucky. Hearing that, Liliana remained silent. It seems I'm not badly injured, but Choo-Choo was very worried. She suddenly remembered, Right, Choo-Choo, oh my God. Liliana's inner thoughts were extremely anxious at this moment. How can I meet Choo-Choo? I can still hear her crying outside. Choo-Choo's current situation was crying and calling her name. She pondered, I need to stay in this condition for a few days. Sophia sighed and let her know, I heard the Emperor is really angry about this incident. Hearing this, she became excited, happy like a little cat. Really? Deep down, she silently celebrated. Then maybe he's less interested in me now. How lucky. At this time, the headmaid outside called her. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Come in, what is it? She softly reported the news. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived at the Emerald Palace. This information was like a bolt of lightning striking Liliana's ears. What did you say? Why is the person who is supposed to be very angry here? Why? While she was crying without making a sound, Helio was standing leaning against the door. You seem healthier than I thought. Seeing him, Liliana said indifferently, Greetings, His Majesty the Emperor, the son of the Empire. I apologize for my rudeness in not greeting you properly because I have not fully recovered. He looked at her and replied, It's fine, just lie still right there. Sitting down by Liliana's bed, he asked with concern, How is her body? She smiled slightly and answered, I'm fine. On the surface, it was like that, but deep down, she was screaming, I just opened my eyes not long ago, and he arrived. Were you already on your way here? Why? Helio remained silent for a while, then leaned close to her. This made her flustered. What? Why are you doing this? Liliana blushed, covering her face with her hands, and thought, No, keeping distance is important. You're too close. Helio said gently, I have thought carefully about this. About what? The reason you refused to sleep with me. As if hit right in the mark, Liliana was startled, pretending to know nothing and wide-eyed looking at him. He seemed to see right through her. She's acting. He returned to his original distance and continued. That accident was intentional, right? Liliana avoided answering. No, impossible. It was an accident. Seeing her turn away, Helio smiled. Since I saw it with my own eyes, it was intentional. Liliana at this moment felt like crying soundlessly and thought to herself, Why did you ask if you don't believe me? Am I that ugly? That can't be. At that statement from Helio, she silently agreed. This confidence, with that handsome face, it's like he's shining, but it's well-deserved. He spoke, I'm someone who knows my place. Moreover, I have never been criticized for my appearance. Yes, so, do you dislike my personality? Well, I met quite a few people like that, but it seems that reason doesn't apply to you. Faced with those arguments, Liliana sat up and hesitantly asked, Why do you think so? Helio leaned closer and softly told her, I can say that because of the clear and stubborn way you speak. Usually, people avoid me for many reasons. Liliana seemingly couldn't make excuses anymore. She avoided his gaze and thought, but I only met my mother, Sophia, or my sisters who hate me. So this is the first time I've met someone who talks playfully with me. Seeing her say nothing, Helio further affirmed, It seems I'm right again. So what could it be? A child will be power and strength for you. I am eager to sleep with you because I want to give you power in my own way. Silent for a moment, Liliana spoke. Yes, I know, I'm still grateful for that. Helio asked in confusion. You know then why? The moonlight shone on his face in his contemplation. I heard he was very angry, but this person is in front of me, looking quite curious about my intentions. Just a guess, but what if it's really a simple question? Liliana tightly clenched her hands and placed them over her chest. Your Majesty, I don't need power. I just want to live quietly. Helio said, The royal palace is not a place where you can live quietly just because you want to. Liliana didn't even bother to glance at him as she said, That's true, but if I have a child and I don't have enough power. Suddenly, her face became sorrowful and gloomy. Then when the child gets slapped by another royal, I can only tell them to endure it. Liliana clutched the blanket tightly. If the child passes away, I can only bury them alone. Thinking of that scenario, she spoke with profound sadness. And when it's time to marry them off for a political alliance, as if selling them, I won't be able to do anything. She closed her eyes, her tone calm. I don't mind enduring it myself. That much I can handle. Suddenly, her voice became much stronger than before, but I don't want to tell my child to endure it. After she finished speaking, Helio froze, staring at her. Helio's hands clenched tightly. Remembering the past when he was a child, mother, he playfully ran to his mother. Oh, it's been a month, hasn't it, mother? As Helio was asking how she was, have you been wee? But like a stranger, she left him behind and kept walking without caring even a little. Helio immediately stood frozen, feeling wronged. He lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. On the other side, even though the Empress Dowager treated him like a stranger, she was also heartbroken. Remembering that, Helio told himself that was truly painful. Returning to the present, Helio fell into deep thought. He suddenly asked, "Are you like that too?" Liliana became confused. Huh? Helio immediately denied what he just said. It's nothing. Anyway, you said you don't want an heir, right? Hearing that, Liliana's eyes lit up. Yes, that's right. I just want to live quietly, as if I were already dead. Helio looked at her helplessly. He poked her cheek. You're exaggerating right in front of the Emperor. Helio slowly stood up. I understand your current choice, so just focus on recovering your health. Seeing his demeanor, Liliana said, Are you angry? Helio turned his head and glanced at her. He smiled at her. What are you talking about? Helio asked in a teasing tone. Am I angry because you refuse to share a bed with the Emperor? Or because you're disrespectful for not wanting an heir? She spoke timidly. I heard you were very angry, but now you are here listening to everything I say. Helio said, I'm not angry with you at all. He explained, if I were looking for someone to stay quietly in her place, I wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Before leaving, he carefully reminded her, if you need anything, call the maids in and don't do dangerous things anymore. This statement made Liliana freeze instantly. She thought to herself, what is this? Did he really come here because he was worried about me? Liliana. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the maid. Your Majesty, are you in your right mind? What did you say in front of His Majesty? Liliana chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Sofa. She then calmed down. Sophia tightly held Liliana's hand and said, Your Majesty, I have thought carefully. Liliana wondered, about what? Sophia said seriously, about the medicine you mentioned, I will get it for you. Time passed. After that, Helio didn't come to see me directly, but occasionally sent gifts. Liliana thought to herself. At first it was accessories, then it was dresses. She suddenly burst out laughing when she saw the next item. Now he randomly sends me a sword. What kind of weird combination is this? Liliana also wrote a reply letter to him. Delicious food, please, and I haven't fully recovered yet. She thought to herself, this should do, right? This way, I will have more time. Liliana handed the letter to the maid. Please deliver this to His Majesty. And Choo Choo was wondering at this moment, what did you send, Lily? During that time, I had secretly rescued Choo Choo. After being safely rescued, Choo Choo told her, Lily, I missed you so much. Are you okay? Have you recovered? I'm sorry for not being strong enough. Liliana held her in her arms and said, I'm fine, so calm down, Choo Choo. Returning to the present, Liliana answered her, it's nothing. She turned and smiled at Sophia. The weather is so beautiful today. Let's go outside for a walk. Sophia replied, only to the front of the palace. Don't go any further. Out in the garden, on the cool green grass, Liliana was sitting there relaxing. Looking at the breathtaking natural scenery, Liliana could only sit in silence and admire it. She also casually played with Choo Choo. She wore a faint smile on her lips. Suddenly, Choo Choo called out, She said, Lily, someone is coming. Liliana quickly raised her head. Where? The person approaching was Helio. Watching him walk towards her, Liliana wondered in her heart, why is he here now? She froze as their eyes met affectionately. Liliana still couldn't believe her eyes. She thought to herself, no, it can't be. I just sent a letter saying I hadn't fully recovered yet. Suddenly, Liliana felt pressured. She pondered, should I run? What should I do? It's too late to run, isn't it? I should have stayed in my room. But suddenly, there was another figure behind her. Seeing that figure, Helio immediately stopped. He decisively turned around. Liliana thought, wait, is he leaving? She asked in confusion, what's wrong? The figure from just now was the Empress Dowager. She voiced her speculation. He probably saw me and decided to leave. Liliana was startled. She looked up. Empress Dowager. In that lush green garden, the Empress Dowager spoke up to start the conversation. Have a seat. I've heard about the incident. She said, it seems you're a bit better now. That's fortunate. Liliana replied politely, thank you, Empress Dowager. She gave her a friendly smile. No need to thank me. If anything, I'm the one who should be thanking you. Liliana didn't understand at all and said, I haven't done anything yet. The Empress Dowager said gently, you have gotten along very well with my son. Liliana said formally, His Majesty is simply being kind to someone as lacking as me. The Empress Dowager stated, he is not the type to feel pity for others. She smiled gently. He knows that such emotions are useless. Liliana thought worriedly, I might not deeply understand what she means, but I shouldn't let my guard down now. The other party is the Empress Dowager. This is not a situation where I can just smile and chat normally. The Empress Dowager asked her a question. Do you know why His Majesty thinks like that? Liliana chuckled awkwardly. I'm afraid I don't fully understand due to my shallowness. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager said, it's because of me. Upon hearing this, Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. The Empress Dowager said, that child pitied me, but in return, he received nothing. She began to recall the figures of herself and Helio in the past. The Empress Dowager said gracefully, I told you before, didn't I? I was also a bride from another country. She told her, I understand how you feel. I was also brought to the Kalo Empire from another country. Liliana seemed intimidated. She only replied, yes, I remember. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager appeared melancholic. I always wanted to return to my homeland. Eventually, I became so homesick that I didn't participate in any royal events, and I withered away day by day. Seeing me like that, the late emperor told me, give birth to an heir, Empress. If you give birth to an heir, I will send you back to your homeland. At this moment, the Empress Dowager's face was filled with extreme fear, and she recounted, he said that. Then she turned to look at Liliana, whose face now also exuded fear. She continued, it seems you've already reached a conclusion, right? The Empress Dowager told her, when I had Helio, the late emperor told me to wait until the child was weaned. Until that point, the boy was still very sincere. Here, her voice grew strained, but Helio was no ordinary child. Brightness couldn't even begin to describe him, and that was something anyone in the palace could see. She continued, Helio had the qualities to become an extraordinary person. Liliana spoke up. After all, a bright child needs a mother. The Empress Dowager replied, that's right. The late emperor wanted Helio to become the crown prince to assist him, and he also wanted me to support Helio. Her emotions sank. By the time I was 19, in the end, I couldn't return to my homeland anymore. Liliana thought deeply, 19 years old. Even though this era encourages marrying early and having children quickly, that was still too late. Her eyes also lowered. She must have been very conflicted, and the Empress Dowager seemed very afraid. At this moment, the Empress Dowager bowed her head and said, youth cannot excuse all sins, but at that time, I was very afraid of my husband, and my child was too young. Her eyes slowly closed, so, going back to the past a little. At that time, Helio had a high fever, and he continuously called, Mother, Mother. The Empress Dowager was outside the door. She was about to open it, but kept hearing the calls, Mother. So I ignored Helio. He kept calling, but I stood still outside. When thinking about that, I took revenge against the late emperor. The Empress Dowager embraced her pain and ran away, leaving Helio behind. And then we started treating each other like invisible people. When he returned from the battlefield, our only greeting was outside the palace. Then one day, he instigated a rebellion, seized the throne, and spoke to me. Helio had said, you must become the Empress Dowager. He embraced her, and you will never be able to return to your homeland again, Mother. Hearing those words, I realized that everything I had done had come back to bite me, and Helio was just as angry as I was in my rage. Returning to reality, the Empress Dowager asked her, do you know why I am telling you this? Liliana thought to herself, this isn't simply her wanting to give advice. She's telling me because she wants something from me. She politely knelt down and replied, I am sorry, Empress Dowager. It seems this is not a matter an insignificant person like me can interfere in. The Empress Dowager stood up abruptly and said worriedly, Empress Liliana. She continued her previous words, I do not believe all the blame should fall on you, Empress Dowager. However, I also do not think our new emperor should be blamed. This matter is too difficult for a foolish person like me, so please allow me to take my leave. Down below, Chu anxiously grabbed the hem of her dress. The Empress Dowager slowly spoke. The King of Nieta is a cruel father who abandoned you. I understand your feelings. I have made an inappropriate request of you. Liliana replied hesitantly, No, Your Majesty. Without letting her wait long, she reached out her hand. Stop kneeling. I'm afraid His Majesty will scold me for the Empress Dowager treating the Empress poorly. With that, she helped her up. Liliana bowed to her. I will take my leave, Empress Dowager. She replied with satisfaction. MHM, go ahead. The Empress Dowager watched her back gradually disappear and smiled. Returning to her room, Liliana instructed Sophia. Sophia, take a little rest. I will call you later. She replied, Yes, Empress, please rest well. She lay on the bed and thought, if blame must be assigned, the late emperor deserves the heaviest punishment. But looking at it that way, Helio is not at fault at all. He endured the Empress Dowager's revenge all alone. What fault could such a child have committed? Honestly, I don't want to forgive my father, and now I don't want to reconcile with him either. Helio might feel the same way. Liliana spoke her thoughts. If I had to choose, I think I would lean towards His Majesty. Suddenly, Chu jumped onto her. She said angrily, Lily, you're trying to avoid that person. Calm down. Liliana, with a dejected look, said, This and that are different. Chu said in a mocking tone, No, you're just seduced by that handsome face. Chu's words left Lily speechless. She shouted her name, Lily. Liliana covered her ears with a pillow and shouted, I don't know. And a few days later, while Liliana was in her room practicing her power, there was suddenly a noise outside the door. Because of that noise, she lost her focus. Liliana sighed inwardly. I thought I was about to figure this out, but spirit magic is harder than I thought. She gloomily called out, Come in. The maid outside immediately said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. She said, MHM, go ahead. The maid then reported, The Empress Dowager personally cooked and brought food to His Majesty. Liliana thought to herself, She made it herself? Well, at least she made an effort. Liliana smiled. MHM, and then what? The maid continued, His Majesty threw all the food away. Her hand, which was about to give a cake to Chu, stopped. She couldn't believe it. Lily muttered inwardly. What? Liliana asked the maid again. Threw all the food away? The maid replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Liliana's face darkened. She thought in her head, No, but why would he do such a thing? Doesn't he care about his image? She told herself, No, don't care. How did I escape the Empress Dowager's request? Liliana helplessly said, All right, I know. You may leave. The maid obediently complied. Yes, Your Majesty. Waiting for her to leave, Liliana angrily said, No, but why throw the food away? It's such a waste. Chu came to her side and told her, Lily, you're getting angry over that man again. Don't tell me you actually like him. Liliana shouted in denial. No. Hearing her scream, the maid who was about to open the door to leave paused. She turned her head towards Lily. Liliana could only sit still to avoid raising suspicion. Lily thought to herself, I'm gonna look like a weirdo. She then told the maid, it's nothing, leave now. The maid could only reply, yes. She raised her hand to wave at the maid in a friendly manner, then turned to scold, Chu, don't talk to me when there are other people around. She replied in annoyance, TSK. Liliana prepared to practice her power with that orb again. She thought to herself, well, I was interrupted right in the middle. I have to try again. All right. The orb gradually flew up towards her hand like snakes wrapping around it. By channeling her inner energy, she was surrounded by streams of power. Liliana told herself, just a little more, and finally succeeded. Liliana looked very tired, while Chu was the opposite. She happily said, Lily, okay, just work. Liliana also replied with joy, I think I know how to visualize the image now. Next time, I will be able to do it too. Chu happily encouraged her. I know you can do it. You are a prodigy. Liliana thought in her heart. All right, just focus more and increase the power. We will escape from here. As time passed, when Liliana was sitting with Helio, he said to her, let me sleep here. As soon as the words were spoken, Liliana froze stiff. She thought, what did I just hear? She asked him again, Your Majesty, what did you just say? Helio replied, that raccoon keeps bothering me. I need a place to escape. Please hide me here. Liliana thought to herself, so this is how it is. Every day the maid reports that Helio throws all the food away. Liliana cried inwardly. She said, yeah, why don't you sleep somewhere more comfortable? Though I'm sure nowhere will be comfortable enough. Helio sneered, don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you. I can clearly see what you are thinking. Suddenly his legs moved towards hers. By the way, is there any emperor as profound as me? Liliana shyly said, please don't do that. She suddenly fell silent. Liliana began to admire Helio's handsome appearance. She thought, wow, when you smile like that, you look so beautiful. I don't think the statues of gods in the sanctuary could be as beautiful as you. Just once, she suddenly raised her hand, which puzzled Helio. Empress, he asked, what's wrong? Liliana retracted her hand and replied, nothing. In her mind, she was extremely confused. What am I thinking? Helio looked at Liliana and put down the teacup in his hand. He stepped behind her. Empress. Liliana immediately startled. She turned around and saw him leaning close to her. Helio said, you right now. Liliana didn't pay attention to what he was saying. She thought, too close? No way. Liliana leaned backward and shouted, no. Helio showed a teasing attitude. Wearing this makes you look like a chicken. Lily suddenly froze. Helio continued to tease her. A little chick. Liliana was furious, but only dared to think to herself that this was the outfit he sent as a gift, and she had tried her best to wear it. Helio still used that playful tone. But, what do you mean by no? What are you thinking? Liliana vehemently denied it. What do you mean? Helio smirked. Don't pretend you don't know. Liliana's ears turned red as she stammered. The room. I will prepare a separate room for you. Helio immediately refused. Silly, what kind of rumors are you planning to spread? I will sleep in the same bed, not like what you're thinking. She helplessly reasoned, but you said you wouldn't lay a finger on me. Helio stated, I'm also not interested in a girl who doesn't like me. Lily replied, oh, I understand. Helio arrogantly held out his hand in front of her. Do you want to go down in history as the first empress to reject the emperor right at the door to the bed? Liliana gave him her hand while thinking, I don't care how history records me. I don't know what rumors will appear tomorrow. She told herself, all right, you don't think the ruler of the Kahlo Empire would go back on his word, do you, Liliana? At this moment, Helio said, well, I wouldn't mind if it's today. Liliana shyly turned her face away. What are you saying? Helio said with a suggestive tone, you will understand soon, so don't worry and just sleep for today. He also reminded her, go change your clothes. Liliana only helplessly replied, yes. That night in the bedroom, Helio was sitting next to Liliana on the bed reading a book while she was too flustered to sleep. Liliana looked up at the ceiling, then suddenly turned to him and said, thank you, your majesty. Helio simply asked, for what? Liliana explained, for accepting my weird stubbornness. Helio said, what strange things are you thinking again? Don't worry anymore. Go to sleep. Liliana hesitantly replied, but Helio smiled faintly. Or do you really want something else? Hearing that, Liliana quickly lay down. Good night. But she still couldn't sleep for a long time. She just curled up. Helio next to her looked at her curled up figure and thought it was strange how such a small person could curl up even smaller. He continued his train of thought. Weird stubbornness. That phrase isn't exactly wrong. It's true that an heir is very necessary, and bringing a hostage here for that purpose isn't difficult either. But if I did that, I would hate it. Helio began to close the book. He pulled the blanket over her, still thinking to himself, that is nothing special. No, it shouldn't become something special. Liliana unconsciously looked at him, but for some reason, I don't want to see that expression. Helio let go of his hand. So if I want an heir, I have to find another way. For example, suddenly the two locked eyes passionately. Helio calculated, make her like me. Liliana saw Helio so close to her, and her face turned as red as a tomato, thinking, why is he so close? She squeezed her eyes shut, pressed her lips together, and screamed inwardly. He just covered me with a blanket, right? Why? Could it be he was worried I'd be cold? Why is he so kind? Helio saw her having so many expressions and smiled inwardly, thinking, watching these expressions is quite entertaining. Then Liliana quickly sat up and called out, Your Majesty. Then she stared at him and shyly asked, Why are you so kind to me? At her question, Helio was momentarily surprised and remained silent, saying nothing. He leaned closer to her and said, That is because, making her startle, her face growing redder. Liliana saw the distance between them getting closer and closer and thought, he's too close. Helio smiled brightly and said, Tomorrow I won't have to send those terrible dishes anymore. She was surprised to hear him say that. Seeing her expression, he asked back, Why? Were you expecting another reason? Liliana immediately turned away in embarrassment and stammered, No, I mean, that makes sense. Then Helio turned around, crossed his arms, and smiled, saying, "The whole world calls me a heartless son, but it seems you don't think so." Hearing him say that, Liliana nodded. "If I didn't like it, what could I even do?" Suddenly, he frowned in annoyance and asked, "Has my mother not told you?" She must have repeated her story over and over again. She let out a breath and replied, "It is a sad story." Hearing her say that, he wondered, "Then why did you refuse her request?" Hearing him say that, Liliana suddenly stiffened. Her eyes widened, not knowing what to say. She clenched her palms tightly, then threw off the blanket and knelt on the bed. Helio was a bit surprised by her action. Liliana knelt on the bed, bowed her head, and earnestly said, "Please forgive me. I do find the Empress Dowager's story very tragic. However, that doesn't mean it erases her mistakes." She paused for a moment and then continued, "No one in this world has the right to call your majesty a heartless son, because from the very beginning, no one has endured what you have been through." Hearing her say that, Helio was momentarily surprised and didn't know what to say, only sitting and looking at the girl kneeling in front of him. After Liliana finished saying the words she thought had crossed the line, she secretly comforted herself. "I know this is a bit reckless, but right now, perhaps I'm the only one who can make him understand." Hearing those words, Helio immediately turned around, reached out to grab her chin, and angrily said, "Are you pitying me now?" He was very angry, his lips pressed tightly together as he sternly stared at her. Seeing his angry expression, Liliana silently asked herself in her head, "Am I wrong?" Then she lowered her face, her lips trembling as she thought, "But now I can't take back my words." Liliana boldly raised her head to look at his face and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I feel pity for your childhood." She showed empathy towards him. "I know that feeling very well, being completely ignored by one's parents." After saying that, she tightly closed her eyes, her whole body trembling to see what he would do next. Helio then took his hand off her chin. Then he leaned back and rested against the pillows. Seeing that, she hurriedly thought, "What is this? Is he letting me go?" Seeing Liliana still kneeling there and staring at him, Helio asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Hearing his question, Liliana hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself and said, "No." After that, the atmosphere became completely silent. After lying down, Liliana turned to him and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Helio nonchalantly said, "Kneeling with your injured body." Helio then asked her, "Your father doesn't even know your name, does he?" Liliana quickly replied, "You remember that?" Helio smiled and said, "I have always known. How could I not know such things about a small country? I understand what you mean, so just go to sleep." Hearing him say that, Liliana remained silent, blushing shyly and thinking, "If he smiles like that, I guess I'm off the hook." Then she also closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep while he was still sitting beside her. Suddenly, Liliana called out, "Your Majesty." Hearing her call him, Helio jokingly said, "You've been calling me quite a lot today. What is it this time?" Liliana then said, "If I have a child, please do not neglect it." Hearing her say that, Helio fell into a thoughtful silence. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "Think about it. If a child is born to two people who grew up in neglect and grows up in the same way, wouldn't that be truly pitiful?" Liliana then turned towards him, closed her eyes, and thought, "Of course, I will do everything I can to avoid having a child, but what if somehow things unfold like the original story?" Liliana placed her hand on Helio's hand and said, "Whether it's the throne or anything else, doesn't matter. Just please don't let the child feel lonely." She thought to herself, "I just want that little one to live a little more comfortably." After hearing her say that, Helio remained silent for a moment before replying, "I understand." Then Liliana dreamily smiled and said, "Then let's go to sleep. Your Majesty, it's already late." Helio quickly replied, "Yeah," but kept staring at her, thinking, but why did she speak about the future as if she wouldn't be there, as if she would disappear after giving birth? The next morning, the rays of sunlight shining through the window woke Liliana up. Beside her, Helio spoke up, "Mornings at the Emerald Palace start late, don't they?" Liliana looked up and saw Helio sitting there reading a book, radiating a glowing aura, and thought wearily, "Did you even sleep? Why are you sparkling so much this early in the morning?" Waking up and rubbing her eyes, Liliana said, "There's nothing urgent that requires me to wake up early. Unless I have to visit the Empress Dowager, no one complains about me sleeping in." Hearing this, Helio smiled and teased her. "Then why aren't you taller?" Hearing him tease her, Liliana puffed her cheeks in anger and thought, "Why is he picking a fight right in the morning?" Seeing her cute expression, Helio smiled as brightly as the sun. Seeing him smile like that, Liliana thought, "He seems to be in a good mood." Then she got out of bed. Does not accepting food from the Empress Dowager make him this happy in the morning? Suddenly, a voice spoke. "Excuse me," and then a maid pushed a food cart in. I saw it and wondered, "Who is that?" The head maid then said, "The Empress Dowager has personally." But before she could finish speaking, Helio cut her off. "Enough," he said angrily. "Now she's even sending it all the way here?" Meanwhile, Liliana curiously looked at the food cart, thinking, does he hate eating it that much? Looking at the appetizing dishes in front of her, she happily thought, wow, it looks really delicious. While Liliana was happily looking at the food, she suddenly realized there was a gaze staring intently at her from behind. "Oh, wait." Then Helios said, "You eat it." This startled her out of her happy mood, making her stiffen and wonder. "Strange." Liliana then anxiously and hurriedly said, "I'm fine. I don't even eat breakfast regularly. Having such delicious food, having such a hearty meal in the morning is." Seeing her talk so much, Helio frowned in annoyance and said, "You eat it." He joked, but there was still anger in his tone. "No matter what, just eat it and tell that old woman that you ate it. Tell her I didn't eat any." Seeing him say that, she worriedly asked, "Why?" Helio angrily said loudly, "From now on, if she sends anything, it will be brought straight to you. Make sure to tell her that too." Seeing this, Liliana smiled bitterly and thought, why am I getting dragged into their war? This morning, as usual, Heliocala was checking the submitted documents. He held a pen and stroked his chin while reading the papers sent to him. Suddenly, the Emperor's lips curled up into a smile. Tons, standing beside him holding a stack of papers, noticed his action and thought, did he just smile? I've served him for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen this side of him. A sixth sense told Helio that someone was staring at him. He furrowed his brows, turned to his aide, and glared. "What are you looking at?" Tons immediately turned his head away. "Oh, it's nothing." He smiled and said, "It seems like something good happened, doesn't it?" Helio asked with a cold face. You say something good?" He looked up at the ceiling and imagined the scene this morning of him sitting and watching Liliana eat breakfast. Now I understand why people keep pets. Tons didn't understand what he was talking about. Strange. He then mused absent-mindedly. Oh, and the Emerald Palace seemed a bit too far. Moving to another place wouldn't be a bad idea. Tons was dumbfounded again. Strange. He glanced at him in annoyance. Didn't you hear me? I think it would be better to move the Empress's palace. Seeing his mood constantly fluctuating, Tons pulled a long face and answered perfunctorily. Ah, yes. He thought in confusion. When did you even say that, you crazy guy? Putting the pen down to continue writing, Tons asked him, then should we move her to the Alice Palace, which is close to the Empress's palace? Perhaps the young lady who will become the Empress in the future can build a relationship there. Slamming the pen hard on the table and rubbing his head with his other hand, Helio grimaced. All right, I forgot about Lady Gabrienne. Tons held his breath, waiting to hear his conclusion. His Majesty then made a declaration that made him sigh in relief. No, I have decided, just let her stay at the Emerald Palace. He worriedly thought, if that tiny woman lives in such a huge place, wouldn't she get lost? Tons sighed, glanced at him, and obeyed. Yes, your Majesty. Looking at his Majesty's complexion and expression this morning, he thought, it seems His Majesty finds Empress Liliana more adorable than expected. Even if it is a bit far from love, actually the distance between the two of them is probably good enough for both. Work continued when there was a knock on the door outside. Helio gave the order, come in. The butler of the palace entered and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, he announced, making both people in the room look up in shock. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Bowing low, Tons asked, should I tell the Empress Dowager to leave? Helio shook his head. No, tell her to come in. I want to know what wind blew in this mess. The butler obeyed and replied, yes, your Majesty. The room then remained quiet for a long time. After receiving the order, the Empress Dowager also entered the room and sat calmly drinking tea. Tons wondered, what is going on here? She put the teacup down and said, I haven't done anything yet, your Majesty. He stood up and leaned against his desk. Didn't you come looking for me? He sneered and asked, didn't you decide to be indifferent to me for the rest of your life? She ignored the question and merely said, this tea tastes very good. He frowned and raised his voice. Mother! Suddenly, the Empress Dowager replied, I apologize. The atmosphere suddenly went quiet for a long while. He just stood there looking at his mother. What did you just say? She looked down and said in a small voice, I apologize, your Majesty, from the bottom of my heart. He couldn't believe his ears and scoffed. Standing with his arms crossed, His Majesty frowned. Even if you do this, you cannot return to your homeland. She tightly gripped the handle of the teacup. I didn't come here to make a deal. I came to apologize. With a lonely silhouette, she just spoke everything out. I have committed a great sin against your majesty, and I tried to cover it up with simple thoughts. From now on, I will do better, and that too is a sin. Helio just waited for her to finish speaking. He straightened up, walked to the table, and sat opposite his mother. In front of her, he asked, "Who told you to do this?" She closed her eyes and sighed. "You noticed the change? I thought I would live my whole life seeing you with the same personality I was used to. But recently you started acting strangely. Surely someone must have ordered you." He sneered and asked, "Who could it be?" Stroking his chin, Helio thought of her silhouette, Empress Liliana. Mentioning Liliana, she then recounted, "She came to see me today." Recalling what happened a few hours ago, Liliana went to see her. She politely held her dress lightly and bowed. "I came to apologize to the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager smiled and asked, "Did you eat it on purpose? His Majesty must have given it to you." Liliana replied softly, "But I still think I need to apologize because it was my fault." She nodded, "I understand." Seeing that she didn't care about her apology, she wanted to ask about another matter. "Empress Dowager, what is the reason you wish for your relationship with His Majesty to improve?" She laughed out loud, then leaned over to pick up her teacup. "It is because of the Empress." Liliana stood frozen and asked back, "Me? What do you mean?" She calmly said, "Sit down." Seeing His Majesty often joking around with you, I realized that I truly don't understand my own son. She obeyed, walked over to the chair, sat down, and listened to her continue. And I realized something else: if I cannot return to my homeland. Looking at her reflection in the teacup, a smile appeared on her face, but with a hint of sadness. Then I have no reason to hate that child. The atmosphere became quiet again. Liliana intertwined her hands, her index fingers tapping up and down, and hesitantly said, "If I may overstep my bounds, in my opinion, it is obviously too late to mend this relationship." Glancing at the Empress Dowager, her face looked even more disappointed. She continued, "But an apology is something you can still do." Hearing that, the Empress Dowager looked up at her. Liliana explained, "Of course, whether to accept it or not is up to His Majesty, but you still have to do it." She held her teacup, her eyes wide open as she listened to her speak. "Not for the peace of your own soul, but because you believe it is what you must do." Liliana sat up straight and sincerely said, "Because no one else but you, Empress Dowager, must apologize for the things in the past." Returning to the present, the mother and son remained like that, sitting quietly and looking at each other. She clenched her hands tightly and said, "It's ridiculous to think such an apology will change anything." But as she stood up, she remembered Liliana's words. Who knows, if you had played the role of a mother well back then, perhaps you would have been able to set foot in the homeland you cherished more than your own son. Herself. She stood up and then paused, smiling to herself inwardly, saying it wasn't to soothe her own heart, but the heavy burden on her shoulders felt a little lighter now. Unfortunately, the boy ultimately had no intention of accepting her apology. The Empress Dowager stood up and was about to say, "Then Helio immediately interrupted. "Wait." He opened up more, looking up at his mother. "If that's the case, then mother, attend the National Foundation Day banquet this time." She was about to head out the door, but turned her head back and asked, "What did you say?" He remained seated and said, "I told you to attend this year's National Foundation Day. Haven't you avoided it every year?" In the carriage on the way back, after meeting His Majesty, her mind was in turmoil as she stared blankly outside. She reminisced about the past, recalling young Helio's voice calling her, "Mother, mother, I found this in the garden." It was a canary. He was just a boy back then, always smiling happily, holding the bird in both hands. "I brought it because I thought you would like seeing it." She remembered and thought to herself, if I had responded to him even just once back then, could we have reconciled a little sooner? Thinking back to the recent moment when Helio said, "Please attend this year's National Foundation Day," her heart skipped a beat. If only I had realized it sooner. The Empress Dowager clutched her chest with both hands, tears welling up and falling as she realized the boy had been waiting for this apology for a long time. Perhaps I can still make up for it. The image of that morning when Liliana enlightened her. An apology, perhaps you can still do this. Closing her eyes and pondering over everything, the Empress Dowager's current mood had perhaps relaxed somewhat. The next morning, Liliana also learned of the situation as the stormy days passed, and Helio began accepting the food sent by the Empress Dowager. I heard he didn't send any words of thanks, but at least he's not throwing the food away anymore. Stretching and opening her eyes, she thought, Well, the best part is, recalling the times His Majesty would suddenly open the door and say, "I will stay here tonight," she rejoiced inwardly. Helio suddenly barging in and saying he will sleep here doesn't happen anymore. Stepping out of bed and walking to the window, she felt relaxed. I was a bit nervous at first, but I'm glad I intervened. If I had ignored it, I would have felt worse. Looking at the scenery outside the window, she thought, in the original story, the two of them only made up after the child was born, but now the chances of the child being born are very low. While she was recalling the original story, a maid walked in. "Your Majesty the Empress." She asked, "What is it?" The maid bowed and announced, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has sent you a dress to wear for the National Foundation Day." Surprised, she asked, "What? A dress?" The maid smiled. "May I bring it in now?" Liliana eagerly nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. It was a pastel purple evening gown, an off-the-shoulder design with a bodice adorned with sparkling crystals. The waist was tied with a pearl string, accompanied by purple flowers and a graceful white bow. The skirt flared wide with a transparent chiffon layer covered in star patterns. The hem was decorated with exquisite floral lace, creating a gorgeous and elegant look. Liliana and the two maids were all surprised, their mouths wide open. She stammered, Am I allowed to wear this dress?" Just looking at it, you can tell it costs a fortune. Truly unaccustomed to it, she thought, "I've never worn anything this luxurious." Pointing at the dress, she asked, "If I return it and say it a bit too much, then?" The head maid immediately shook her head repeatedly. The Empress Dowager would be very disappointed. "There's also a letter here, Your Majesty." She opened and read the card that came with the gift, which read, "This is the dress I wore when I made my debut in high society. I hope you will wear it to this year's National Foundation Day." The maid covered her mouth and chuckled. It's not just a dress, but it also contains her feelings. The pressure is multiplied by 100. Folding the letter, Liliana felt distressed. "Since I've read the letter, I really can't return it now." Sophia called out eagerly, "Your Majesty the Empress." The young girl ran over holding a small chest. "Look at this. This will suit your hair perfectly." Seeing her expression, Liliana thought to herself, "Sophia must be very happy that I'm getting along with the Empress Dowager." Sophia added, "Or how about pairing it with sapphire earrings?" She replied hesitantly about that. The head maid immediately interjected, "No." She instructed, "We must not wear clothes or jewelry that match the color of His Majesty's eyes on National Foundation Day." Confused, Liliana wondered, is this an unwritten rule of the Empire? Seeing Sophia's sad expression, Liliana quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, Sophia. I like this one better anyway." The girl nodded, yes. Setting aside the blue jewelry, Sophia continued to prepare eagerly. "Wow, these earrings go perfectly with the dress. You look absolutely gorgeous, Your Majesty." She looked at them and said, "Really? Then I will wear these for the National Foundation Day." Time passed, and the National Foundation Day finally arrived. Everyone gathered at the bustling Imperial Palace to celebrate. The person entering through the door was Lady Gabrienne. With her hair up in a bun, wearing a deep turquoise dress and sparkling jewelry, she walked in under the admiring gazes of everyone. "Look over there. Lady Gabrienne is as beautiful and gorgeous as always." As expected of someone from the Gabrienne family, His Majesty will definitely have the first dance with her. But isn't Her Majesty the Empress attending this time? Hearing the question, a group of noble ladies gathered to gossip. The Empress is a foreign princess. She won't have the first dance with His Majesty. The person next to her nodded and continued, "That's right, and Lady Gabrienne will become the Empress someday." On Liliana's side, she shared the same thought. Perhaps they think so. This is actually a good thing. I don't want to draw unnecessary attention. From outside, the guards shouted loudly, "His Majesty the Emperor is arriving." Liliana, having arrived at the banquet, told herself, "So I'll just stay quiet and sneak out later. Don't cause any trouble." From the door, Helio's footsteps drew closer. Walking behind him was Tons. Both were dressed formally and elegantly. The Emperor's aura and handsome appearance drew countless gazes. He entered the main hall, raised a glass of wine, and said, "Thank you all for taking the time to come here and celebrate the National Foundation Day." He smiled brightly and announced to the banquet, "The Imperial family will not forget your loyalty." Everyone also raised their glasses in a toast. Far behind the crowd, Liliana took the opportunity to take small steps outward. Helio's first dance is about to begin, so this is my chance to sneak away. Helio walked down the stairs step by step. Gabrienne held her fan, standing triumphantly as she looked at the main character. Helio approached and called out. However, the person His Majesty chose to dance with was not Gabrienne. He walked right past her through the sea of people and caught sight of Liliana. "Why are you hiding in the corner?" He looked at her and reached out his hand. "Come here." Liliana froze when he called her name. Empress Liliana. Gabrienne's face darkened, and utterly humiliated, she turned completely around to watch. Liliana was still bewildered and didn't reach out her hand. "What's going on? Why'd he come to me?" The Empress Dowager, sitting at the banquet, smiled happily, while Tons was surprised and anxious about His Majesty's boldness. "Does this mean?" Her hand gently and slowly rested on his, her heart in a panic. Lady Gabrienne. Bowing slightly, His Majesty kissed her hand lightly and asked, "Empress Liliana, may I?" Looking up, he smiled and asked, "To have the first dance with you?" She smiled back and replied, "It is an honor, Your Majesty." Inwardly crying, she thought, "How could I refuse when the Emperor asks like that?" Stepping closer, he intertwined his hand with hers, his other hand gently holding her waist. After a few dance steps, he asked, "Why are you so tense?" She forced a smile and replied, "After all, this is my first public appearance, and dancing the first dance with the great emperor, of course I'm tense." He chuckled and asked, "You know how to talk like that too?" "Well, you're the mother of the future emperor anyway, so having a silver tongue is a good thing." Both she and all the banquet attendees froze upon hearing Helio's declaration. Her face darkened as she cursed inwardly. Is this guy crazy, saying that in front of everyone like this? People around them began to whisper, "Oh my God, did you hear that?" Liliana also heard them and knew clearly. That's a declaration that our child will ascend the throne someday, isn't it? She looked at him with panic in her eyes, while he looked back at her with confident triumph. Liliana thought angrily, and this guy, he has the power to make that happen. Using political leverage, he demanded succession rights from the Nieta kingdom. Everyone knows this, but I never thought he actually wanted a child to inherit the throne. Stepping back, the two ended the dance. She bowed, her mind still bewildered. What is he thinking? Seeing her run away, he immediately called out, "Liliana." However, the butler and Tons managed to stop him. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." She ran in fear. "I need to get out of here." No one knew that in some corner, Lady Gabrienne had been silently observing everything. While running away from the dance floor, Liliana bumped into Lady Gabrienne. She looked at her expression and thought, "Oh, she looks very angry. Well, of course, I danced the first dance with Helio instead of her, but I have no intention of fighting with her." Liliana held her fan to cover her mouth, smiled, and greeted, "It's been a while, Lady Gabrienne." She smiled politely. "You are getting more and more beautiful, aren't you?" In her heart, Liliana thought, "See, I could be polite too." Her lips curled into a slight sneer. Gabrienne spoke up and asked, "Your Majesty, do you find me bothersome?" Liliana replied in surprise, "Not at all. I am very happy to see you again." Gabrienne asked again, "Then why are you using a fan to cover your face while talking? People will misunderstand if they see." She spoke in a mocking tone. "Oh, or do you find it hard to have a heart-to-heart talk?" The smile on Liliana's face completely vanished. Gabrienne continued, "Well, in some countries, covering your face with a fan while talking is considered impolite." She fanned herself and smiled, because it shows a lack of confidence. Gripping her dress tightly, Liliana understood clearly. She realized very quickly that I still don't fully understand the customs of the Empire. Taking a step forward, she said, "Perhaps you are embarrassed?" Seeing that Her Majesty the Empress still didn't respond, she stepped closer and growled in a heavily suppressed voice, "After all, you took the position that never belonged to you in the first place." Liliana glanced toward the room when she heard a rustling sound. She noticed that the current space was not just her and Gabrienne. When did everyone gather around? Liliana reassured herself, "Calm down. Everyone has gathered, but no one has reacted to Lady Gabrienne's words yet." Meaning, between the girl who will become the empress someday and the current girl who is most favored by the emperor, they're deciding which side to choose. Folding her fan, she decided, if that's the case then. Gabrienne panicked and stepped back. Liliana, with tears welling in her eyes, called out, "Lady Gabrienne." Covering her cheek with her hand and feigning weakness, she said, "Are you scolding me again?" The onlookers also repeated, "Scolding?" Realizing her words had been twisted, she panicked and said, "Wait." Not waiting for her to say more, Liliana interjected, "Last time, you corrected me when I made a mistake, so I wonder, did I do something wrong again?" Looking straight into Gabrienne's face with a resentful gaze, Liliana said in a trembling voice, "You look angry. Did I do something wrong again? Gabrienne lost her temper even more and shouted, Empress Liliana, how dare you? Taking advantage of Gabrienne stepping closer, she dodged to the side, pretending to hold her face and stepping back as if she had just been slapped. Exactly as she intended, the onlookers outside began to gossip. Come to think of it, I heard Lady Gabrienne recently slapped Empress Liliana. No matter how powerful Gabrienne's family is, isn't that an act of rebellion against the royal family? Another noble lady chimed in. If she behaves like this now, how arrogant will she be when she becomes the empress? Empress Liliana seems far too gentle. After finishing her act, Liliana looked at how tightly Gabrienne was gripping her fan and thought, that's enough. She closed her eyes tightly, her lips curving into a smile, and used her fan to hide her expression. If this action is considered a sign of low self-esteem and shyness in the Kahlo Empire, then I will take advantage of it. While the two were showing hostility toward each other, a voice interrupted. Empress Liliana. Hearing the commotion, Gabrienne also turned around and saw His Majesty's mother stepping forward with a friendly smile. Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Liliana walked over and bowed her head. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. She smiled and asked, Are you resting after the first dance? She nodded and replied, Yes, I'm just taking a short break. She subtly took a jab at Gabrienne. I thought spending some time with the other noble ladies wouldn't be a bad idea. She smiled and said, Ah, that's a good idea. Looking over at Gabrienne, she asked, Is this Lady Gabrienne, whom I haven't seen in a long time? She bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Before she could finish her greeting, she was exposed by the Empress Dowager, who asked, Lady Gabrienne, is it true that you have been teaching Empress Liliana a lesson? She maintained her bowing posture, angrily gripping the fan in her hand, and replied softly. Her Majesty seemed unfamiliar with the customs here, so I was merely guiding her a little. She maintained her composure and nodded. I see. She then asked more pointedly, Then when you slapped Empress Liliana last time, what exactly were you guiding her on? Gabrienne forced a smile. That is. The Empress Dowager did not wait for an answer and immediately reprimanded her. Teaching the Empress about royal customs is something that must wait until you hold an official status higher than hers. With her head bowed, Gabrienne was caught off guard. Looking into the Empress Dowager's eyes, she understood that this was clearly a warning. Liliana, standing there as a witness, also knew that even though the Empress Dowager was not politically active, she was still an elder of the royal family, and Lady Gabrienne always showed her proper respect. But now that the Empress Dowager had drawn a line by siding with her, Lady Gabrienne wouldn't be able to arbitrarily challenge her without defying the Empress Dowager. Gabrienne shifted her focus to Liliana, Your Majesty the Empress. She was startled and turned back. Gabrienne smiled brightly and asked, It seems there are false rumors spreading. Would you be so kind as to correct them? She thought to herself, You'll soon be beneath me, and you still want to put on an act like this? On the outside, Liliana smiled cheerfully, but inside, her face darkened. Now the burden is back on me. Sighing, she thought, I didn't expect the Empress Dowager to intervene. What do? If I say it was a misunderstanding, it will undermine the Empress Dowager's authority. From her current perspective, two parallel threats, the Empress Dowager and Gabrienne, were present. However, she thought, but if I keep talking, the consequences will be terrible. While she was in this awkward situation, a butler stepped forward and bowed. Please excuse the interruption. He announced to everyone, but my master has requested an audience with Empress Liliana. Gabrienne gritted her teeth in anger and asked, Who dares to summon the Empress for a meeting? He replied, It is Marquis William. Liliana wondered, Marquis William? Did he just say Marquis William? The butler explained, He has an urgent matter to discuss regarding the magic stone of the Nieta Kingdom. As far as Liliana knew, Marquis William in the original story was like a comet in the Empire, and he played a crucial role in the original plot. Furthermore, it was Helio who had bestowed the title upon him. There were many rumors surrounding him, but in the end, no one could figure out what he had done before his rise to power. Returning to the current situation, she continued to think. According to the original story, he was a prisoner of war, but Helio recognized his talent and brought him into high society. Later, he becomes an important ally to my daughter, and his son is one of the secondary male leads. She wondered to herself, but why would someone like that seek me out? The Empress Dowager smiled and said, Marquis William is a hero from the recent conflict. She smiled, turned to Liliana, and advised, "Go and meet him quickly. I'm sure it's an important matter, so don't waste any more time." She obeyed and bowed her head. "Yes, Your Majesty. Then I shall take my leave." She also thought to herself, "Here's my chance to slip away." Gabrienne, who had not yet been let off the hook, angrily said, "Wait." The Empress Dowager interrupted. "All right, have a pleasant chat." The butler waited for her to walk over and politely led the way. "I will escort you." She replied, "All right, let's go." As she left, her mood relaxed, and she was overjoyed. "I don't know what he looks like, but Marquis William, I am so grateful to you." Watching Liliana's retreating back, Gabrienne unwillingly clenched her fists. The butler escorted Liliana to the fountain and then left. When she arrived, she saw a person fully cloaked in black standing with his back to her. "Oh," she asked hesitantly, "are you Marquis William?" She wondered, why did he lead me to such an isolated and deserted place? However, when the person turned his head, she immediately recognized him and was startled. Helio looked at her as she stuttered his title. Your Majesty." He stepped closer and placed a finger over her lips. "Shoo." Looking at her shy face, he smiled and said, "Keep quiet." With a serious tone, His Majesty firmly stated, "Because from now on, we are running away." After coming out to the fountain and meeting His Majesty, Liliana still couldn't believe what he said and asked again, "We're running away? What about Marquis William?" He crossed his arms and looked away, seemingly sulking. "Do you want to meet that guy?" Liliana quickly explained, "No, it's not like that." Confused, she asked, "More importantly, Your Majesty, why are you here?" He replied, "The banquet is too boring." She asked again, "Why did you call me out?" He took out a cloak and handed it to her. "To hang out with you. Put this on." She put on a large cloak that covered her entirely, which was also black like His Majesty's. "Why do we have to wear something like this to go out? This is impossible." He sighed. "I told you, we are running away." Helping her pull the hood up, Helio smiled and said, "We are going out. The area outside the palace is much more fun during the National Foundation Day." Hearing this, Liliana burst into an excited smile. Looking at this expression, Helio asked, "Are you mocking me? I saved you from being bullied by that noble lady, but you don't seem grateful at all, do you?" Liliana was surprised. "How did you know I was with her?" He recounted what had just happened. "After the first dance, you left and she followed you." She looked up and asked, "So you helped me on purpose?" Helio smiled and said, "I don't want to answer that. It's a secret." The two of them then left the palace and got into a carriage. Inside the carriage, she asked, "Why did you do that earlier?" He sat opposite her. "What are you talking about?" She replied, "In front of everyone, you mentioned the matter of making a king." She pouted and closed her eyes. "If you think saying that will make me want to have a child, you are mistaken." He did not deny it, but nodded, making her blush. "It's true that I need a child. However," Helio explained, "but the reason I declared today that the child would become king is to protect both you and the child." Looking at the small girl in front of him, he smiled. "Well, from your perspective, my actions might seem like the former emperor's. I brought you to this unfamiliar place." Liliana clenched her hands and thought to herself, "No, both you and the former emperor are involved in politics, but you are different. I should say you are unique." However, given her current status, she thought, "But what right do I have? What do I even know about this person? If I speak carelessly, I might hurt him." She lowered her head, averted her eyes, and said, "If you feel bad, then change it to 2 times. Helio didn't understand and asked, "Change what?" She replied, "You promised to protect me once when I got into a scuffle with Lady Gabrienne." She recalled the time he looked at her warmly. "All right, then I will protect you once, but do not just endure it." Liliana boldly requested, "Change it to 2 times." He wondered, "What are you planning to do to her?" She puffed her cheeks, furrowed her brows, and replied, "It's not that I want to do anything. I just want to survive." He nodded in agreement without a second thought. "All right." Her eyes lit up with joy. "Really? Thank you." Helio rested his chin on his hand, leaning against the window, and looked at her. "You have a stronger desire to live than I thought." Tucking her hair behind her ear, Liliana smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right. I like being alive." He asked why. "This life hasn't been easy for you either." She answered, "Even if it is not an easy life, good things will still happen, Your Majesty." Helio looked at her affectionately and asked, "For example?" Suddenly, fireworks shot up outside to celebrate the festival, and her eyes immediately darted outward. Liliana leaned forward eagerly. "Wow." Squinting at the bright light, Helio cautioned, "Empress, be careful." He froze again when she called out to him, "Your Majesty, look at that. It's so beautiful." Helio stiffened completely and just stayed like that, gazing at her. He stood up, stepped closer, and grabbed her arm. carefully pulling her back toward the seat. That's dangerous. She naturally leaned back. Ah? She looked up at his face. See? I was right. Smiling, she said, even if life isn't easy, good things will still happen. He met her eyes and looked at her for a long time, as if captivated by that smile and that voice. Arriving at the festival grounds, they stepped out of the carriage, and he asked, "Is this your first time seeing fireworks?" She waved her hands and replied, "No, I've seen them before." He asked, "Yet you're still this happy?" Wagging her index finger, she said, "That was a long, long time ago. A very long time." The time she was referring to was something only she knew in her previous life. Bringing this up, she was startled and thought, now that I think about it, how did I die in my previous life? When did I see fireworks? I'm sure this isn't my first time seeing fireworks, but it wasn't in a market area like this. It was somewhere farther away and a bit higher up. Seeing her freeze up mid-sentence, he called out, "Empress." Placing a hand on her shoulder, he asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" She snapped back to reality. "It's nothing." Looking around the market, Liliana was eager. "What should we do next? How about finding something delicious to eat?" Helio looked across the street and nodded. "I suppose so. It's best to fill our stomachs first." Noticing a meat skewer stall, he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Liliana ran to keep up. "Why are we going so suddenly?" Helio instructed. "If I lose track of you in the crowd, how will I be able to bring you back to the palace? It's because you're so small, so just stick close to me." Both of them held meat skewers in their hands. Helio was eating, while she just stared at the skewer. "I'm so shocked." He asked, "For what?" Looking up, she replied many things. While eating, Liliana said, "First, Your Majesty." He interrupted, "Why do you keep calling me Your Majesty? Why not just use my name?" Confused, Liliana asked, "How could I?" He smiled and teased, "If someone hears Your Majesty and faint from shock, what then? Are you going to take them home?" Sighing, she changed her way of addressing him, then Master. He frowned. "What?" Helio laughed out loud and nodded. "TSK, you're not wrong." Frowning, she said, Yes, Master, you even like street food like this." He said, "On the battlefield, I ate worse than this. This is more than enough." Finding it interesting, she asked, "Then where did you get the commoner's coins?" He replied, "Could I bring gold coins when going to the market? I can at least prepare this much." While eating, he suddenly noticed her hand was covered in sauce. Helio took a handkerchief from his pocket, gently took her hand, and wiped it softly. Receiving such attentive care, Liliana told herself, "Calm down, don't overthink it. This level of action is normal for a future father taking care of his child in a novel." Handing the handkerchief to her, he said, "Take it, say that your master gave it to you, and show it off." Looking at the handkerchief in her hand, she froze, suddenly. Looking at the pattern on the handkerchief, Liliana realized this is the royal seal. He told me to say he gave it to me to show everyone that I am favored. She shyly followed him, constantly thinking, "I'm thankful, but I don't want any more situations like today." Passing by a stall, he said, "I see something interesting here." She looked up and asked, Ahead was a crowd gathering. The person inside was drawing a bow, aiming straight at the target to hit the bullseye. She held her breath watching. Wow, so much pressure. Turning to Helio, Liliana asked, "Do you like it, Master?" He stood watching and replied, "Not really. It stands out too much." Looking at the large crowd gathering, she agreed, "That's true." The person inside asked loudly, "Is there anyone else who wants to take the challenge?" Suddenly, Liliana thought of something. Wait, if so, then... She raised her hand straight up in the air and waved, "Over here." Seeing this, the stall owner approached. "Oh, does this young lady want to take the challenge?" She shook her head. "No, not me." Liliana excitedly pointed at Helio. "It's this person." Helio stiffened, smiled, and asked, "What?" The owner held a bow, an arrow, his face beaming as he turned to Helio. "The tall young man over there, come here." He was stunned by the sudden situation she brought upon him. "What?" Liliana smiled foolishly, ignoring Helio's affectionate glare. He poked Liliana's cheek and warned, "You'll pay for this later." The owner was very hospitable and enthusiastic, raising his hand to invite. A very handsome player has entered. Helio had no way to refuse, so he calmly stepped into the middle of the crowd. Without saying a word, he took the bow, an arrow, and walked forward. The owner was curious. How many points will he score? Helio drew the bow and arrow, his eyes fixed on the target. These trivial things couldn't pose a challenge to the emperor of the Kalo Empire. Just like that, the sound of arrows piercing the target rang out. The people around looked at each other, chatting incessantly, making the market even more bustling. How many times has it been? The girls in the village also admired him. He hasn't missed a single shot. Contrary to the young women, Liliana wasn't very surprised, as expected, standing in front of the crowd. Even though Helio was wearing an outer coat, he couldn't hide his handsomeness and majestic aura. Liliana realized one thing. The Emperor is very different. Well, he always stands out in an endless crowd. He wouldn't feel pressured by things like this. Because the performance was so perfect, the crowd became more excited, pushing her aside to move forward. Get closer to see. Due to the sudden pushing of the crowd, Liliana couldn't see anything. She reached her hand out. She didn't want to no, I'm being pushed away. The people behind her kept rushing forward. She gritted her teeth in annoyance. At this rate, I'll fall. Master. As soon as she called out, Helio firmly grasped her hand, Lily. Her eyes widened as Helio wrapped his arm around her waist, much to Liliana's astonishment. Suddenly, being so close made her a bit shy, and her cheeks flushed red. He wondered why she was staring at him like that, Lily. Helio let go of her, but still held her hand. He reminded her, stand in the front row. I told you you're very small, so I'm worried you'll get lost. Liliana nodded in agreement. Yes. She thought to herself, there's something very strange. Helio returned to the archery game. She stared blankly at his back. I know he's interested in me. As the Emperor of the Empire, there aren't many people he can converse comfortably with like me, but she recalled the times Helio had reminded her. You're very small, so just follow me closely. Stand in the front row. I told you you're small, so I'm worried you'll get lost. Thinking back, she wondered, is it really necessary to protect me to this extent? And when they were dancing, Helio had chuckled and said, you can say things like that? Well, since you will be the mother of the king, you should know how to speak like this. A series of questions arose in Liliana's mind. Because I have to give birth to the king of the Nieta kingdom? Because I am an important political pawn? Then why did he bring me to a dangerous place? Returning to reality, following Helio's words, she stood in the front row. Not knowing if it was because she was sharp-eyed or if Helio intentionally revealed that smile, she was surprised. Under the lights of the bustling and crowded night market, Liliana sighed, helplessly, I really can't understand him. Finally, when the two were tired of playing, they got into the carriage to return to the imperial palace. The carriage rattled through the forest. Suddenly, Helio asked, are you sure you're okay? She wondered about what. The two sat opposite each other. Liliana rubbed her wrist from the bump earlier. In response to her question, Helio recounted, you returned the first prize, the gold jewelry, to the merchant. She remembered, and then you hit 20 more targets, making the situation even bigger. Earlier, when they were still at the market, she froze stiff when she saw a bunch of arrows all pinned to the red bullseye. In fact, he hit more than what could be seen, to the point that the owner had to wipe his tears, open his sparkling eyes, sob, and tremble as he begged Helio, sir, I'm sorry, but we have run out of first prize rewards. Helio didn't care much, so in the end, Liliana had to step in to defuse the situation. How much gold can a street merchant have? She picked up a flower-shaped bracelet and said to the owner, instead of the first prize, can I take this? The owner rejoiced, Miss, my happiness could reach the neighboring country. She could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Her finger touched the bracelet while she told Helio not to worry, I'm fine. As a souvenir, isn't something pretty better? He crossed his arms, frowned, and looked away. I intended to give it to you. Liliana felt awkward seeing the Emperor sulking. You've already given me so much. Why more? Suddenly, he changed the subject. Helio said, it seems like this is your first time going out like this. She was stunned, but didn't forget to reply, that's true, but he noticed. Then returning to the topic of the bracelet, Liliana said, I like this one. He grimaced like a sulky child and bluntly replied, it's fake. She also frowned in anger. I can tell that much at least. He said seriously, I gave you a mountain of jewelry in the Emerald Palace, but have you carefully examined every single one? Liliana clutched the bracelet tightly to protect it. No, this is different. She looked at it sincerely. Even though it had no material value, to Liliana, it represented Helio's effort, an item he had worked hard to get. Seeing her constantly rubbing the bracelet made him confused. What exactly is different? The first prize seemed to be genuine. So why did you choose a fake bracelet and look so happy? Liliana spoke up, and he looked up at her. I've never received anything like this from anyone other than my mother. Liliana tilted her head and smiled harmlessly. It's not a gift bestowed by the royal family, not an item distributed based on status. Helio was stunned by that pure appearance. He suddenly remembered that before going to the market, she had also shown the exact same emotion. Ah, that's the expression I saw earlier. Resting his chin on his hand, he said, don't smile like that. Liliana didn't understand at all. How am I smiling? She covered her face in embarrassment. Do I look silly? Sometimes Pryzo tells me I look silly when I smile. Interrupting Liliana, he replied no. He answered frankly, you smile beautifully in an unnecessary way. By the way, who is Pryzo? She was shocked to hear the word beautiful, and Liliana's cheeks began to turn red. Huh? Helios stared at her. What? Then her entire face turned red, and her voice became flustered. Nothing. She turned her face away to avoid Helios' gaze. Nothing. Seeing Liliana so shy, Helio involuntarily chuckled. At the back gate of the palace, after passing through the forest and having an interesting conversation, they returned to the imperial palace. Helio unexpectedly looked at her. Because she was tired from a long day, Liliana unconsciously fell asleep, and of course, in the carriage in front of Helio, she nodded off many times. Did I finally fall asleep? He stood up and walked over to Liliana. The noise startled her awake. Helio sat next to her and said, we still have a way to go to reach the Emerald Palace, so rest a little more for now. Liliana was still drowsy. He held her face and leaned it against his shoulder. Liliana recounted, today, the Empress Dowager helped me. Yet Helio already knew I heard. He looked at her as she drowsily told the story. She is too noble to care about someone like me. Finally, she fell fast asleep, using the Emperor's shoulder as a pillow. Helio smiled, tilted his head, and remarked, that's the first time she's acted like a mother. The next day, at the Emerald Palace, the soft light of a new day shone. In a room with an incredibly luxurious design and interior display, a not-so-luxurious sound rang out. Boom. Yeah. With her hair in a mess, Liliana hugged herself and jumped up. Liliana panicked. It was the handsome emperor sleeping, and he was even sharing the bed with her. What is going on? She pulled the blanket up, blushing shyly. Why is this guy sleeping here? The more she pulled, the more skin was exposed. She reconsidered, at least I should cover him with the blanket. But she suddenly stopped, her face turning sullen. His face was undeniably handsome, and on top of that, his body had a six-pack with rippling muscles. Who could withstand this? Liliana screamed, as if to shake the heavens and earth. Looking at Helio, who was fast asleep with an absolutely flawless body, she couldn't keep her composure. Were this guy's clothes? She was so shocked that she scooted backward. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Suddenly, she was about to fall off the bed. She panicked, I'm going to fall. A large arm reached out. He reached out to catch her and said softly, careful. She was stunned, not yet processing what was happening. He grabbed her dress and pulled her down into an embrace on the bed. Liliana covered her blushing face with her hands. Helio held her tightly in his arms and couldn't help but tease. Honestly, doing this first thing in the morning? It made her sweat, her face turning as red as a hot pan. Why are you here? You're too close. He smirked. Then what should I have done? The more Liliana struggled, the tighter Helio held her. What do you mean? Shouldn't you have returned to the Imperial Palace? Let me go, he asked, and leave you to sleep in the carriage? She froze, looking up at Helio. I couldn't just take you back to the Emerald Palace and then leave. He let go and Liliana sat up. Like I said, I'm protecting you in my own way. She thought about it and realized he was right. If rumors spread that His Majesty entered and immediately left the Emerald Palace, people would think he was giving her the cold shoulder. Then countless people, including Lady Gavian, would look down on her. She held her head, exhausted by the less-than-ideal morning. I'll call the servants, so please get dressed. He looked at Liliana in surprise. With the Empress right here, you expect the servants to help the Emperor get dressed? She frowned, puffed out her cheeks, and said sulkily, that's how it is in my country. He bluntly replied, but not in the Empire. It seems I really do need to find an instructor for you. Liliana turned around, conceding to the point, I agree with that. Yesterday, I was practically ignored by Lady Gavian. At the rustling sound of Liliana's footsteps, Helio asked curiously, how was the National Foundation Day? She reached out to grab his shirt from the chair and exclaimed, it was great, especially the latter half. She held it in her arms and said, even though the first half was really boring. He nodded in agreement. Of course it was boring. You didn't do anything. She immediately asked, what is that supposed to mean? Helio got out of bed. She brought his shirt over with a displeased expression. I received all sorts of stares when I shared the first dance with you, and I was even ignored by Lady Gavian. As Liliana helped him put on his shirt, Helio replied, you didn't do anything. All the preparations for the festival were handled by my older sister, Princess Lucia. Liliana realized he wasn't just talking about the day of the festival itself. She adjusted Helio's clothes, pouting in annoyance. But isn't that the role of the official empress, not a nominal one? As Liliana buttoned his shirt, he looked at her seriously and said, since the position of the official empress is vacant, Her Highness Princess Lucia stepped in. So this time, you should give it a try. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Helio. What? He continued, the Empress Dowager's birthday party is coming up, so I want you to prepare it. Liliana couldn't believe it and tried to deflect. As I said, that is the duty of the official Empress. Helio interrupted, I don't have an official Empress. You are my only wife. Liliana's face turned red. Wife. But she quickly regained her composure and smoothed out Helio's shirt. How embarrassing. If you were engaged to Lady Gavian, you could have entrusted it to her. Helio disapproved of the idea. I don't want to. Her hands paused. His face darkened, clearly showing his displeasure at the mention of Gavian. She nervously pulled her hands back. Helio patted her head to reassure her. What's with that expression? Don't know how to respond? She timidly clasped her hands. Yes. What if I start spreading rumors because of what you just said? He looked at Liliana, obviously not believing she would do such a thing. You? As if you'd ever spread rumors. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and folded his arms. The atmosphere grew heavy. Liliana worriedly thought, he seems deep in thought. Carrying Helio's outer coat, she sat down and reluctantly accepted his request. All right, since the Empress Dowager treats me so well, I will prepare the party. He asked curiously, why are you sighing like that? Implying he wondered why she agreed, despite her reluctance. She replied, I can already imagine how much Lady Gavian is going to hate me. Liliana mimicked a disdainful expression and tone, acting it out. She'll probably think that sly fox is clinging to his majesty and delaying my engagement. Helio quickly turned his head away. He burst out laughing. It was the first time she had seen Helio look so amused. She called out softly, Your Majesty. He lowered his hand, clearing his throat, ahem. Liliana placed a hand over her heart and said sincerely, It seems you have something troubling your mind. Should I lend an ear? Helio's face went blank. My worry, the Emperor's worry, is the Empress. He folded his arms, watching his little wife ramble on. I have no ambitions for power, and I have no one to gossip with. So who could be more suitable than me? Besides, even if I hear it, it's not like I can do anything about it anyway. Liliana smiled brightly, placing a finger over her lips to make a point. Since you treat me so well, I'll be your secret keeper. Helio was momentarily captivated by her beauty. He had explicitly told her not to smile like that. He nodded. With just the two of them conversing in the room, Helio began to explain the third-generation head of the Gavian ducal house made great contributions during the war. He was granted the title of Duke for his merits, and since then, his family has always remained loyal to the Empire. The Empire also highly respects House Gavian and has always maintained a good relationship with them. Liliana looked at him in surprise. So they are a relatively young, noble family? Helio corrected her. Yes, but even so, the third-generation Duke's contributions were immense. He saved the Empire from crisis. However, the current Duke Gavian is so incompetent that it's hard to believe he's a descendant of such a great man. And his daughter, Visti Gavian, is completely unqualified to become the Empress of this empire. Liliana recalled the day the woman had struck her. She had flown into a rage, even without holding the title of Empress. Sighing in front of the future Empress? You must have lost your mind. She unconsciously reached up to touch her cheek. Liliana grew gloomy as she thought back to what she had endured. She was arrogant and constantly jealous. She even lacked the basic courtesy required when mocking a foreign princess. The idea of her becoming a wise empress was just pretty impossible. Seeing her shifting expressions, he leaned down to look at Liliana. Helio moved closer, smiled, and said, If she were to become the empress, it wouldn't be easy for you either. Because he suddenly brought his face so close, she panicked. Breaking into a sweat, she thought to herself, of course not, because in the end, I died thanks to House Gavian. That's no exaggeration. Just thinking about how those two cousins had harmed her made her shudder. Helio leaned in even closer. He raised his hand toward Liliana, and she instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. What are you doing all of a sudden? There was nothing romantic about it. He merely poked her soft, round cheek. She clenched her fists and shouted indignantly, What are you doing? Helio replied with a teasing smirk, It's truly a disgrace that you are a princess of the Nieta Kingdom. She covered her face, her cheeks and ears burning red. Liliana asked in confusion, What do you mean? He didn't answer, deliberately brushing the question aside. If you don't get it, forget it. Chatting time is over. Finally, without another word, he decisively stood up. Helio grabbed his coat and started walking. leaving her completely bewildered. I have to head to the study, so go to the Empress Dowager's palace. Tell her you will be preparing the birthday party, and she will assist you. Liliana was startled. Why is the coat over there? He finished putting on his coat and grabbed the doorknob. Liliana trailed after him, protesting, Wait, didn't you say it was an imperial tradition for me to help you get dressed? Out in the hallway, for every step he took, she took one right behind him. Liliana kept nagging at his back. Then shouldn't you have waited for me? Isn't that my job? Why do you always, mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped and patted her head. See? He chuckled. That's exactly why I said being a princess of Nieta is quite a waste on you. Helio stroked her fluffy hair, while Liliana stood frozen, losing count of how many times he had smiled at her like that. After humoring his little wife, Helio got into the carriage and headed for the study. She watched the carriage slowly pull away from the villa. Liliana touched the lock of hair he had just stroked, pouting as she wondered, so what is that supposed to mean? It was a beautiful morning with bright sunlight and white clouds over the magnificent, splendid palace. Following the Emperor's instructions, Liliana arrived at the Empress Dowager's residence. I apologize, Your Majesty, but a maid's voice trailed off as she bowed her head and explained, Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, is currently receiving another guest. She and her maid had come to pay their respects, but were denied entry. Liliana felt a bit awkward. I understand. I didn't expect the Empress Dowager to have company. She closed her eyes and crossed her arms, recalling earlier that morning when Helio had told her to visit. But it doesn't necessarily have to be right this moment, does it? The Empress Dowager's birthday party is coming up, so I want you to prepare it. She spoke up. Then please inform her that I will return later. The two of them were about to leave when a voice caught their attention. No need. You should go in and see the Empress Dowager right now. Liliana froze. This voice is unfamiliar, but I immediately know who it belongs to. A woman dressed in a simple, yet strikingly elegant gown approached. Her blonde hair matched her younger brother's, and she exuded a powerfully captivating aura. It was none other than Helio's half-sister, Princess Lucia Carlo. She stood with her arms crossed, her very appearance radiating independence and authority. Liliana quickly offered a curtsy. It is an honor to meet you for the first time, Her Highness Princess Lucia. She returned the greeting. This is my first time meeting you as well, but even from afar, it's obvious who you are, Empress Liliana. Liliana stared at her husband's sister in awe. Except for their eye color, they look exactly alike. Anyone can tell at a glance that they share the same blood. Lucia shook her head wearily, entrusting the birthday party to a foreign princess. I wonder what His Majesty is thinking. He could have just asked me to do it. Liliana didn't know how to respond, so she just smiled it off, though she couldn't help but note how incredibly blunt Lucia was. Is she talking behind my back or right to my face? Was that rhetorical, or am I supposed to answer? She smiled, knowing this character well. I'm not annoyed in the slightest, and that's because in the original story, Princess Lucia was incredibly distant and arrogant. However, after being won over by the child in the story, she turned into a doting aunt willing to do absolutely anything. Later on, she was the very first person to tell the child, I love you, something that even the child's father, Helio, had never said. Thinking about this made her smile to herself. That scene was truly touching. Lucia froze, utterly baffled as to why Liliana was suddenly smiling blankly in the middle of a conversation. Lucia frowned, flipped her hair, and walked off, leaving Liliana confused. Why is she looking at me like that? Well, I'm leaving. Don't expect me to help you. Thus, their first meeting ended on a rather unimpressive note. Lucia walked away with two maids following behind her. Liliana reached out to call after her, but she was already too far away. Wait. Her two maids looked at her awkwardly, while Liliana just stood there, stunned. She left before I could even stop her. I didn't even get to say goodbye. For someone with a sensitive soul like hers, this felt absolutely awful. Liliana covered her face and whined, Sophia, did I smile like an idiot again? The maid replied awkwardly, No, Your Majesty, your smile is very beautiful. Sophia comforted her. It seemed the princess was in a bad mood. Let's go meet the Empress Dowager now, Your Majesty. Still teary-eyed and disheveled, she still felt like she was the one at fault, feeling as though the princess's anger was because of her. A voice rang out from outside the door. She bowed in greeting. I respectfully greet the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was as beautiful as ever despite dressing simply, truly fitting for the Emperor's mother. She happily replied, Come in, I've been waiting for you. Liliana was extremely excited, but as a princess of a nation, she still had to maintain her manners. I sincerely thank you for your help last night. Oh, it's nothing. Rectifying the standards in the palace is necessary. She invited Liliana, come, have a seat. I can't just let you stand there. She skipped to the tea table. Thank you. Liliana thought to herself, she treats me more warmly than before. How lucky. On the table were premium tea and high-class pastries exclusively for the royal family. The Empress Dowager asked, so, I heard you were preparing for the birthday party. She answered honestly, yes, His Majesty the Emperor has granted me this honor, and I don't know how to repay him. She lifted her teacup, admiring it, and said, actually, I summoned Princess Lucia here because of that. The Empress came here for marriage, so she doesn't know much about the culture of this country. That is why I asked Princess Lucia to come and help you, so don't worry too much. Her face darkened, and she broke into a sweat. Actually, this was exactly what Liliana needed to worry about. She turned to stone upon realizing why her sister-in-law was not very sympathetic upon their first meeting. This is bad. She is really angry because of me. With that attitude, it doesn't seem like she will help me easily. Liliana could only cry out internally. What should I do? It feels like I've failed before even starting. The Empress Dowager worriedly asked her, Empress, are you feeling unwell? You don't look comfortable. I'm so worried. But how could she dare speak her mind to her? So she had to lie, no, Your Majesty, because you took care of me, I am perfectly fine. Even so, she still held her face in worry for her. Actually, even when you walked into the drawing room, you looked a bit sluggish. Is something wrong? Or perhaps, is His Majesty giving you the cold shoulder? Liliana was startled and waved her hands frantically. No, His Majesty treats me very well. She chuckled and teased her. Well, that explains why you both sneaked away yesterday. Truly, every word the Empress Dowager said was shocking. Her face turned completely red. Liliana was too embarrassed to know how to explain about that. Her inner self screamed, I was just excited to go out, but to others, it must have looked like a date, right? But that's not the case at all. Liliana broke into a sweat, as if the Empress Dowager was sympathizing with her. She offered, if you have any difficulties, I will help you. Do you want to share anything? Liliana replied, it's really nothing serious. She became downcast, and the atmosphere between the two also dropped as there was nothing to talk about. Liliana was helpless because she really couldn't tell her. After a while, she said, actually, I feel like Princess Lucia doesn't like me very much. She hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. The Empress Dowager was surprised, fearing being misunderstood. She raised her hands in surrender first, but I am absolutely not speaking ill of the princess. If she doesn't like me, it's understandable. If she doesn't trust me, it's also normal. In response, she looked at her and smiled affectionately. She rubbed the rim of her teacup and explained that Princess Lucia was His Majesty's half-sister. Do you know why she is still in the palace? Liliana immediately replied, no, I don't. She began to tell more about Lucia's character. Princess Lucia has a royal demeanor deep within. She is not just an arrogant noble who ignores her duties. She truly cherishes her bloodline and values. Therefore, she is very good at handling palace affairs, which is why His Majesty keeps her close by his side. She is also very affectionate and finds it hard to refuse others' requests, making her a reliable person. Helios snatched the planning sheet from his assistant's hand. Since you've already helped, I might as well ask you for this too. She assured Liliana, so there's no need to worry. The princess will definitely help you. Although not quite believing it, she still agreed with the Empress Dowager, I understand. Then I will make sure to go meet the princess and ask for her help. But I feel like I will be an exception. Lucia might treat anyone like that, but not me. Everyone was joyful together except for Liliana, who was praying internally. Her determined expression was seen by her. Even so, I want to do my best. This is my first noble responsibility in the Empire. I need the princess's help. But life is not a dream. After leaving the Empress Dowager's residence, she went straight to Lucia's palace immediately. The servant kept bowing. The princess said she is busy right now. Perhaps you should come back another time. Liliana spoke up. Then could you please ask for me when would be an appropriate time? The maid was flustered. I apologize, Your Majesty. It seems the princess will not be free in the near future. I am truly sorry. Liliana turned to stone. Sophia looked at her worriedly. She's blocking me right at the entrance. She rubbed her chin, deep in thought. Actually, she's not busy. She just doesn't want to see me. Thinking back in the original story, it wasn't easy for the child to get close to Lucia either. She knows she is easily swayed, so she builds towering walls. And in the story, the child melted the princess's heart this way. Liliana spoke up, then I will wait until she comes out. This statement made both maids freeze in astonishment. She placed a hand on her chest and smiled brightly, as if saying, "It's okay. I can wait," patient and determined. The princess acts cold, but she can't completely push away someone who clings to her. Seeing Liliana smiling like that, the maid became anxious. She bowed in a fluster and opened the door to run inside under Liliana's watch. "Wait, please wait a moment." A moment later, the servant opened the door and said, "Her Majesty the Empress, Her Highness the Princess invites you inside." Both of them rejoiced. It worked. The servant closed the door. What caught Liliana's eyes was the sparkle and luxury. Wow, she observed every small detail in the room, silently admiring it. I already felt it when looking at the exterior of the building, but this place is both extravagant and elegant. Her eyes widened as all the decorations and furniture caught her attention. It suits the princess very well. Lucia's voice rang out. "Why are you looking around like that?" Liliana turned around, her face looking like someone who was caught red-handed doing something bad. But then she happily called out, "Princess Lucia." Contrary to that expression, Lucia welcomed her with a grumpy look. She curtsied. "Thank you for making time for me, even though you are very busy." Lucia said bluntly, "I'm not busy. I just didn't want to see you. Didn't you realize?" Liliana gripped her dress tightly. Her voice is as cold as the winter wind. "Calm down, I understand this person." Liliana got straight to the point about why she sought Lucia out. "I'm sorry, but I need to prepare the birthday party for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. But as you know, I still lack a lot of knowledge." Lucia stiffened. She also felt she was being a bit too harsh. Liliana continued, "That is why I came to ask for your help." Facing Liliana at this moment, she could only remain silent and avert her gaze. Just as I guessed, she's truly soft-hearted, as they say. She is already showing signs of hesitation. Liliana put on a pitiful look. "All right, well, actually, the day before yesterday, Lady Gavian mocked me because I used a fan to cover my face." So, as soon as she heard this, Lucia slammed her hand onto the armrest of the sofa. Seeing that, Liliana fell dead silent. Just now, Lucia's face was filled with anger and murderous intent. "What did you say?" Lucia scolded her fiercely, and Liliana could only bow her head. "What have you been doing without learning anything? Even if you were a foreign princess, shouldn't you have learned at least some basic etiquette?" Liliana said dejectedly, "Yes, that's right. All of my sisters had learned it all, but I was just a princess whose name even the king didn't remember. The servants who knew the etiquette of the Nieta kingdom taught me, and I learned it carefully." Lucia put her hands on her hips and rubbed her chin, deep in thought. "You learned etiquette by observing? Even though it is a small country, I guess the royal etiquette is also complex." Then she glanced at Liliana, who was timid and embarrassed. Does this mean she doesn't have good insight? It seems she could be complacent to a certain degree. So maybe she's a useful person despite her appearance. Well, I think that's why Helio likes her. Her face scrunched up, and her voice was gruff. "First, have a seat." Liliana clenched her fists. She was glad that Lucia was willing to talk to her. "What I need to know first are the things that you don't know." Overjoyed, Liliana lunged in front of her. "Thank you, Your Highness the Princess." Lucia was stunned. Liliana smiled brightly like a pure child. Seriously, she looked at Liliana in disbelief. Looking at it this way, she looks like a fool. Liliana tagged along behind the princess. First, according to royal etiquette, the birthday party must be held early in the morning. The two maids, seeing them chatting like that, were also happy for their masters. But it must end before sunset. "Yes, princess." And once again, a magnificent, grand castle in a classic style with exquisite patterns and warm yellow light emanating from within. Helio was in his pajamas. He sat on the bed and intently looked at each page of a book. Suddenly, he frowned. TSK. Helio's head was dizzy. His vision blurred so much that he couldn't read any words. "I've been feeling tired for a while now. I'm going crazy because I can't sleep when lying in bed." He asked the butler, "What about Empress Liliana?" He bowed and replied, "Her Majesty the Empress is at the Silver Deer Palace." He looked straight at the butler in surprise. "At this hour? Why did she go to the Silver Deer Palace in the first place?" He said, "It seems Her Majesty went there because she was entrusted with preparing the birthday party for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Helio closed the book and set it down. "Ah, I understand. There is no reason to stop her when she said she would do her best. Initially, it was assigned to the Empress because she wanted to establish a foothold in the palace. Helio lifted the book up, then just leave it be. I guess I'll go to sleep now. The butler took the book and obeyed. Yes, your majesty. When the butler left, night fell, and all the lights in the room were turned off. Only Helio was left, holding his head in frustration. He sprawled on the bed, feeling exhausted. I slept so well when the Empress was by my side. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up. Even if I say so, since when could I not sleep without that little woman? That's just an excuse for not being able to sleep. He lowered his hand and looked to the side. The silhouette of someone with pink hair appeared. But really right now, Empress, if you were by my side. Helio imagined his little wife lying next to him, sleeping soundly. I think I would sleep well. He chuckled and reached out to touch the pillow next to him. He just kept rubbing the pillow for a long time. Helio smiled. Well, I don't want to go to bed early today anyway. The roses on the balcony were in full bloom, and the sunbeams shone through the glass windows of Princess Luciana's mansion. Over the past few days, all preparations have been focused on the Empress Dowager's birthday party. There was a lot to do for the birthday party. Still that room. But this time, both of them were calm when talking. Liliana thought to herself, thank goodness Princess Luciana is working with us. So lucky, but she held the list of things to do and cried out. There's still too many things. Solby, seeing that pitiful appearance, Luciana, she said, the National Foundation Day is even harder than this. So what are you going to do? Liliana nonchalantly said, what do I need to do to prepare for the Constitution Day? That is the Empress's responsibility. Luciana asked bluntly, you don't know? Liliana still didn't quite understand. Yes. Luciana's sharp gaze fixed on her. I don't think she realizes it, but the Empress is doing better than I expected. I later found out that one of the servants had ordered the wrong curtains. She had a hard time because the seller didn't want to accept a return. Of course, she knew how to use royal authority to solve it, but punished the servant with what he deserved. The curtains were sent to the slums to be used as blankets. Then she checked the budget again. With lower quality than the original items, she prepared them again without violating the law. It seemed she had thought it through quite thoroughly. Luciana held the paper and praised Liliana. You are very good. You handled the curtain issue very well. She just calmly said, in the past, I didn't have much money, so similar things happen a lot. Luciana wondered, then why did you distribute the curtains to the slums? Liliana smiled brightly and said, I thought that was where people needed them the most. After that, she kept chattering with Luciana. Nobles have many things to choose from, so they wouldn't need them. Commoners wouldn't immediately use curtains as blankets. She added, I don't even own a mansion to use such large curtains. Through the explanation, Luciana realized. She smiled in satisfaction. As expected, Helio trusted the Empress with this task. I don't think it's simply because the current Empress position is vacant. Then she spoke up. Well, just a little more. Let's finish it quickly. Liliana agreed. Yes, Princess. Then time passed. The day of the Empress Dowager's birthday party arrived. The main hall had a dominant red tone. Everything was decorated as carefully and thoughtfully as possible. Nobles from all over the country attended. They all looked elegant and luxurious. Visti was dressed gorgeously and stood out. She frowned and said to the girl next to her, I can't believe they used such cheap curtains here. If it were me, I would have used curtains with better material. The noble next to her said, for what I heard, she originally intended to use a better kind, but the servant made a mistake. She deliberately laughed loudly so that the people around her could hear. Why let a servant make a mistake? It's also her fault. But thanks to that, the Empress is now very famous in the slums. Visti mocked. She came from a beggar kingdom, and now she sympathizes with beggars? Right as she was causing a scene below, from another perspective, a servant was saying something to the Empress Dowager. She raised her wine glass. Come on, let's raise a glass. The Empress Dowager wore a custom-designed dress and stood out before the entire public. First, I want to thank these people at my birthday party. I want to thank Princess Luica and Empress Liliana. All the nobles raised their glasses to congratulate them. She continued, furthermore, neither the royal family nor the nobles can fail to notice that. I also admire Empress Liliana, who has cared for the slums. We should follow her example. She stepped out and appeared before the public with Princess Luciana. Suddenly, Liliana noticed. She anxiously turned to ask her, why is the atmosphere like this? Did I do something wrong? Luciana giggled and reassured her, it's okay, just smile. Listening to her, Liliana looked down and smiled. The person she noticed was Visti. She was trembling with anger, and at the same time, she realized, I wondered what was going on. Her face darkened, frowning and scowling. It seems Lady Gavian is laughing at my face again. Since Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has helped this much, then Luciana and Liliana bowed together. she spoke up. It is an honor for me, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager. We will always strive for the public's perception. She was delighted. The Empress has cared for everyone thoroughly and nothing is lacking. Thanks to you, His Majesty will worry less. The words struck Visti's ears like lightning. She looked up in astonishment and glared at them. What? But her brother reached out to stop his sister from causing a scene. Her Majesty the Empress really did a great job. He chuckled and suggested, I also want to help Lady Gavian with that, but is it possible? Her face became uneasy. That person, red hair, the voice and the expression of fearing no one. Duke Grint Gavian. Liliana stood looking at each person in this luxurious and noble room. The notable one in her eyes was Duke Grint Gavian. He was the current head of the Gavian family, and also the father of Visti Gavian, and one of those who would cause her death later on. The Empress Dowager happily raised her glass and said to everyone with a smile, the Gavian family wants to contribute, so how exactly do you plan to do it? Hearing her words, Duke Grint happily replied, we will provide blankets for the slums and give them jobs by hiring them at the mansion. Hearing his words made Liliana sweat and think tensely. As expected, he is on guard against me. She looked at the people around, thought of his words, and secretly thought in her head, if they provide clean blankets or give people a place to stay, the curtains I gave away will become meaningless. But on the surface, there is no problem. Although the Duke's words made Liliana anxious, the Empress Dowager was very happy. It's wonderful to see everyone thinking of the people on my birthday party. Hearing that, the Duke smiled and replied, my daughter is the same. She always wishes to serve His Majesty and care for the people. Perhaps keeping her by your side would be useful. Hearing Duke Grint's words, Liliana immediately understood his intention. She stood helplessly thinking. He is beating around the bush, but is just urging the engagement. Hearing his words, Helios said, I understand. Empress, have you thoroughly learned about the Empire? Seeing him looking at her, Liliana asked in slight surprise. Pardon? She looked at him with a bewildered face. So suddenly? Although Liliana was tense, she still tried to stay calm and talk to him. I still have many things to learn, but Princess Lucia has helped me a lot. Hearing her say that, Helio also happily replied, well, it seems I asked a redundant question. You prepared such a wonderful party after all. He smiled and said happily, it seems you are quite close to Princess Lucia, aren't you? Perhaps you should also take the responsibility of preparing the next National Day. Hearing him say this, Liliana suddenly stiffened. She could clearly understand the meaning behind his words. That sentence, he was clearly saying he has no intention of getting engaged, but why use me as an excuse? She stood thinking for a moment and then snapped out of it. I think I just heard something. Liliana looked towards Duke Grint. His face was now as dark as ink and full of murderous intent, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Lucia, standing nearby, saw her looking quite unusual and asked with concern, Her Majesty the Empress. She lightly touched her shoulder and asked thoughtfully, are you feeling unwell? Liliana turned to look at her and said softly, Your Highness the Princess. Seeing her pale complexion, Lucia said again, you should go rest for a bit. There are many rooms here. After talking to her, Lucia called out to someone, Sophia, take care of Her Majesty. Hearing that, Sophia replied, yes, Princess. Seeing Liliana's appearance made everyone worried, and their eyes followed her every step. Helio frowned, then raised his glass and said, now then, let's raise a glass. On the way, Sophia asked Liliana with concern, are you feeling better? Hearing that, she replied, yes, I didn't realize how faint-hearted I am. Liliana walked and thought to herself, I always talk back to Helio, but when I meet someone truly dangerous, I freeze up. I find myself so ridiculous. As she was walking, suddenly someone called from behind, Empress Liliana. She was curious about who was calling her, so she immediately turned her head to look. She stared at his face and thought, that person is the one who stood near Lady Gabriel at the party. Seeing her staring blankly at him, he happily and seriously said, it is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. He held 2 glasses of wine in his hand, looked at her happily, and introduced himself. I am Vil Gabriel. Hearing this name suddenly made her freeze. She stood still and repeated, Gabriel. She didn't say anything, but just stood thinking about the word Gabriel. Gabriel again. Did they call him here? What is the purpose this time? Vil still smiled happily and said, I came all the way here to meet you. It would be a shame to leave now. Ignoring his enthusiasm, Liliana still turned to leave and gave him a sentence. I have nothing to say. Seeing that she was avoiding and didn't want to talk to him, Vil quickly stepped forward to block her and said frankly, Your Majesty, why are you so on guard against me? Due to his hastiness, the glass of wine spilled on her. Seeing this, Sophia panicked. Your Majesty, Contrary to Sophia's panic, Vil was determined to talk to her. Your Majesty, please. She didn't say anything, but just looked at him with eyes full of disgust. Seeing that, Vil hurriedly said, I am truly sorry. At least please take this handkerchief. She ignored his concern, quickly brushed past him, and said, I don't need it, and don't wait for me like this ever again. She walked and thought to herself, I didn't make any mistakes today. This must be set up by Lady Gabriel. After walking a distance, she angrily spoke out, to even create the smallest mistake for me. I already know clearly how much she hates me. Seeing her leave in that mood, Vil could only resign himself. He stood sighing and muttered to himself, that's not really the case. This is so awkward. As Liliana and Sophia were walking, they suddenly saw Tyrant. Both were surprised when facing each other. She stood looking at him and thought, I just randomly entered a random room, but there's someone here already, and his face looks very familiar. The young man she just looked at was none other than Tyrant. He saw her staring at him, so he hurriedly said, Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Tyrant, His Majesty's assistant. After hearing his introduction, she happily said, Ah, Sir Tyrant, I remember now. Tyrant looked at her with a puzzled face. But why are you here? Hearing Vil Gabriel say that, Sophia immediately spoke up and replied, Young Master Vil Gabriel keeps bothering Her Majesty, and then spilled wine all over her. Seeing Sophia speak so frankly without any hesitation, Liliana quickly reminded her, Sophia. Hearing that, Sophia sighed and said, I'm sorry, I just bumped into him. Hearing what Sophia just said, Tyrant fearfully said, if His Majesty finds out. Before he could finish his sentence, she said, no matter what, don't tell him. Just as Liliana finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. That seems difficult. Helio looked at her worriedly and said, Who did it, Vil Gabriel? Seeing him, she panicked, Your Majesty. She stood looking at him for a moment and then awkwardly explained, He was holding a glass of wine and I accidentally bumped into him. It's nothing. Hearing that, Helios said, You are not blind. You wouldn't bump into him for no reason. Hearing his words, Liliana quickly thought, That's right. If he hadn't blocked my way in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. I didn't even touch him like that. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. Helio was extremely caring and worried about her. He took a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the drops of wine on her pretty face. He wiped it and said, It's already dry. He touched her long hair. Seeing his care, she hesitantly said, Ah, Your Majesty, stop. Helio bent down and looked straight into her eyes. His demeanor suddenly made her blush. She told him a bit shyly, I will do it myself. Helio also suddenly became shy. He hesitated, not daring to look straight into her eyes, and said, Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Hearing him say that, Liliana quickly replied, No, it's okay, really. While the two were talking, someone suddenly rushed into the room from outside and called out loudly, Helio? Hearing Lucia's familiar voice, Helio could only be helplessly speechless. He stood looking at her for a moment before saying, At least knock on the door before entering. You startle the Empress. Even knowing that Liliana, Sophia, and Tyrant were all startled by her action, she still angrily said to him, That's not the issue right now. Lucia put both hands on her hips and said seriously, Helio, are you aware of what you just did? Lucia angrily said to him, You want to build power for the Empress, but why did you look down on Duke Gabriel like that? How does that help the Empress? Hearing her say that, Helio calmly said, It does. Just a short answer made Lucia even angrier. Her face wrinkled and she snapped. Helio, seeing that she was crossing the line, he seriously said, Lucia, if you interfere again, you will no longer be my sister. I will have no choice but to treat you as a royal princess. Hearing him say that, Lucia could only stay silent and bottle up her anger inside. Seeing the two arguing, Liliana grabbed his arm and gently said, Now is not the time to argue. Hearing her say that, he put his arm around her shoulders affectionately and lovingly. Seeing the two being intimate with each other, Lucia could only stand and watch, speechless. She stood looking for a moment, then sighed and said, I understand. I admit I was too agitated. But you took a risk today. What happened at the party will make Duke Gabriel wary of the Empress. Hearing her say that, he understood her point, said it, and started calculating. Duke Gabriel is not as stupid as his daughter. Obviously, he will plan meticulously. Helio happily continued. However, such a plan will not be perfected overnight. Hearing his words, Lucia asked in confusion, What do you mean? He stared at Liliana's small face and happily said, First, we must help the Empress return to the party. Hearing him say that, she looked up. Seeing he didn't say anything more, she thought curiously, Why did you stop talking? I'm curious too. Seeing the two being intimate again, Lucia said, Wait, let me handle this. Hearing that, Helio turned to look at Lucia and said, Lucia, the Empress and I are husband and wife. As soon as he finished his sentence, she said, just looking at it, you guys don't match. What kind of husband and wife is this? He turned to look at Liliana again and said, that's not true. Hearing what the two of them just said, she panicked and thought to herself, did everyone see it? Lucia approached Helio and teased him, right? He stayed silent for a moment and then said, send word to the Empress's instructor. I think the first thing to teach is how to control facial expressions. As soon as he finished speaking, she said, I'm sorry. Ignoring Liliana's gloominess, Lucia and Helio talked happily again. She looked at him and said, even though you two are married, you still haven't slept in the same room. I'm not so shameless as to watch an unmarried girl change clothes. Hearing her say that, he continued, at times like this, you act like my older brother. After chatting happily for a while, everyone dispersed. Helio turned his head to look at her, smiled, and said happily, all right, see you later, Empress. Remember to control your expressions at the party. Hearing him remind Liliana like that, Lucia said, all right, let's go prepare to head out. Hearing Lucia say that, she hurriedly replied, yes, princess. Inside the room, while Liliana was getting ready, Lucia said, Empress, did you hear what I just said? Liliana asked carefully, do you mean Duke Gabriel is going to attack me? Seeing that she understood her point, Lucia said, that's right. Now is not the time to sit and wait for death. We must prepare countermeasures. She sighed in relief and asked Lucia, what should we do? The matters concerning Duke Gabriel always made her feel afraid. While talking to Lucia, she thought, he seems to be a formidable person. How did things turn out like this? I just want to live peacefully. Why am I dragged into this? Lucia looked at her and said, build relationships with the people around you. Helio, no, use the title of Empress. Hearing her say that, Liliana hesitantly said, but I am an abandoned princess. Hearing her say that, Lucia happily replied, that's right, an abandoned princess. But after hearing the Empress's story, I came up with this idea. Liliana turned and asked, what is it? Lucia whispered in her ear, then looked up and happily said, do your best. She turned to leave and said, come on, let's go. Hearing that, the servants bowed, yes, princess. Seeing her leaving, Liliana hurriedly said that, Before she could ask, she ignored her and left right away. She stared at Lucia and thought, they're gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. Seeing them leave, Sophia bowed and whispered in Liliana's ear, Your Majesty. Hearing Sophia call her, she asked, what is it? Sophia carefully said, the thing you mentioned before, we might be close to finding it. After the Empress Dowager's birthday party ended, she sat at the dining table and asked, where did Empress Liliana go? Hearing her ask, Lucia quickly replied, it seems she has returned to the palace, Your Majesty. Earlier, she was busy dealing with a wine stain. She must be very tired. Hearing her say that, the Empress Dowager sighed and said, is that so? Well, the Empress has no reason to be so extravagant as to bring 2 dresses to the party. She happily looked at the Empress Dowager and smiled. If Your Majesty calls, she will come at any time. Hearing her say that, she also happily said, the Empress is so pure and cute. Even if she's tired, she would come right away. So let's just leave her be. The Empress Dowager saw that Helio didn't say anything, but just silently thought about something. So she asked, what are you thinking about, Your Majesty? Hearing her ask, he raised his wine glass to take a sip and said, Mother, you can return to your hometown now. The Empress Dowager suddenly froze when she heard the words he just uttered. She carefully asked him again, just now, what did you say? He hurriedly replied without hesitation, you once said you wanted to try to be a mother. I never expected you to deceive me. Helio looked at the sparkling red wine glass and seriously continued, the meaning of revenge is gone. I have let it go. Oh, let it go. You don't have to leave forever. Just go on a long trip for a while. He stood up, pacing as he spoke. It will be a long journey. Hearing him say that, the Empress Dowager said, I am not going anywhere. She turned her head to look at him happily and said, I haven't even properly pretended to be a mother yet. How can I leave? Her hands were clasped together, and she seemed to be trembling upon hearing Helio's words. She still tried to suppress her emotions and told him, even if I go, I will still fulfill the task assigned by Your Majesty. Hearing her say that, he replied, didn't I say I would do everything? Didn't I say that? You might have helped Empress Liliana a little. Are you saying that you have fulfilled the duties of a mother? Not a mother, but a mother-in-law. Hearing that, the Empress Dowager burst out laughing. Well, that's quite entertaining too. Her eyes became sorrowful, and she spoke gently to him. Your Majesty, I have realized a few things. At that time, even if I returned to my hometown, I wouldn't be happy. Hearing her say that, Helio asked curiously, what do you mean? She quickly said without hesitation, I could never be happy because I keep thinking about my only son. That's right, it's definitely like that. Even though I am very miserable here, if I return to my hometown, I will still be the same. Hearing her finish, he only said a short sentence, just do as you wish. Hearing that sentence from Helio, the Empress Dowager burst out laughing. Lucia looked at her pitifully without saying anything, only thinking to herself, how ridiculous. I don't want to go back like that. Even so, it's still very miserable. I won't care about that anymore. Looking at her emotionless face for her son, for herself. In another room, Helio stood looking out the window. He was looking intently outside when he suddenly saw Liliana. Seeing him, she happily called out, Your Majesty. At that moment, his heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest when he saw her figure. He turned to leave and said to the servant, to the Emerald Palace. As he walked, he thought of her. The Empress. I must go see Empress Liliana. That night, Liliana lay sprawled on her soft bed. She rested her chin on her hands and said to Choo Choo, There were so many apple desserts today, even though I didn't eat much. Hearing her say that, Choo Choo asked curiously, Why? Don't you like apples? Liliana thought of Vil and angrily said, No, it's because a stranger caused trouble for me. She thought back and forth about what happened this morning. Thinking about it now, it still seemed ridiculous. What was his intention? Judging by the 2 glasses of wine, it seemed like he had been waiting for me. She thought for a moment and then spoke again. Does Duke Gabriel still have anything to say to me? Maybe he just wants to cause trouble. Hearing her say that, Choo Choo said, Where is Duke Gabriel's house? Liliana replied, That place is a lair of malicious people who want nothing more than to torment me. Choo Choo flew in front of her and said frankly, Is that so? Then when I regain my power, I will punish them for you. Liliana looked at Choo Choo happily and replied, All right, I'll only trust you, Choo Choo. She looked at Choo Choo and thought, But before that, I need to break this chain. To free Choo Choo, I must quickly master spirit magic. The party is over and it's quieter now, so I have some time to focus. As Liliana and Choo Choo were talking together, there was suddenly a knock on the door. By reflex, they turned their eyes toward the door. She looked in confusion and wondered who would come at this hour. Liliana spoke up, Come in. Sophia opened the door and said to her in a panic, Your Majesty, you need to go out right now, to the Emerald Palace. Hearing Sophia say that, Liliana was still bewildered, unable to understand what had happened, so she hurriedly asked, What? After Sophia finished speaking, Liliana immediately ran outside. While running in a hurry, she saw him and said, Your Majesty. Hearing the familiar voice, he happily called out, Empress. She ran closer to him and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Shouldn't you have waited for me to greet you in front of the palace before coming in? He put his hands on his hips and said casually, I just came to sleep, so why care about such things? She said, But just saying that much, she sighed. She held his hand and thought, Why did he come so late at this hour? Don't tell me. Helios saw her worried expression, so he leaned close to her ear and said, No need to worry too much. After all, you wouldn't allow it today either, right? Hearing him say that, she looked up at him. Liliana smiled happily and thought again, I understand now. Helio is no longer a dangerous person to me. The two just held hands and walked into the palace. As he walked, he told Liliana, Therefore, I plan to change the schedule. She asked curiously, What schedule? Both of them stopped. She looked up at him and said, Your Majesty. That's a secret. He looked at her happily and said nothing more. After talking happily with each other for a few seconds, they moved forward together again. Entering the bedroom, Helio looked at her and asked curiously, Do you want to go back too? Hearing him ask, she said, Is it because of the Empress Dowager? Seeing her asking him back, he immediately said, I asked first. Liliana lay on the bed, rested her chin on her hands, and said frankly, My situation is different from hers. I have no reason to miss my homeland. That tiny palace, not even a fraction of the Emerald Palace, was my entire world, but if I went back, I would only feel suffocated. But even so, she stayed silent for a few seconds and then said again, I miss my mother, but my mother must feel comfortable without me. Seeing her say that, he immediately asked, Why do you think so? She answered bluntly, Because I am an abandoned princess. Above me, there are 4 half-sisters. 3 of them didn't pay much attention to me. But my next older sister, Crystal, was interested in torturing me. Whenever I dared to resist her, the sound of the whip echoed throughout the palace where my mother and I lived, and my mother, who loved me very much, felt extremely pained witnessing it. Liliana's story had not yet come to an end. She continued telling him, "There were many days when my mother knelt down and begged to take the punishment for me. But no one listened, because having your child beaten while the mother can do nothing is much more cruel, right?" Helio listened to the whole story and then said to her, "So you can also say things like that?" She looked at him in confusion and asked, "Say what?" He replied, "That life was very miserable." Hearing Helio say that, Liliana suddenly sat up. She held her small face with both hands and said, "I think so. I really don't often talk about things like that. But in front of your majesty, I keep saying strange things." Hearing her say that, he held her hand and said gently, "That is because I'm also an abandoned child like you." The two looked at each other passionately. She looked at him blankly for a while and then said, "I understand." She moved closer to him, hugged him, and said, "I must feel pity for your majesty." Helio hugged her tightly without hesitation, surprising her and making her blush. She hugged him for a while and then said, "Please forgive the Empress Dowager." Hearing her say that, he wondered and asked, "Why should I do that?" Liliana answered him that it was not for the Empress Dowager's sake, but for his majesty's sake. He continued to ask curiously, "Why?" Liliana touched his handsome face with her hand. She looked at him happily and said, "Because you still need a lover." Seeing him say nothing, Liliana spoke up again, "Your Majesty, shall I sing a lullaby for you?" He looked at her somewhat bewildered and asked, "Huh, so suddenly?" She smiled brightly at him and said, "A lullaby can help you sleep better." Hearing her say that, Helio became happier. "All right, then let's hear it." As soon as he finished speaking, he lay down on the bed. She lay next to him and sang a lullaby to put him to sleep. "A wind rocked the cradle gently. Let my child sleep peacefully when mother is away. My child kicks the blanket, tosses and turns. A wind, cover them up. Keep my child warm. Don't let my child be cold when mother is away." After listening to her sing for a while, Helio turned to her and asked, "What is this song?" She replied happily, "It's the song my mother used to sing to me, a song commonly sung by commoners in Nieta, so it's obvious that your majesty doesn't know it." She stared at him and said, "Are you still having trouble sleeping?" He frowned and said, "No, keep singing." Hearing him say that, Liliana immediately said, "Yes, your majesty." That night, the two of them chatted happily together. She thoughtfully sang him to sleep, and he happily lay there enjoying her clear, singing voice. Also that night, but in another palace, the atmosphere here was also very quiet. Vil held a glass of red wine in his hand. He drank wine while standing looking out the door and said to himself, "As expected, I need to meet Empress Liliana." The next morning, Helio woke up earlier than Liliana. He propped his face on his hand and lay looking at her. Seeing her still sleeping soundly, he asked, "Are you still sleeping?" He unconsciously reached out and touched her pretty face. Liliana turned over and mumbled something. He stared at her and said curiously, "Is she talking in her sleep?" Saying that, he thought again, "I have no intention of mistreating the Empress. Instead, I will wait until she feels comfortable. If she feels it's not safe to stay here, then I will give her power and strength. If she thinks she cannot protect the baby with little power, then I will give her even more power." Helio looked at her and said happily, "It seems she likes it more than I thought." He thought to himself again that having such an interesting thing in this bleak palace was quite good. After Liliana woke up, she and Sophia went together to a place filled with books. They were so surprised that they said, "Wow." Liliana was still amazed and exclaimed, "So many books. About how many are there?" Sophia was just as surprised as her. Hearing Liliana ask that, Sophia replied, 10,000 no, maybe hundreds of thousands, your majesty." Liliana stepped forward, stood in front of the bookshelves, looked at them, and thought, "No, even upon closer inspection, it's at least 10 times that number. It's like all the books in the world are here. When I was young, I couldn't enter the royal library because a lowly princess like me wasn't allowed in. Crystal shouted about this so much that the guards didn't allow me in. But it's different here. No one stops me. I can read any book I want, and I'm even allowed to." Choo-Choo saw something and called out to her in a panic, "Lily, look over there." Seeing her confused, not knowing what was going on, Choo-Choo said again, "Look." Liliana followed the direction Choo-Choo pointed. Seeing those books, she couldn't help but be amazed and thought, "Those are books about spirit magic. There are so many." Sophia saw those books and asked curiously, "Spirit magic, why those, your majesty?" Liliana randomly took a book from the shelf and said, "I have a little interest in it." Sophia asked curiously again, "But you need to have talent in spirit magic." Saying that, Sophia suddenly realized something. "Oh, could it be?" Liliana looked at Sophia happily and continued, I think I can see spirits, so I think I'll try learning. The two girls talked happily with each other. After a few seconds of silence, she turned to look at Sophia again and said, "It's not like I have many other things to do in this palace." Sophia also replied happily, "Goodness, you really like learning. Then please read. I'll go put away the hats and coats." Hearing that, she nodded and said, "All right." Liliana read the book while happily thinking. Choo-Choo is a spirit, but she doesn't know much about the theory behind spirit magic, so sometimes it's very hard to understand some things. At times like this, starting from the basics is the best. In spirit magic, there are a total of 6 types of spirits, including fire, water, wind, earth, light, and darkness. Besides, a spirit summoner usually chooses one of the 6 elements and forms a contract. But forming a contract with 2 spirits at the same time is very, very rare. However, this requires extraordinary natural talent and can even be life-threatening. And the person who can do that is none other than the baby I am about to give birth to. While she was thinking about spirit magic, Choo-Choo suddenly spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. "Lily, someone is watching me." Liliana reflexively looked up. She looked for a moment, her face darkened, and her mouth gaped open. That person was Vil Gabriel. She stood looking at him in disgust and thought, why is someone from the Gabriel family in the royal library? Seeing that expression on her face, Vil hurriedly said, "Wait, your majesty." He raised his hands and asked again, "Why do you keep avoiding me? Could it be because I look scary?" She frowned, scowled at him, and said, "No." Although she said no, he still felt something unusual. So he spoke up again, "You seem to get along well with His Majesty the Emperor. Isn't he scarier than me?" Hearing that, she immediately said, "You are not scary either." Vil, hearing her say that, sighed in relief. Oh my. He looked at her and thought, she is more cautious than I thought. At times like this, it's better to get straight to the point. He looked at her happily and said frankly, "Don't worry, I'm just happy to meet another spirit summoner." Hearing Vil say that, Liliana and Choo-Choo were both surprised. She looked at him and asked curiously, "Spirit summoner, you can also see spirits?" Vil happily replied, "I even formed a contract with a spirit myself, although it's only a low-level spirit." Liliana kept wondering and asked, "Does that have anything to do with why you can enter here?" Vil used his magic to summon his spirit and said, "Yes, even though I am from the Gabriel family, a noble still needs special permission to enter the royal library." He smiled happily and introduced his spirit to the 2 of them. "This is my spirit, Sasha." Seeing Choo-Choo, Sasha flew closer and asked, "Is there a spirit around here?" Choo-Choo panicked and hugged Liliana tightly in fear. Seeing Sasha, she said tensely, "Stay away." Sasha turned to look at Vil, pointed at Choo-Choo, and said, "Vil, they haven't even formed a contract yet." Hearing Sasha say that, Vil curiously asked Liliana, "Why does that spirit have a chain on its leg?" Hearing his question, she said without hesitation, "You don't need to know." He sighed and said, "Your Majesty the Empress, why are you so guarded against me?" She immediately replied, "You don't need to know that either." Seeing that she was still on guard against him, Vil asked frankly, "Is it because I am a Gabriel?" Hearing that, Liliana quickly hid behind the door. Seeing her action, Vil panicked. "Wait, I have something to tell you. I've been meaning to say it since that party." He raised his hands as if silently telling her not to worry. "Don't worry, I am not your enemy." Hearing that, Liliana thought to herself, wait, after hearing what His Majesty said, this came to my mind. Vil Gabriel is not on the same side as Visti Gabriel. She stared at his face and then thought seriously and carefully, but that doesn't mean he's a good person. Besides, I want to keep my distance from the Gabriel family as much as possible. However, since he's a spirit summoner, maybe I can get some useful information. She stood thinking for a moment and then asked Vil, "What do you want to say?" Hearing her speak to him, he happily said, "I understand why your Majesty is guarded against the Duke Gabriel family. Because the Gabriel family has always been paying attention to your Majesty the Empress." She looked angrily at Vil and said, "Why are you saying something everyone knows?" Vil immediately replied without hesitation, "Because I want to say that I am different from them. Will you cooperate with me?" She asked carefully, "Why should I trust you?" He looked at her and spoke frankly. "Then I will offer 3 ways to help your Majesty the Empress. After that, perhaps you will consider cooperating with me." She said nothing, just stood staring at Vil's face and thought, perhaps the princess's advice is worth considering. Vil continued rambling to her. "First, regarding the chain on this spirit, I can sense something from it." She looked at him blankly and asked, "What is it?" Vil replied, "Can my spirit and I touch it for a moment?" Liliana looked at Choo-Choo and asked, "Is that okay, Choo-Choo?" After asking Choo-Choo, Liliana turned and said, "I allow you." As soon as she finished speaking, Sasha flew over to Choo-Choo. She hugged the round weight hanging on the chain and exclaimed in panic, "Ugh, it smells so awful." Hearing that, Vil stepped forward, grabbed the weight, and said, "This is..." Seeing this, Liliana looked at him and asked, "Is there a problem?" He held it tightly and answered seriously, "Your Majesty the Empress, what I can sense from this iron chain is an extremely powerful dark energy." Liliana asked back, "Dark energy? Is that bad?" "No, it's not like that. Among the 6 basic elements, I possess the power of darkness. Even though many people associate darkness with evil and consider a bad omen, it's actually not. It's just like night falling when the sun sets. It's a natural thing. But your spirit said it smells awful." Vil continued, "It's very rare for a spirit accustomed to other elements to react so strongly." She reached out to take it. "In my opinion, perhaps the power in the chain is too strong. Is that so?" Chu said, "I don't smell anything strange." "Really?" She continued, "But right now I just want this chain to disappear." "How strange. This is a wind spirit, right? So what?" Sasha pouted. "The only element close to darkness is light. All spirits hate the power of darkness. But this spirit acts as if it doesn't sense anything. Furthermore, such immense dark power is truly abnormal." Liliana asked back, "Abnormal?" "Yes. Can this spirit freely control the wind?" "As a wind spirit, I mean." Chu is definitely a wind spirit, just weakened." Chu. Vil said, "I understand. Perhaps I used a misleading word. What I mean is that this spirit, Chu, has probably been sealed by this chain. I mean, this isn't a spirit, it's just a fly." "A fly?" The young man immediately said, "Sasha, you can't do that." "Oomph." She then disappeared. "Whatever, I'm gonna sleep." Liliana said, "Spirits. Once a contract is formed, the spirit will live inside the contractor's body." The image reveals a magical scene as if stepping out of a fairy tale. A magnificent castle with distinctive domed architecture, bathed in the mystical purple light of the night. Sparkling gemstones of various colors like blue, pink, yellow, and green float around the castle, creating a radiant halo. A soft white streak of light winds through the air, connecting the gemstones and adding to the magical beauty of the scene. In the distance, dark canopies of trees appear faintly under the moonlight, further highlighting the grandeur of the castle. "I didn't know that. Your Majesty the Empress, is this your first time interacting with spirits? I heard that the Nieta Kingdom has many spirits, as well as magic stones." She explained, "I only stayed in the palace and never went anywhere." "I understand." Liliana continued, "I came to the library today to learn the basics, but picking a good book out of this pile doesn't seem easy." She nodded, "That's right." Vil didn't know what else to say. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, Your Majesty, at times like this, if you ask me which book is good, I think I would help without being arrogant." She asked, "Oh, like one of the 3 ways of helping?" "I can help with this." He took a book from the shelf and continued, "Excuse me, this one seems suitable." Liliana thought to herself, having someone help me so wholeheartedly is truly rare. For this book, maybe I should find a more basic one. It's a bit different from Helio's worries. Sir Vil is being so kind to me right now, and he must want something from me, right? The 2 of them held the books. For a beginner, these books will be useful. I will read them. Light and darkness are often seen as opposites, but in fact, they're the only 2 elements closely related to each other. Liliana then asked, "You said you could sense dark power from the chain, right?" He replied, "That's right. You also have a talent, Your Majesty. With practice, you will be able to distinguish the elements." The image reveals a magical and colorful scene. In the center is an open book radiating a brilliant golden light on the right page. A tiny character with transparent, multicolored wings is hovering above the left page, seemingly interacting with the light emitting from the opposite page. Surrounding the book are streaks of purple and golden light, creating a magical effect. More importantly, according to what's recorded on this page, I think perhaps a light or dark spirit could break it. It would be more effective than a fire or wind spirit. She asked, "So, would it be better for me to contract with a light or dark spirit instead?" Chu beside her screamed, "No. Who are you planning to contract with besides me?" "No way. No. How long are you going to leave things like this?" Vil beside them said, "We just need to find a spirit summoner contracted with a light or dark spirit. That would be faster, wouldn't it?" He continued, "Your Majesty, I happen to know a light spirit summoner. If I introduce them to you, does that count as the first help?" Liliana asked, "Who is it?" "My younger sister, Agrina Gabriel." She glared, "Another Gabriel." Vil said, As I said, I am not on the same side as Duke Gabriel, and neither is my sister. Of course, you don't have to trust me right away. After receiving the 3 forms of help as I mentioned, you can decide whether to cooperate with me or not. Liliana thought, I don't want to get involved with the Gabriels, but if it's to remove the chain, all right, arrange a meeting with Lady Gabriel. Then please pick a date and let me know. I will arrange it. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Sophia, let's go. Then see you next time, Your Majesty the Empress. Liliana walked out of the room. She confided to herself, I'm not good at recruiting people, but at least I should observe those who approach me. The image focuses on a corner of a room flooded with natural light. On the left is a large window with multiple glass panes decorated with diamond patterns. The sunlight shines through, brightening up the entire space. Looking through the window, lush green trees can be seen outside. On the right side of the frame is a small wall-mounted shelf holding 2 tall white candles, one partially burned. The light from the window casts soft streaks of light and shadows on the objects. When I was confined in the palace in Nieta, I managed my own expenses, so I know how to handle simple financial matters. But I know nothing about politics. However, if I have an ally from the Gabriel family, if it's truly possible, it would be beneficial, right? The maid asked, are you really okay with cooperating with Sir Gabriel? I still don't know, but the princess told me to build relationships and talk more to make friends. She even specifically mentioned Sir Gabriel. She continued, that's right. Your Majesty, do you really have a spirit? Chuchu appeared, of course. I'm right here. Even if you do that, no one can see you. So there really is a spirit right next to us? The two whispered as they walked to the carriage. Will you read the books you just brought back? Yeah, prepare some tea for me. That is. The maid asked, what carriage is that? Liliana was wary, the crest on it. The scene transitions to a vast and magnificent interior space, perhaps the main hall of a palace or a mansion. Every detail is meticulously and luxuriously designed, with dominant tones of white and pale gold, creating a sense of extravagance and nobility. In the center left is a grand, winding staircase with wide steps and exquisitely carved handrails. Natural light shines through large windows, highlighting architectural details like towering pillars and moldings on the walls and ceiling. The shiny stone floor reflects the light, further enhancing the grandeur of the space. It's small but more beautiful and luxurious than I thought. Well, since you are an empress from another country, you must at least be treated like this for the sake of face. I can see His Majesty's thoughtfulness. His Majesty? What is it? The butler said, Duke Gabriel, Visti Gabriel has arrived at the Emerald Palace. He asked again, what? I will go there right away. No, you cannot. She said, Your Majesty, do not go to the Emerald Palace. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Are you doing well? Liliana thought to herself, coming here so suddenly and acting unusually, this is a bad omen. Why suddenly pretend to be polite? Long time no see, my lady, but what brings you here? She continued, how disappointing. Soon, we will be family. What? The reason I came here is that I want to be a conversation partner for Your Majesty. She froze. A conversation partner? I didn't miss here, did I? Visti said, the entrance is this way, right? Yes, please come in. But I can't just ignore her. The scene shifts to a vast and magnificent interior space, perhaps the main hall of a palace or a mansion. Every detail is meticulously and luxuriously designed with dominant tones of white and pale gold, creating a sense of opulence and nobility. In the center to the left is a grand, winding staircase with wide steps and exquisitely carved handrails. Natural light from large windows shines in, highlighting architectural details such as soaring pillars and moldings on the walls and ceiling. The shiny stone floor reflects the light, further enhancing the grandeur of the space. It is smaller, but more beautiful and luxurious than I thought. Well, since you are an empress from another country, you must at least be treated like this for the sake of face. I can see His Majesty's thoughtfulness. Liliana smiled and said, I see. For now, I'll just respond mildly, so she can't find any fault. Once we've had tea, I'll make her leave quickly. His Majesty truly has outstanding charm. He is extremely suited for the throne. Yes, I know. Visti continued, Your Majesty the Empress. Do you know since I was very young, I only looked at His Majesty. She sat and listened. Of course, it wasn't just me. In the past, there were countless girls who admired him when he was still a prince. But everyone maintained the dignity of nobles and avoided approaching him directly. Except for that girl, Caroline. She was startled. Caroline. Visti smiled and said, Your Majesty the Empress knows nothing about the Empire's affairs. Well, there's no need, because she is the daughter of an obsolete noble family. Now she is looking down on a foreign princess like me, while also despising that Lady Caroline. Quite impressive. Caroline, she followed His Majesty every day. Whenever there was a hunting competition, she would give him a handkerchief. She wrote letters at every opportunity. And at tea parties, all she did was talk about His Majesty. Visti showed an unpleasant expression. How rude, Liliana continued. So that means she admired His Majesty very much. Let's not talk about people we don't know anymore. She continued. That's right, she threw away her noble virtues to that extent. So His Majesty must be an extremely outstanding person. She isn't listening to a word I say. He never lost first place at the academy, and on the battlefield, he always brought victory, not to mention his striking appearance. So it's obvious that everyone desires His Majesty. I understand. Visti stood up and said, however, there are always different types of people. If anyone could get a piece of jewelry just because they wanted it, she came in front of her, wouldn't it be a bit ridiculous? Every piece of jewelry has a suitable wearer, someone who will make it shine even more. Liliana said, my lady, it hurts. And that person is, that's right, it is me, Visti, Your Majesty the Empress. She was frightened by the action in front of her. Of course, if Your Majesty the Empress aims for my position, I will not hold back. I have no such intention. Visti asked back what Liliana said. I have no interest. I was just brought here as a hostage. About that, it seems everyone is having an interesting conversation, isn't it? The two were surprised by the voice. Empress Dowager, are you having a pleasant chat with Lady Gabriel? Empress, the scene shifts to the palace. Your Majesty, do not go to the Emerald Palace. He asked, do you not care for the Empress? I do, to the extent that I feel such a daughter-in-law is too good for an unworthy mother-in-law like me. Then why are you stopping me? Your Majesty, this is the royal palace. Do not forget this. Your feelings for the Empress must be shown through political actions. Like a carefully arranged puppet, you must act as if you care about the next heir of Duke Gabriel. He panicked. Are you saying that is not how I came into this world? I don't know. Do not let Duke Gabriel exert his full effort. Helio worried. We must always make him act arrogantly and foolishly. So you are telling me to give the Empress a hard time? What a lovely mother-in-law, isn't it? I have no intention of causing trouble for her. The Empress Dowager said, but if my beloved daughter-in-law feels she is facing difficulties, I cannot ignore it. I will go to the Emerald Palace in His Majesty's stead. Helios said, do as you wish. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mother, this tea does not suit my taste. Next time, please bring a different kind. She turned around, wondering, what? Now you may leave. The two didn't know what to say. Next time, the boy and I have finally reached the point where there will be a next meeting. She was happy, and now the Empress's matter is completely entrusted to me, which means the boy trusts me, that child trusts me. Then I must repay that trust. I am quite curious about the pleasant conversation between you two. If you don't mind, could you let this old woman know? Oh no, if I tell the Empress Dowager what just happened, I'll seem like a blabbermouth. Gabriel will hate me. Liliana clenched her fists and trembled, not knowing what to do. The Empress Dowager seemed to notice her unusual attitude. What should I do? But I cannot avoid the Empress Dowager's question. Empress, if you have finished talking, then be a companion to this old woman now. Liliana immediately became cheerful, as if she had just escaped a difficult question from the Empress Dowager, and turned to Visti. Yes, Empress Dowager. Then, Lady Gabriel, take care on your way back. Thank you for coming. I survived. She was annoyed, and though unwilling, she had to leave first. I shall take my leave first, Your Majesty. May you always be at peace. The Empress Dowager also smiled in response. See you again, my lady. Empress, thank you for making time for me. After that, both watched Visti leave. As soon as she left, Liliana sighed in relief. Have I safely made it through? The Empress Dowager turned to look at her and accidentally saw a red mark on the back of Liliana's hand. It seems the lady gave you a hard time, didn't she? Liliana was startled and looked at the Empress Dowager. Pardon? She quickly waved her hand in denial. No, Empress Dowager, she said while reaching her hand towards her. Is that so? If so, the Empress Dowager looked pitifully at her reddened hand. What is this? Liliana still tried to avoid it. It's nothing. Nothing? I heard a bit of your conversation when I entered the Emerald Palace. Liliana was startled upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words. Since when did she listen? Then I have no interest. I was just brought here as a hostage. Could it be? She was both afraid and anxious, bowing her head and tightly gripping her dress. I am doomed, daring to say in front of the Empress Dowager that I only became the Empress by chance. If I'm not careful, it might cause a misunderstanding. In this situation, I should just... Empress, she panicked and quickly begged for forgiveness. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was slightly startled and surprised by Liliana's sudden action. She bowed her head, her whole body trembling. I misspoke. The Empress Dowager has a good impression of me, I know. but I'm not the child in the original story. There is no main character buff here, so the good impression is definitely very little and faint. Therefore, in this situation, I can only beg." She gently reached her hand towards her. "Empress." The Empress Dowager bent down to help Liliana up. "Stand up quickly, your knees will hurt." She was surprised by the Empress Dowager's gentle action. She looked at the Empress Dowager, not knowing what to say. But she only smiled gently. "Why are you looking at me with those eyes?" She looked at the Empress Dowager with some emotion. "Why? Aren't you going to punish me? Do you find me despicable?" "No, but I'm a little sad." "Sad? Why? I thought I treated the Empress well, but you are still afraid of me. Did you think I would punish you over this trivial matter?" She was confused and awkward, quickly waving her hands to protest. "No, She nervously grasped her hands. "I apologize to you. Empress Dowager, I am truly sorry. No, perhaps I haven't treated the Empress well enough. No, it's not like that. Absolutely not at all." The Empress Dowager burst into laughter at her flustered and embarrassed attitude. "I'm just joking. The Empress is truly very adorable. I was also brought here as a hostage to be the Empress and drowned in hatred for the rest of my life. So how could I blame you?" As she spoke, she sat down on the chair. "Actually, when I heard the news that Lady Gabriel came to the Emerald Palace, I was worried and hurried here." The two began to sit at the tea table and confide in each other. "I was afraid that girl would give the Empress a hard time." She was happy and touched by the Empress Dowager's kind treatment towards her. "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? But I have something I want to ask." Liliana happily agreed. "You can ask anything." The Empress Dowager smiled gently at her. "Do you perhaps think my son is not good enough? Why did you? Back then you." Empress Dowager. Her whole body immediately stiffened. She was surprised and exclaimed, "Then what should I do to make you satisfied?" She nervously stammered in reply. "No, how would I dare to judge His Majesty this way or that way?" She sighed helplessly. "But I think he looks quite fine, doesn't he?" "That is of course true. Honestly, it's just because he is the emperor that no one dares to gossip. But to say he's one of the most handsome men in the empire is no exaggeration at all. Although His Majesty is a bit mischievous, he is also very good to the Empress." She smiled shyly because what the Empress Dowager said was entirely correct. That cannot be argued with. "I'm also very grateful to His Majesty. But what should I do when the thought of how dare I appears in my head? No matter how well he treats me, he is still the emperor. This doesn't seem like a good way to be a mother-in-law. All right, how about this?" The Empress Dowager happily raised her idea. "If His Majesty behaves badly, secretly tell me, and I will find a way to help you." She felt a bit helpless at the Empress Dowager's way of thinking. Liliana looked at the Empress Dowager and smiled gently. "Is that so?" He said exactly the same thing. "You two are truly very alike. I am like His Majesty?" The Empress Dowager was surprised by Liliana's honest words. "The whole palace knows that you two are very similar. Actually, I think your appearances are extremely similar. Seeing how you promised me makes me feel that your personalities are also alike." This is the first time I've heard that. The atmosphere at this moment made Liliana feel a bit strange. To ease this atmosphere, can you tell me more? Liliana stared blankly at the Empress Dowager. "How are my son and I alike?" This sentence was exactly what the child in the original story heard, because the one who initially said the Empress Dowager resembled the emperor was that child. Thinking of this, Liliana felt a chill. This was originally the role of the child, whose birth in this life is still unknown. The Empress Dowager looked bewildered at her unusual attitude. "Empress." Liliana waved her hands in embarrassment. "It's nothing. Actually, finding differences is even harder. Personally, I think your eyes are very similar. The blue eyes look even more beautiful in the shade." The two of them chatted like that until late at night, moving from one topic to another. The conversation started like that, and though the topic changed a few times, it continued until evening. In the end, I even had dinner with the Empress Dowager. Perhaps because today I learned that the Empress Dowager cares for me a lot. For the first time in a long while, I felt that dining with someone else was so enjoyable and comfortable. But there's one thing today that I cannot ignore. Sophia. Sophia respectfully responded to Liliana's attitude. "Yes, Your Majesty." She turned back to look at Sophia seriously and ordered, "Investigate a noble lady named Caroline." The next morning at the royal palace, Liliana was relaxing and reading a book when someone came in and called her Your Majesty. Sophia rushed in a panic and reported, "I have investigated the Lady Caroline you mentioned last time." That fast. She followed His Majesty every day. If what she said is true, it was very inappropriate for a noble lady. Such behavior is quite inappropriate, so investigating her was not difficult at all. Is that so? Who is she? Caroline is the only daughter of Marquis Liston. But speaking up to here, Sophia sighed helplessly. But recently, she passed away. Liliana was immediately stunned on the spot. I heard she died in a carriage accident, and there are rumors that Duke Gabriel is behind this. I heard the location wasn't a place where accidents easily happen. Her face immediately became unsightly, filled with both anxiety and fear. Visti Gabriel. So this is the reason she suddenly approached me recently. If I don't want to end up like Caroline, she is warning me to act carefully. Liliana recalled her unsightly, smiling face at that time. I came to be a conversation partner for your majesty. What partner? The emperor pities me. The empress dowager is kind to me. Princess Lucia has a good impression of me. However, despite all this, Visti Gabriel still approaches me with sinister motives. Her intentions are even more malicious than in the original story, and her murderous intent has also increased. Liliana closed the book she was reading. If this continues, I will have a tragic ending like in the original story. I'm just a small hostage. I can hardly do anything, but she recalled her meeting with Vil. If I help your majesty 3 times, will you consider cooperating with me? Her eyes gradually became sharper. I can't just sit still and wait. Contact young Master Vil Gabriel for me. At least I need to know what is happening in the Duke's mansion. Liliana looked seriously at Sophia, telling that I wish to meet him. A while later, outside the palace hall, Vil Gabriel smiled and bowed respectfully. Thank you for agreeing to see me, Empress Liliana. I am the one who should thank you for accepting the invitation. This is my younger sister, Agrina. Agrina was a bit timid, but right after that, she rushed towards Liliana. Oh my! Liliana was a bit surprised. Agrina looked at her with admiring eyes, a wind spirit. This is the first time I've seen one. Vil Gabriel helplessly held his sister back. Please forgive my sister's rudeness, your majesty. She is usually very calm, but whenever spirits are mentioned, Liliana smiled awkwardly at them. It's fine. Having a passion is good. Who knows? Maybe that passion can free Choo Choo. Agrina bowed and sincerely apologized. I apologize for being rude, your majesty. Actually, I have always wished to form a contract with a wind spirit. But as you may know, wind spirits are very rare, so seeing one in person like this made me unable to control myself. Liliana suddenly remembered something. Rare? The original story never mentioned it. The child just wasn't chosen by the wind spirit, and instead formed contracts with fire and light spirits. Are wind spirits really that rare? The 3 of them sat at the tea table and started talking. Yes, among the 6 elements, wind spirits have the smallest number. Earth spirits, the most common element, are 10 times more numerous than wind spirits. That few? Actually, I only recently discovered my talent in spirit magic, so I don't know much. I understand. Well, it's also true that spirits don't care about these theories at all. Perhaps they just haven't told you. The spirit on her hand immediately startled. The spirit stammered, "That's right, I don't understand or care about those things." She looked at the spirit's unusual attitude and thought, there's something fishy here. I must investigate this thoroughly. Wait, milady, you're a light spirit summoner, right? Yes, Agrina said while bringing out her spirit. Let me introduce to you, your majesty. This is my spirit, Vivi. Liliana was a bit amazed when she saw Agrina's spirit. So beautiful. They say light is the element with the most beautiful spirits. When I was depressed, because of the difficulty in forming a contract with a wind spirit, Vivi appeared before me. Being able to live with something this pretty, I had no reason to refuse. It's really beautiful, but she looked at the light spirit and couldn't help but be amazed. If a light spirit is already this sparkling, how magnificent would the light spirit king be? Agrina gently stroked Vivi. Come on, Vivi, I called you here because we need to help a friend. Friend? Vivi flew towards her and Choo Choo. A wind spirit and... Vivi immediately screamed when she saw the black ball on her hand. Oh my goodness. Choo Choo startled and looked at Vivi. What is it? Vivi happily hugged that ball. I can feel a very wonderful energy. Choo Choo felt a bit scared looking at Vivi's happily enjoying face. Perfect and very wonderful darkness. Just a touch of it is truly wonderful. Agrina and Liliana forced a smile looking at Vivi and explained, Vivi, this friend is having trouble with this chain. But why can I feel a very wonderful energy from it? She is a wind spirit different from you. Moreover, this chain prevents her from moving freely. Vivi thoughtfully looked at the chain's ball. This is a problem, isn't it? Can you use light magic to help? Vivi happily looked at Choo Choo and made a condition. Choo Choo helplessly screamed, if you promise to give me this beautiful chain, Take it, please just take it. Vivi started using her power to help Choo-Choo escape from the chain. You promised. The light of Vivi's power was gradually enveloping the chain, making both Liliana and Choo-Choo amazed. Vivi approached and touched the large chain ball. That light lifted it high up. Here, it's done. Choo-Choo slowly opened her eyes and looked. She immediately became happy. With my power, this is all I can do. Choo-Choo happily and surprisingly looked at the result Vivi achieved. It got smaller. A light spirit can at least do this much. But the power in this chain is too great, so I can't do anything more. Perhaps you should find a light and darkness spirit stronger than me. Liliana sighed sadly. So, does this mean I have to find a spirit summoner more outstanding than anyone else? Gabriel looked at the sadness on her face. But if I do that, people will misunderstand that I am trying to build a faction. Gabriel seemed to read her thoughts and asked, Does your majesty find it difficult to seek another spirit summoner? I don't want to appear greedy in the eyes of others. She sighed helplessly and looked sadly at Choo-Choo on her hand. I just want to be an empress who lives peacefully and quietly. Gabriel paused slightly after Liliana's words, his eyes immediately becoming awkward. If so, your majesty, please allow us to find an outstanding spirit summoner for you. After all, we haven't been able to help much yet. I didn't expect that. I thought whether this succeeded or not, it would still count as one of the 3 times of help, but Liliana looked seriously at the two of them and spoke up, Why are you two going this far? Liliana frowned in annoyance as she thought, Now, I must know what Gabriel's true purpose is. On her hand was Choo-Choo looking up at her, and beside her was Vivi tightly hugging something. Asked, How far does your majesty think your influence reaches? Liliana couldn't help but mock herself. I am a princess of a defeated country, an abandoned princess. Surviving until old age is already a blessing, right? Replied, You are very realistic. I don't know if it's rude to say, but your ability to perceive issues is truly admirable. Liliana smiled faintly, saying that is naturally rude. Bowed his head slightly. If you feel uncomfortable, I apologize. But I am truly determined to be in the same boat as your majesty. Suddenly, Liliana shouted angrily, Then why? Was briefly stunned and replied, Recently, His Majesty's expressions at social events have clearly shown that he does not hide his intention to give power to your majesty the Empress. He recalled Helio's smiling appearance at the banquet. He smiled and said, The Empress's relationship with Princess Lucia is very good. Helio gestured towards Liliana and declared, From now on, all royal affairs will be entrusted to the Empress. She frowned and quickly retorted. That was to provoke Duke Gabriel, and also to delay making Visti Gabriel the Empress at all costs. Calmly took out a letter from his coat. Initially, I thought so too. He gently placed the letter on the table and pushed it towards Liliana. However, upon deeper investigation, I noticed something strange. She held the letter in her hand, her face showing astonishment. The content inside the letter was roughly, Marquis Rackle of the Nieta Kingdom has applied for naturalization into the Empire. It is currently confirmed that he is on his way to the Empire. Asked, Do you know Marquis Rackle? The two little spirits also began to pay attention to the conversation. Liliana replied seriously, Of course I know. She put the letter back on the table. Even a marginalized person in the kingdom, like me, cannot be unaware of that great power. I heard that Marquis Rackle was originally a count. Then the current head of the family expanded their business. And with the money earned, he invested in the Nieta Kingdom, was recognized for his achievements, and was granted the title of Marquis. Furthermore, in the western part of Nieta, he is also a very good ruler. Liliana looked at questioningly. But why does he want to naturalize into the Empire? Shrugged. I also found it strange, so I investigated various aspects. He explained, first, although the Marquis had arranged quite a few things for this matter, he still kept several large projects uncancelled before requesting naturalization. Liliana looked surprised. Then Nieta won't let this go. Nieta stood on the castle walls, helplessly watching the crowd leaving. Denied. No, the kingdom has remained silent. Liliana questioningly asked back why. Nieta gritted its teeth in anger. Pondered and then replied, Perhaps a very large power intervened in this matter. He posed a question, Your Majesty, if the core of the Rackle Merchant Guild flows into the Empire, who do you think will benefit the most? Liliana rested her chin on her hand and pondered, could it be the Kahlo Empire itself? Vil shook his head and replied, obviously, the Empire will also benefit, but that is not the key reason that made the Great Power intervene. She was slightly startled. Could it be you are referring to me? Vil seriously admitted, yes, they will definitely find a way to ally with you. That way, Your Majesty will have powerful backing throughout the capital. And I think the great power that intervened in this matter could be the Emperor of the Empire, His Majesty Helio. She was secretly astonished. Really? Helio, did he really do that for me? But then Liliana's eyes darkened. No. She reminded herself, even if that's the case, it's just the result of responsibility and political calculation. Not that Helio truly cherishes me from the bottom of his heart. Does Helio really value me so much that he wants to hand over immense power that no one else can touch to me? This was like a chess game where she was just one of the pieces on the board. Vil explained, His Majesty wants to cultivate Your Majesty into an independent faction of power, which is definitely to counter Duke Gabriel. But after hindering Duke Gabriel, what do you think His Majesty will do next? Helio reached out towards Liliana, the only remaining chess piece on the board. He will certainly not leave all the power to Your Majesty. Liliana questioned, meaning in the future you will still be behind me? Vil replied very seriously, at the very least, I will not let Your Majesty be betrayed by His Majesty and forgotten in a cold, dark corner of the royal palace. The hands resting on Liliana's dress tightened slightly. He gestured to introduce the person next to him, who was wearing a friendly smile. I will not let you lead the way. The ones in front will be me and my younger sister, Agrina. Vil placed a hand on his chest, his voice firm. I will become the head of the Gabriel family, and Agrina will become the Empress of the Empire. Agrina glanced away, looking shy. Liliana was stunned. And we also hope Your Majesty will walk that path with us. A few days later, a voice echoed in a room. So in this case, in the room, Liliana listened attentively to the lecture. I have been taught by the teachers that Princess Lucia arranged for me. Liliana looked at the person in front of her. Among them, this person. Hesden looked at her. Your Majesty, do you understand this much? She was still deep in thought. Hesden Syro is a teacher at the academy, right? Even lessons on difficult topics are much easier to understand, but there's a lot of homework, so it's quite exhausting. Liliana chuckled and replied to Hesden, Yes, Professor Hesden, I understand. He closed the book in his hands. That's all for today. He looked at Liliana, then, Your Majesty, the homework this time. She clutched the pen in her hand with an expectant expression. Please, let it be easy, please. Recently, Marquis Rackle from Nieta requested naturalization. Therefore, please analyze what Nieta will lose and what the Empire will gain, and the true intentions of Marquis Rackle. Hearing the assigned homework, Liliana was momentarily bewildered. She thought to herself, the professor always assigns homework on events of significant historical importance. Recalling the previous classes, the assigned homework was always analyze the hidden intentions and purposes of the commander in the previous war. Liliana couldn't help but wonder. Now it's about an issue that doesn't even have a clear conclusion yet. Hesden explained softly, this assignment is not from Your Majesty's perspective, but rather think from a higher position to see the big picture. Liliana pondered for a few seconds. Do you mean I shouldn't tie to my roots from the Nieta kingdom and should view the issue objectively? She smiled brightly and replied, All right, I will do that. Hesden bowed slightly to greet Liliana. Then I shall take my leave first. She also sprang up and happily replied, Yes, see you later. Liliana, stretched tiredly, observed from a higher position. Suddenly, another voice rang out. I just heard something interesting again. Liliana startled and turned around. This voice. She saw Helio standing not far away and was secretly astonished. Helio. He smiled lightly and approached. Long time no see, Empress. Liliana thought to herself, lately, I've been so busy studying that I haven't seen him for a long time, Sai. There's so much homework that I can't think of anything else. Receiving a strange look from Helio, Liliana looked at him in bewilderment. Helio frowned, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at her. It seems the royal palace's etiquette teacher isn't very strict, is she? Liliana jumped and opened her mouth wide, ugh, because the emperor had arrived and she hadn't greeted him at all. She hurriedly spoke up, "Please forgive me, your majesty." Helio burst into laughter. Haha. He reached out his hand towards her. "It's fine." Helio held her chin and lifted it slightly. It seems arrogance is the empress's charming point. Liliana silently looked up at him. Suddenly, Liliana spoke up, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. "Not again." Helio smiled at her. She looked at him with a scowling face. "Are you teasing me again?" Helio avoided Liliana's gaze with a teasing tone. "Oh, I didn't do anything," he said with confidence. "It seems the Empress hasn't seen me in a while, which is why she's so easy to fool." Liliana blushed and shouted. Anyone in the Empire would be fooled, not just me. Helio changed the subject and checked on her. "Is that so? You said you were studying. How is it?" Liliana puffed her cheeks and replied, "Since this is my first time studying these subjects, I haven't quite grasped them yet, but I think it's not bad." Liliana eagerly told him, "Right now, the classes focus mainly on politics and economics." "Ah, the professor also teaches me history." Helio crossed his arms. I heard you were also just assigned homework. Is it difficult?" Liliana covered her mouth in surprise. "Did you meet the professor?" Helio casually replied, "On my way in here." She pointed her finger. "There are difficult parts, but Hesden teaches very well, so it's not too bad. Besides, studying is quite interesting." Hearing this, the corners of Helio's mouth curled up. "Is that so? Then let's see if you do well." Liliana was bewildered. Strange. He leaned down close to her. "Empress Liliana, what do you think about Marquis Rackle's naturalization?" Helio crossed his arms over his chest, his voice full of excitement. "You could give a general opinion." In contrast to his enthusiasm, Liliana clearly showed anxiety. She remained silent. A heavy thought echoed in her heart. There's no way he would leave all the power to the Empress. That thought was like a whisper in her ear, pulling her into a stream of contemplation. One day, the Emperor will definitely abandon her. So why not prepare to deal with that? She wondered if she should frankly ask him about her concerns. But then she hesitated, lowering her head timidly. Helio is genuinely curious about what I think regarding that matter. Should I ask him about it? She lowered her head timidly. If not, he's observant enough to notice, right? Finally, she gathered her courage, her voice resolute. "All right, this could be a test." With a determined gaze, she said, "I do not have a close relationship with Marquis Rackle. Saying I don't know him would be a lie, but I have never met him." Helio frowned slightly. "So that means it's irrelevant?" Liliana immediately replied, "But if Marquis Rackle settles in the Empire, I might escape the image of a princess from a defeated nation." She sighed softly, a fleeting sadness in her eyes. "You know, right now, even children on the streets laugh at me." She looked up at Helio. "And can't Marquis Rackle do anything for your majesty? Even though he comes from Mieta, there are still many large merchant guilds there." Helio replied briefly, "That depends on him." Liliana forced a smile. "I understand, then it's fine." Helio raised an eyebrow slightly. "Curious, fine?" Liliana explained, "As I said, if that naturalization doesn't cause trouble for your majesty, then I am willing to accept it." Her confident gaze looked through the window. "After all, he also comes from my homeland." Helio was slightly surprised. "Yeah, maybe he came here because he hates his homeland." Liliana laughed brightly. "I guess he's just like me, right? I don't have any love for that place either." Helio laughed out loud, his voice tinged with humor. "You're smarter than I thought." A satisfied smile bloomed on his lips. "You really look like a hungry squirrel." Liliana froze, her face stiffening. "You must have something else in mind, right?" Helio just smiled and changed the subject. "It's been a while since we had free time, so let's have dinner together tonight." Liliana was surprised, but quickly replied, "Yes." Helio continued, like a tease, "And sleep together too." "Yes." She nodded reflexively, but then suddenly froze, shouting, "What?" Helio quickly returned to the pile of documents on the desk. In his heart, he whispered, "The emperor of an empire is not always happy." The image of last night with Liliana flashed in his mind. "Last night, I was just teasing, but the Empress's reaction was so good that I was very happy. But when the sun rises, I have to return to the study." Helio lightly gripped the paper in his hand. "Well, lately, thanks to the Empress, many interesting things have happened. Reading these tedious reports is no longer difficult." But Green walked in, sighing thoughtfully, but his thoughts suddenly grew solemn. "This matter is different from dealing with idiots who think they are smart. Your Majesty, I heard that among the graduates of the Academy this year, there are many talented individuals." Helio remained focused on the report, not looking up. Green continued, "If they display their talents everywhere, it will be easier for your Majesty." A faint smile appeared on Green's lips. "Our empire has many talented individuals. Clearly, God is favoring your majesty. Helio calmly replied, of course, since Marquis Rackle of the Nieta Kingdom has also requested naturalization, many more talents will gather. It seems that luck will be with our empire this year. Green hesitated slightly, his voice lowering. Your Majesty, I sincerely have something to say. Marquis Rackle was a loyal prime minister of Nieta, but why does he want to naturalize into the empire? I think he has other intentions. His eyes flashed with suspicion. Our empire already has so many talents, so why must we bring in a ticking time bomb? Helio looked straight at him, his voice stern. The Duke's words are not wrong. He ordered continue. Green was momentarily flustered, but quickly regained his composure. Furthermore, his voice lowered as if to emphasize, Your Majesty, are you aware of whether Empress Liliana is not related to Marquis Draco? Helio's expression remained unchanged as he replied briefly, Speak clearly. I heard that Marquis Rackle has contacted Empress Liliana. He frowned, his voice stern. If the two of them join forces, then the power of the Nieta Kingdom will encroach upon the internal affairs of our Kalo Empire. Marquis Rackle is a loyal prime minister of Nieta, and Empress Liliana is also their beloved princess. Helio chuckled softly, but continued to listen attentively. These two will never turn their backs on Nieta and truly submit to the Kalo Empire. Helio hesitated for a moment before replying, I will consider Marquis Rackle's naturalization. Thank you, Your Majesty. Green bowed happily. Then I shall take my leave. All right. Leaving the study, Green pondered as he walked. Of course, how could he hand over such power to someone like the Empress? Standing before Helio's door, he mused over his calculations. Furthermore, only Marquis Rackle has contacted the Empress, but the Empress's side hasn't made any special moves yet. However, if the Empress is not a fool, she won't let the opportunity before her slip away. He seemed to have a plan ready. Marquis Rackle's naturalization has failed, and with the Emperor's attention reduced, I won't need to worry about a mediocre Empress anymore. A smug smile appeared on Green's lips. There's no need to kill her anymore. If Visti becomes the Empress, being locked in the Imperial Palace and playing with her wouldn't be bad either. A few days later, at the Emerald Palace, Marquis Rackle was already waiting. Greetings, Your Highness the Princess. Liliana smiled gently. Welcome, Marquis Rackle, though I'm no longer a princess. He said, both a princess and an empress. Since I have not yet been naturalized, to me, you are still a princess. Rackle bowed respectfully. First, he presented a small box, his voice polite. This is what the princess requested. Liliana looked slightly flustered, gently opened the box, and quickly handed it to the maid beside her. Thank you. I will not forget this favor. Rackle bowed his head. It is nothing, princess. Furthermore, then he looked up, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Is the real stage only like this? Liliana only responded with an anxious smile. Both let out a polite laugh and then said their goodbyes. Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness the Princess. See you later, Your Majesty the Empress. Yes, Marquis, you must be tired from the long journey. Please get some rest. Liliana cheerfully waved goodbye, but soon after, rumors about the meeting between her and the Marquis quickly spread. There were rumors that Marquis Rackle gave me a gift. There were rumors that it was a black opal, a type of which only one is produced each year. Some said it was land deeds from Nieta. Others believed it was just ordinary land deeds or a transfer of mining rights. The rumors grew more rampant day by day, and people's perception of me also changed greatly. The rumors grew louder, and Liliana's image in everyone's eyes also changed. Previously, I was treated like a favored concubine, but now the number of political inquiries directed at me has increased. And occasionally, she was surprised and flustered by the piles of gifts stacked in front of her. What is this? Sophia, the maid beside her, replied. These are gifts from the Emerald Palace. Does Your Majesty want to open them? Liliana sighed helplessly. They were called gifts, but they could also be bribes. Her gaze suddenly stopped on a blue box placed on the table. What is this? Sophia glanced at the gift list in her hand. Ah, this is a gift from the Liston family. Hearing this, she was surprised. Liston? Is it Caroline Liston? Yes, Your Majesty, Sophia confirmed. It is exactly a gift from Marchioness Liston. Hearing this, Liliana couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If it's the Marchioness, if Caroline Liston passed away, hasn't Marquis Liston been living quite quietly and reclusively? She held the jewelry in her hand, her heart full of anxiety. But why suddenly give me a gift? Right at that moment, moment, Sophia brought over the gift list, interrupting her train of thought. Your Majesty, I have organized a gift list. Liliana took the list, but couldn't help wondering. But didn't you say Duke Gabriel is involved in Marquis Rackle's naturalization? His Majesty is also not pleased with that matter, Sophia replied. But Marquis Rackle is still living in the capital. She explained, His Majesty is also delaying that request. I heard Duke Gabriel is so anxious that he seeks an audience with His Majesty every day. Liliana thought to herself, once a day, so persistent. Her eyes couldn't help but darken as she looked at the gift list. But why hasn't Helio made a decision yet? I thought I had given a clear answer. Sophia continued. Furthermore, if the Marquis successfully naturalizes, he said he will distribute black opals into the Empire's market. That is why the Empire's nobles secretly welcome him. Is that so? Liliana sighed, her voice full of contemplation. Well, first of all, if the gifts are not out of goodwill, they should be returned. Only keep the ones we can easily afford with the money we receive. Yes, Liliana added anxiously. More than just simple gifts sent by nobles. Even from Axon, a remote region, rare items have been sent. Suddenly, the head maid beside her spoke up. May I say a few words to your Majesty? Liliana looked up, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. The head maid respectfully explained, Axon, a prosperous place, is heavily influenced by diplomacy, so they must have a close relationship with the faction behind Rackle. Therefore, if Marquis Rackle fails in his naturalization this time, whether in the Nieta Kingdom or the Kalo Empire, he will have no place to stand. She spoke knowledgeably. If so, the influence of Rackle's faction will decline, and Axon's profits will also decrease. So among those giving gifts, the most desperate party, the head maid hesitated, is Axon. Hearing this, Liliana was stunned. The head maid realized she had said too much and hurriedly bowed her head. I apologize. Liliana thought to herself, that was startling. Is this the first time a maid has meddled in my affairs? She is truly loyal. It's hard for me to consider her as my own person because she is a supervisor sent by Helio. A faint smile blossomed on her lips. This will be very useful for Hesden's assignment. Thank you. The head maid coughed softly, her voice calm. You're welcome. Liliana watched Sophia's figure as she carried the pile of gifts away, feeling even more anxious inside. Marquis Rackle's naturalization is like a ticking time bomb. We don't know when it will explode. She picked up her teacup, but her mind was still a mess of thoughts. But I can't waste time being afraid. She told herself, I must prepare, do everything I can. In the study room, Liliana couldn't hide her surprise. Hesden, you said you'll be in charge of teaching all the classes I am taking? Yes, Your Majesty, this is a royal order. She recalled the last time she shared a bed with Helio. Liliana remembered the last time with Helio, she had accidentally blurted out, Hesden treats me like a real student, so I like it better even though it's stricter than the other classes. Could it be? She was flustered, her eyes wavering. Hesden, I apologize, perhaps because I said I liked your class. His Majesty issued this order. What will the other teachers say about me? Hesden kept an emotionless expression, just listening. Liliana continued, unable to hide her anxiety. I feel they are too cautious when teaching me, but Hesden is different. I feel more comfortable. He took off his glasses and said calmly, what is wrong with a student wanting to learn? Hesden rubbed his face lightly and then added calmly, if that is the reason, then it's fine. Furthermore, since I am taking over the social classes, I have something to say. From now on, do not say apologies so easily. She hesitated. Yes. He frowned and replied, you do not need to panic like that. You are a member of the royal family. Remember to behave calmly. Liliana answered vigorously, yes. Hesden immediately reminded her, and do not answer so vigorously like that. She lowered her voice, yes. Seeing this, he smiled. Now let's begin with last week's assignment. The head maid suddenly coughed. Ahem. She bowed her head in embarrassment. Please excuse me, Your Majesty the Empress. His Majesty summons you to the conference room. Hearing this, she froze, thinking to herself, the conference room, the ticking time bomb has exploded. She hurriedly stood up. I apologize. Hesden, we must stop today's class here. Suddenly Hesden spoke up. Wait, Your Majesty, he said respectfully, I will also escort you there. Liliana looked back anxiously, but the conference room, before she could finish, he interrupted, I will escort you. She immediately replied, how can I allow a noble scholar like Hesden to escort me? It's fine, I also want to hear what your Majesty the Empress will say in the conference room. Didn't I assign this to you as homework regarding Marquis Rackle's naturalization? Liliana paused, looking at him. A moment of silence passed before she spoke. Then let's go. Hesden bowed respectfully. Thank you, your Majesty. In the corridor, Liliana walked and told herself, I have to stand in front of everyone. I will surely have many people want to test my abilities. Not only Helio, but also Duke Gabriel, Marquis Rackle. Liliana couldn't help but worry. Perhaps Hesden just wants to evaluate his student's competence. The headmaid bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Liliana turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together. I'm so nervous that I'm getting dizzy. Hesden approached, reminding her in a soft voice, Your Majesty, your breathing is very fast. He stood behind her, his voice calm. It seems you are afraid in every situation. Do not let the opponent pressure you. Liliana closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. As she entered, murmurs arose. Empress Liliana has arrived. She walked past the chatting crowd, telling herself, as Hesden said, I cannot let fear affect me. Liliana gradually held her head high. Innate authority, I will never have it, even if I die. But her footsteps suddenly stopped, her eyes looking up, but pretending to smile innocently is something I've done to the point of being sick of it. Helio was already sitting and waiting. You're finally here. He ordered, Come here, Empress Liliana. Right now, don't just stand there. He held out his hand, smiling. Come here, Empress. Liliana tried to stay calm, smiled gently, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, His Majesty the Emperor. Helio sat leisurely, his voice steady but cold. I cannot hear your voice clearly. Come a little closer. She tried to suppress her emotions, thinking to herself, this guy is crazy. She told herself, the distance between the Emperor and the Empress right now is already the basic standard. Liliana glanced at Green beside her, her heart full of suspicion. The position of the current Empress was vacant, and the Emperor said he couldn't hear her voice clearly, saying that it seemed like no one could intervene anymore. Helio urged her to hurry up. Helplessly, she told herself, whatever happens, happens. After all, Helio would protect her life. Liliana had to drag her heavy steps towards Helio, even though she didn't know the reason. If this pleased him, she had no other choice. Seeing her hesitate, Helio frowned. What are you doing? Looking down, Liliana replied, I still lack knowledge about the Kahlo Empire, so I've been taking classes. Helio was a bit surprised. Have I bothered you? She immediately denied it. Not at all, Your Majesty. You're my top priority. Is that so? Are the classes interesting? Liliana forced a smile. Yes, Your Majesty. Princess Lucia introduced me to a wonderful professor, and I have learned a lot. Helio nodded slightly. I'm glad to hear that. But because of that, you are quite busy. It seems you have no time to see me anymore. Liliana frowned, feeling annoyed. What is this guy trying to say? Liliana hesitated. I will do my best, Your Majesty. The two conversed back and forth, despite the people around starting to whisper. Is studying difficult or tiring? Yes, Your Majesty, because the professor is very wise. He has guided me well. At this moment, one of the guards beside Green whispered, Duke. Green was silent for a moment, as if suppressing his emotions, then smiled and said, Your Majesty, we should continue our discussion. All right. Green turned to Liliana, his tone a bit harsh. Empress, Marquis Rackle of Nieta has applied for naturalization in the Kahlo Empire. I believe you're already aware of this. Liliana nodded slightly. Yes, I know. Hearing that, Green's face darkened. You already know? Could it be that you have a close relationship with Marquis Rackle? Liliana flinched slightly, her voice becoming tense. What do you mean? Green continued, his words full of reproach. The Empress is a princess from Nieta. Marquis Rackle is an old noble of Nieta. Could it be that you two have joined forces with the intention to infiltrate the Kahlo Empire, right? Hearing this, Liliana was startled, her voice becoming hasty. About that, I didn't even know Marquis Rackle when I was in Nieta. She glanced away, her voice hesitant. And aren't your words completely baseless? Green sneered. I do have proof. He turned to Lena, his voice full of confidence. Recently, the Empress secretly met with Marquis Rackle. There is a witness to confirm this. Lena stood behind him, timidly bowing her head. Liliana looked straight at her, her heart freezing. It was her. Indeed, it was her, Lena. Images of her encounters with Lena flooded her mind. I was suspicious when she suddenly asked for leave. I even gave her money to ensure her safety when she returned, and now we meet again like this. Trying to stay calm, Liliana spoke. Lena, why are you here? Didn't you say your relative was sick? Green interrupted, his voice stern. This is a maid from the Empress's palace. Recently, something suspicious has been exposed, and now she will testify to show her loyalty to the Empire. Lena squeezed her eyes shut, as if trying to gather all her courage. Recently, Empress Liliana secretly met with Marquis Rackle. The Empress didn't want to cause a stir, so she told the maids in the palace to keep it a secret. At that time, I was present to serve and overheard their conversation. Green raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward. Was there anything suspicious about the conversation? Lena gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, contrary to what the Empress said, the two seemed close. Liliana immediately spoke up, her voice firm. Marquis Rackle merely applied for naturalization, and I come from Yeda, a place that has not yet become a territory of the Empire. So he called me Princess just as a proper formality. She turned to Lena, her eyes sharp and cold. We even discussed this matter that time. Lena, am I lying? Lena shook her head slightly, but her eyes dared not meet Liliana's. Suddenly, Helio burst into laughter, a deep but slightly sarcastic laugh. The Empress has studied very hard. Now she understands formalities better than anyone. Hearing this, Green frowned in annoyance, while Lena trembled all over. She gripped her dress tightly, her voice stuttering. But the Marquis gave a gift to the Empress, and that gift was very expensive. Green immediately interjected, his sharp gaze directed at Liliana. Her Majesty the Empress, is it true that you accepted a bribe from Marquis Rackle? Liliana glanced slightly at Helio, her mind in turmoil. If Helio stepped in to help her, it wouldn't be good. If so, everyone would look down on her, and the purpose of her being here would be shattered. She kept thinking Helio understood that, which was why he silently observed. But that wasn't the only reason. Helio, she told herself, he believes I can overcome this challenge on my own. Regaining her composure, Liliana spoke up, I still keep that gift. The whole room erupted in whispers. She took out a small envelope, holding it high so everyone could see. That day, the Marquis gave me this. Green narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion. What is that? Reveal it clearly. Liliana gently held the letter in her hands, her eyes resolute. This is a letter written by my mother, Imperial Consort Countess Marion. When she heard the news that Marquis Rackle was coming to the Kahlo Empire, she asked him to deliver it to me. She recalled her conversation with Rackle. The Marquis gave me this letter and we talked about our homeland. There was absolutely no political discussion at all. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming earnest. Your Majesty, since a letter from my mother has caused such a controversy, I believe making it public is the right thing to do. However, the contents of the letter are private, and making it public to everyone would be very embarrassing. Therefore, I truly hope I want Your Majesty to read it yourself and put an end to this matter. Green immediately stepped forward, his voice full of anxiety. But Your Majesty, Helio waved his hand, his eyes calm but sharp. It is just a letter from the Empress's mother. I will read it and reveal the non-sensitive contents. The butler approached, took the letter from Liliana's hand, and handed it to Helio. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, watching Helio as he opened the letter, his eyes quickly scanning through each line. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, Helio frowned and spoke softly. Empress, are the contents in here true? Liliana trembled, her mind in chaos. What's wrong? She tried to stay calm and replied softly, yes. She told herself, but her heart couldn't stop feeling restless. There's nothing unusual about it. Helio put the letter down, his voice full of authority. I must confirm something. Come here. Immediately, a subordinate anxiously stepped forward, pleading, you cannot, Your Majesty. The only person allowed to sit next to Your Majesty publicly is the official current Empress. Helio frowned, his sharp gaze directed at the person who just spoke. So, you mean Tans is the current Empress? Tans, the assistant who always followed Helio closely, panicked, huh? Helio pointed at Tans, his voice calm but full of sarcasm. Sir Tans has never left my side for half a step, whether in private or in public. Does this make him my current Empress? Tans embarrassedly turned his face away, muttering, an assistant is an exception. Helios calmly continued, right now, I have something I want to confirm with the Empress as an exception, so everyone shouldn't worry too much. Under the uncomfortable gazes of everyone, Helios ordered, Empress, come here. Liliana hesitated, her heart full of unease. Is this really okay? She pressed her lips tightly together. I don't know. She tried to drag her heavy steps towards him. It's the Emperor calling me, after all. Emperor, standing in front of Helios. She didn't dare to say anything. He held up the letter, his sharp eyes looking at her. Empress, is this true? Liliana looked at the letter, and every line of text seemed to appear in her mind. My dear child, recently I was granted a small house in the capital, so I no longer need to live in the palace. I agreed because I like it, so don't worry. Moreover, I remember the times you tripped on the stairs, so I placed soft carpets on the steps. I am worried Senan will demand to take a nap there when you see it. Liliana's face flushed with embarrassment. Your Majesty, what is wrong? Helios smirked slightly, his voice tinged with teasing. Check it. It's the most important part. Liliana wanted to go crazy, but couldn't do anything. This guy really. Her face was bright red, her voice awkward. It's a story from when I was little, Your Majesty. Helios still didn't let it go, continuing to read with a joking tone. Seeing how the Countess still cares about that, it seems it wasn't when you were very little, right? Liliana shouted, unable to hold back anymore. Your Majesty. But Helios had no intention of stopping. In this part too, when I write this letter to you, it reminds me of the characters in the letters you used to write to me when you were little. Because I didn't let you learn to write, you said you would create your own writing system and fill the paper with it. Liliana gritted her teeth, her voice full of frustration. What about this? Helios raised an eyebrow, his eyes teasing. Write to me too. Liliana just wanted the ground to swallow her up right now. Your Majesty, that was when I was too young. Helios remained silent, his eyes intently watching her. Write a long one, about 3 pages. She was helpless, just a short one. Liliana gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. Yes, Your Majesty. Finally, Helios handed the letter back to her, his voice calm, about how cheerful the Empress was when she was young. Even I feel that I understand why the Empress Dowager likes you so much. Liliana thought to herself, you really didn't need to say that. But Helios still didn't stop. The Empress seems very close to her mother. Since you know how much I cherish you, you can comfortably send letters. Why did you keep it a secret like this? She bowed her head, her voice soft. I didn't want to cause trouble for Your Majesty. Liliana emphasized, her eyes full of determination. Especially on a day like today, I didn't want to cause a commotion. Helios chuckled lightly. The Empress is truly too modest. From now on, feel free to send letters comfortably. Hearing that, she brightened up. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will not forget this favor. He looked at her, then smiled and said, now that it is clear the Empress has nothing to do with Marquis Rackle, there is no reason to stay here any longer. You may leave now, Empress. She immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. She walked away, confidently passing by Green. Even though he was angry, he could do nothing but stay silent. Stepping out of the room, Liliana tried to maintain her calm demeanor. As soon as she was out of everyone's sight, she breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself it's finally over. But immediately, the synchronized voices of the head maid and Hesden rang out. Her Majesty the Empress, there are still eyes watching us. You cannot let your guard down yet, Hesden calmly added, and when we return, we will resume our lesson after resting for a bit. Liliana was startled. What did you say? Hesden maintained his cold demeanor. I said we will continue studying. If you postpone today's studies, it will only add more work for tomorrow. Liliana thought to herself. I said I liked having a strict teacher, but she could only cry silently in her heart. This is too much. 5 days later, Helio had overcome the opposition of the nobles and accepted the naturalization of Marquis Rackle. In return, Marquis Rackle renounced his title of Marquis and accepted the title of Count bestowed by the Kalo Empire. He would donate half of his mana stones to the Empire and remain a citizen of the Empire until his death. Those were the conditions. Since everything was settled, Count Rackle had no reason to betray the Empire. And then, Helios suddenly appeared before Liliana, his eyes calm, but full of determination. Hand it over. Liliana frowned in surprise. Hand over what? Helio emphasized those 3 letters. You promised to give them to me. Hearing that, Liliana stammered. The letters? She tried to remember, but Helio frowned. Did you really forget? Liliana waved her hands hurriedly. No, I'm thinking about it right now. She thought to herself, I thought you would at least demand a favor in return when showing up after 5 days. Helio did not let her off the hook. Most people would call that forgetting. She protested. Oh, come on. What does Your Majesty intend to do with them? Liliana hurriedly defended herself. I didn't have the chance to learn how to write when I was young, so I just scribbled whatever came to mind back then. It was actually more like drawing. Even so, Helio still did not give up. Draw me another one. Liliana felt shy. It's too embarrassing. He turned and ordered Sophia, bring me pen and paper right away. Liliana immediately stopped her. No, Sophia, don't bring them. Helio was somewhat surprised. Did you just disobey a royal command? Liliana stuck her tongue out playfully. Did I just stick my tongue out? She said calmly, Sophia, you don't need to bring them. Helio pointed at her nose, his tone half joking, half serious. It's not that I won't accept it. I am just adding a time limit. I see. Liliana sighed. In surrender. Fine. Helio added, since you're not making excuses, you must remember how to write it, right? She replied, of course. It was just a childish idea, but I put a lot of effort into it back then. Helio looked at her and said, I want to hear that story. Liliana hesitated for a moment before finally letting out a soft laugh. Just don't pity me after hearing it. She looked down, her eyes sparkling with a hint of nostalgia. Just think of it as a fun childhood story.